1 2 1 2. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of ECS Zurich. What a great day we had yesterday, and the action continues here with the 4th match of the series coming your way. It is going to be the Zurich Mavericks Garwell taking on the team from Sports Club Rocher. Our first chance to have a look at Rocher. It is going to be the Mavericks to call for the coin toss in this match. Your call, sir.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails is the result. What would you like to do?
We like to bowl first.
Rocher win the toss. Going to have a bowl first.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Good morning, cricket fans. Hello, it's Phil G here at the Embrak Cricket Ground once again. And it's a warm welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Wherever you're watching from around the world, this is indeed, as I said, day number 2. It's match number 4 about to start. And it is going to be the Zurich Mavericks. Garwell had a great day yesterday, 2-0 for them, knocking off a couple of strong opponents yesterday to go 2-0. They're up against Sports Club Rocher. Our first chance to have a look at Sports Club Rocher. They've got a couple of games here today. In fact, they've got 3 games here today. Big day for them. Need to put their stamp of authority on this tournament. And we'll see how we go. For the batting side, thanks to Rado for the coin toss news too, where the Zurich Mavericks lost the toss. Sports Club Rocher said immediately, definitely want to have a bowl, please. Coolish conditions this morning, around about 20, 21 degrees. Pretty heavily overcast at the moment. No chance of any showers at the moment. We had some showers yesterday morning, early yesterday morning, but there's no chance today. It looks like it's going to clear up as the day continues. The cloud is quite high. No chance of precipitation that I can see in the immediate area. That's from the Phil G weather wall. But a big good morning to everyone watching us. There's a number of people in the chat currently, so pick your side. I know there's a few people in the chat talk about who's in the squads and things like that. Don't forget, go to ecn.cricket for all information about who is in the lineups as we start match number 4. Here we go. Starts with a very good Yorker. What a good length that is. Tadakal right on the money with that first up delivery. Stanic's side, the Centurion from yesterday. He's opening up proceedings. That's a great delivery. Lovely replay. Good start. And miss hit again. On the money. Really good start here from Tadakal, the bowler. Stanik Sai unable to get under it. Yesterday he had a blistering start to both his innings, and he was immediately off and running with some big, towering hits in the first over that he faced in both games. At the moment, just bowler asking a few questions here. Drives into the covers, straight to that fielder at cover. So another dot ball. Couple of dots in a row. At the non-striker's end is Numan Ahmadzai, also familiar face their opening for this club. They did very well yesterday, these two. Got their team off to a good start on a couple of occasions. Goes to whip this one away. I'm sure he's got something on that one. I think the umpire's going to let us know that there was a little bit of something on that one. It's clipped down onto the pad. Let's look at the replay one more time. So I think he's got a little feather edge onto the pad, and it ricochets away on about a 45 through the very vacant fine leg area for first runs. Tadakal bowling with some real proper pace here. It's causing a few issues early on in the morning, as I said. Very nice conditions, a little bit of a breeze coming across the ground. A nice change from some of the sweltering days we've had last week during the women's T20Is. It is going to clear up today. We are expecting a top temperature of about 31, 32 possibly in the afternoon as that cloud breaks up and the sun makes its presence well and truly known. We continue. Gets hold of this one. Oh, that is a very brave and excellent bit of fielding there. Adjusted so fast to make sure that ball didn't take out any part of his softer parts of the face. That is excellent bit of fielding. I'll tell you what, my heart was in my mouth for just a second there, and I'm sure he was a bit worried about a quick trip to the dentist otherwise. Great bit of fielding. Great over this too. Last ball coming up. Effort ball. It's a bit too short, and it's whipped around the corner. That's going to win the race to the boundary rope. So 2 boundaries off the over, but only 2 boundaries indeed. 8 for no loss after 1. Have a look at that. Just sat up a bit too much. And it just shows the value of the full delivery versus the value of the short ball. So Stanek Zai with a couple of boundaries to his name. Lucky to get that first one with an edge onto the pad, which ricocheted for 4. That one was a bit more of a full-blooded shot, but a very good over nonetheless. But Tadeko bowled a fantastic over just then. Good morning once again to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us this morning. Hope you're ready for a big day of cricket. 4 T10 matches coming your way in this ECS Zurich. Yesterday was fantastic. We only had 3 matches yesterday. We had a great day yesterday. A lot of runs scored. 983 runs scored yesterday across 3 matches. How about that? Big scores. A lot of towering sixes. A lot of fielders getting lost in the undergrowth trying to find the grizzly. It was excitement aplenty. And of course we had my wonderful co-commentator Henry Blofeld sit next to me for most of yesterday as well. His first look at T10 cricket, and he absolutely loves it. How's that for a stamp of approval? All right, we start the second over now. Chakari. Full delivery, but it's on the pads and worked away. Boundary rider at deep mid-wicket looks after that. So the 2 deep fielders for the left-hander. Well, I'll hold that thought until he comes back on strike again, because now Stanek Zai's back on strike. Let's see how they place the deep fielders. Deep square leg, and just watch and see who else is going to go out. Wow, wicketkeeper is a long way back too, probably just on the edge of the circle. They've definitely done their homework here. And they're going to drop a wideish, well, not quite deep mid-wicket. I'd call it a wideish long on. Here we go. Short ball, and just a bit too easy. Works it off the pad for off the hip, and that goes for 4 runs. Bowler knows that he's just put that a bit too short and just missed his line there as well. Pretty easy stuff. Easy pickings for someone like Stanek Zai, who loves to deal with boundaries. And so far, he's dealt 3 4s this morning. Early days. Bit of love in the chat for that man, Ahmed Zai. He's a good batsman, hard hitter. See how he cooks then. Yes. That's Saptanshu Wadada. Well said, sir. He is a very good batter. I was impressed with him yesterday. Looking to see what he can do today. With the Zurich Mavericks back after 2 good wins yesterday. Puts them top of the standings after 3 games with those 2 wins. Also worth noting that for the Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, this is their only match here today. This first match this morning. After this, they get to head off and enjoy the rest of their Sunday elsewhere. They probably might stay at the ground, actually watch the cricket. Why not? I would. And that is not quite full. Well, it is full. It's not the right length. And it's picked up on the full and dispatched with absolute disdain way over the fence. And that's what he can do. First Maximo of the innings. First Maximo of this Sunday. Absolutely crunched out of the ground. Score is 19 without loss halfway through the second. Stanek Zai, he's got 18 of those runs. Ahmed Zai only faced the 1 ball for the single. When you got someone like this man on fire at the other end, you won't be too upset about just facing 1 for 1. But just having a quick look at the ball as it did slam into the building yet again. That brown building over at, for the right-hander at deep mid-wicket. On the other side of the boundary, deep mid-wicket has definitely got a few white marks on the brickwork. Chakari, see if he can come back from that. Again, it's on the full. It's just been elevated, but that, with not too much backlift or follow-through, has found the boundary rope again and then some for another Maximo. So back-to-back 6s here early on. Good strike. Just holds the pose for just a moment. It goes just to the right-hand side of our roving camera. 25 for no loss. This over getting expensive and scary now. It's worth 17. Still 2 to come. Goes again. This time puts a little bit extra on that one, and same result for another Maximo. Not a lot of noise around the ground, because I think a few people are just saying, here we go, it's the Stanek Zai show. That's what he does. He's already up to 24. Excuse me, he's up to 30. 30 from 10 with those 3 big Maximos in a row. Mahbubullah Chakri, he needs to come back here. He needs to find a dot. He doesn't. Finds the boundary again. And this time it's gone over that protective fence and into the protective area for another maximum. That's 4 in a row. Just missed his line completely on that one. That's disappointing. Nick the Brown Bear suggesting that brown building gets moved. I said it yesterday a few times that we have to move that building. It's just going to get in the way. There's already white marks on the brickwork. And even Henry was suggesting that one of us may have to go over and clean the building before we leave. I'll defer that to maybe one of the locals instead, because that could be a lot of work. 2 overs gone, 37 on the board. What a brisk start here this morning in this first match of the day. Zurich Mavericks Garwell have lost the toss, been put into bat. Thanks to Rado for the coin toss news. And so far, Sports Club Rocher, a good first over. But that second over goes for 29 runs. So all the good work done by Tarakel in that first over is kind of undone now. Win the toss and bowl, and you're staring at 2 overs and 37 runs. That's going to sting. That really can sting. Amazai gets to face up now. Ooh, that's close. Swing and a miss. Just watching where the wicketkeeper is, I almost get the feeling he's probably right on the edge of the circle, if not beyond the edge of the circle. He is quite a ways back. Obviously, he likes to have a fair bit of time to see the ball coming into the gloves. 2 deep fielders, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. Gets this one straight to square leg. Denied the run. Good work there. Good sharp work in the field. Cleanly taken. Mahbubullah Chakari is fielding just in front of me here, and he looks a little bit shell-shocked from what happened that over. He went for 29. Interested to see whether he gets another chance. He's just fielding right in front of the comms position here. And as I speak, he's just getting moved a little bit straighter. Tarakel would love to pick up a wicket or two in this over. Pick of the bowlers so far, but it's early days. Good pace. Bowls at really good pace. The sun's starting to break through the clouds here just behind us. Already starting to make its presence known as the temperatures start to rise during this game. So what else is rising? That is the run rate and also the score for that man. Watch this again. The left-hander just leans into this one. Had to lean into it because he was not a lot of foot movement, but he's connected beautifully with that one. Finds his first boundary. He does Ahmadzai. After chewing up 3 dot balls from some good bowling from Tarakel, finds the boundary. 41 for no loss. Couple would come in the over. Swing and a miss. Good bowling. So 1 to come to complete the third. Come to the end of the power play. 41 so far on the board. Plus that. Cop that, he says. Bang. 6 runs. Lofted over the cover boundary for a lovely Maximo there. He's a very good clean hitter of the ball, is Ahmadzai. Maybe not demonstrating the same acceleration that Staniczai is showing so far this morning. He's got 11 from 7. Staniczai's got 36 from 11. Between the two of them, they've managed to power the score up to 47 in the power play. Pretty good power play. We saw some excellent power plays yesterday, 50 plus yesterday on more than one occasion. But here early on the Sunday morning, just a little bit extra time. Looks like there's a little bit of attention given there. Just seeing what's going on there. Is that I think there's a bit, some of the gear getting a bit of tape, I think. Yep, I think that's what it is. Al and I having a close look with the very good camera work there. Getting a good zoom in. Looks like just a little bit of first aid to the gear. So just pausing for a second here. I'm sure the umpires will be saying, "Come on, you come out with that gear for a couple of overs. Let's get back into it." I know that the Sports Club Rocher are waiting to get back into it. Unfortunately, can't quite see what's going on. There we go. All right, so the first aid's been completed. The irony would be if he goes out for the next delivery. Of course, that would be very ironic, but let's see what happens. So standing side, getting a little bit of attention to the blade. Ibrahimi with the ball, so they're not going to go back to Jakari. Might bring him on maybe later in the game. And looks like we're set to go with the fourth now. Clobbers this one, doesn't hit it cleanly. You just tell by the sound that echoed around this ground. It wasn't a clean hit of the ball. Just sort of got a little bit low down. Maybe some of that tape work, it might be needed again. He's still going to pick up a boundary though. Morning, Ash. Good to see you joining us again. Good to see everyone joining us. A lot of good chat there. A lot of people very interested in this match. And there's a lot of positivity around for the Zurich Mavericks, Garwell, who have got a number of players in their squad that are well known around Switzerland cricket. This man, Stanixai, is absolutely one of them. So 50 up with that strike as well at the start of the fourth. 51 for no loss, just the first delivery into that fourth over. Well, that was a bit cleaner. And that is going to carry the boundary rope at deep mid-wicket for a Maximo. So Stanixai continues to push his score upwards. He's now up to 46 from 13 deliveries. And he's got 4 fours and 5 sixes. And if you add up 4 fours and 5 sixes, you'll find that that is all just his score in boundaries. Let me just check my calculator first, make sure that's correct. Yes, I've got that right. All 46 runs scored by boundaries, either 4s or 6s. Maybe running on a Sunday morning is not his thing. Bowler in again. Goes again this time. It's going to be 1 bounce across the rope for 4 runs, and that's going to bring up Stanixai's 50. He gets to 50 from 14 deliveries with 5 4s and 5 6s. Absolute powerhouse that he is. Chewed up a couple of dot balls in the first over, but since then he has been on fire. Gets himself another ECN half century. Congratulations to him for that. When you got someone like that in your top order opening the batting, I tell you what, makes the captain's job so much easier. Oh, he's cut that away beautifully as well. Not afraid to go aerial, and I got to say, Point rather optimistically threw his hand up in the air to hope to bring that one in. The only thing he might have done is possibly lose a fingernail on the way through, but it was high enough to go over the top of the fielder. Desperately try to get a hand in the air and cannot reel it in. Scoreboard ticking along very briskly here this morning. 65 on the board, no loss yet. We're still in the within 4 overs. And now this over's gone for 18 runs. Salim Ibrahimi needs to find something in his next 2 deliveries. Full, not quite hit as cleanly as he would have liked. That's going to be the first single off the bat of Stanixai. Malia, sorry, breaking news. He actually has to run a single. It's not a boundary. So that's his first single. He goes to 55. Gets Numan Ahmadzai on strike. He's on 11. Still 1 more to come to complete the 4th. So Ibrahimi, see if he can finish this over strong. Oh, it's been cut. There is a player there, but it's gone to his left and it's gone too far out of arm's length, and it's going to find the boundary for 4 runs. So we finish with the boundary, 23 off the over, another magical over in the books. This time it's Salim Ibrahimi who cops a bit of a hiding there. So Sports Club Rocher have got a little bit of soul searching to do in these middle overs. Need to find a way to put the brakes on. Otherwise, this score is going to get away from them pretty quickly. 70 on the board after 4 overs. Stanic's Eye 55. Ahmed's Eye 15. So a couple of towering overs there. You can see the graphic on your screen, which just disappeared. But yeah, a couple of very, very tall overs there. Thanabalas Singh now is going to try his arm. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of pace off as well. So this could go one of two ways. Let's see how he goes. Thanabalas Singh to bowl the fifth. It's short and it is helped out of the ground. Well, I said it's going to go one of two ways. That was probably the way they're all thinking it's going to happen. Just a little bit too easy. Short ball from someone who's probably not giving that ball much of a rip, but it doesn't matter. If you're going to bowl a short ball and you're a spinner, short ball like that, the spin's not going to have any effect. And he's absolutely put out of the ground with disdain. Probably one of the easiest sixes that Stanic's Eye will hit today. Towering strike. Not a good ball. Thanabalas Singh needs to get this a lot fuller. Get it on a length where the spin can try and upset the batter. Better. Faster. Better. Dot ball. A rare dot. First dot since the third over. Well, this one's gone very high in the air. A few people looking around. I think the Brown building's going to cop that one. Does indeed. Just like that. Goes through a little bit of foliage out there and into the Brown building. And fielded by a couple of spectators. Thank you very much for their assistance finding the Grizzly there. Towering 6. So 6.6 so far this over, 12 runs. Stanic's Eye already up to 67. We're not even halfway through the allotted overs yet. Incredible stuff. Great power hitting. Not helped by some short deliveries. So we're on the first over this morning. I thought Tarakal bowled really well in that first over. He got hit for 2 boundaries, but it was the best over of the day. First over of the day goes for 8 runs, but the 4 dot balls were very good. They're all full deliveries and all causing problems for the batter. You think maybe the rest of the team should take note from that, try to follow suit. Short again and given the treatment. And absolutely slams into the building. I keep talking about that Brown building. When pro don't get a chance to show it to you, but I can tell you now, all the players are looking towards a very large structure, very solid structure over there. But over time, with that white ball cannoning into it, we're going to lose part of the wall, I reckon. It is getting hit with regular monotony. As the throw comes back in, it's a little bit wild. The bowler was ready for it. So 3 sixes out of 4 balls in this over. There was 1 dot, which was a good delivery. 88 for no loss, 2 to come. Carved away nicely, finds the gap. Deep cover, could not get across to it. It was hit much squarer than that, and it's raced across the boundary. 88 turns into 92. Pretty quick smart there. Stanic's Eye, 77 from 21. And another good delivery. Similar length to the second ball of the over, and it's that nagging length. Really good ball, that one. So it does go for 22. It's another magical over. And Crushed Master. Good to see Crushed Master. Haven't seen you forever. Wonderful to see you in the chat. I love your description, though. Absolute carnage. It is proper carnage out there. 5 overs gone. We're at the halfway point of the innings. 92 for no loss on the board. We've had 3 magical overs. And we've had a couple of other overs. That first over, though, that went for 8 runs was a very good over, too. Just gave a bit of a shout out before. But the Stanic's Eye playbook is being played to full effect there. Anonymous 2545 says, sweet pull cut. Yep, that's exactly right. That's what we've seen. That's what he can do. Sports Club Rocher gone a bit quiet in the field. They were a bit chirpy when they first arrived. Even posed for a couple of photos. But now they've gone a little bit quiet. Ahmed's Eye gets a chance. Gets a full ball. Punches down the ground for just a single. long on and long off for the left-hander. Let's see how the field switches around now for Stanicsai. How do you set a field? It's more, how do you bowl to him? The field setting starts to become irrelevant with the number of sixes he's hit. He's hit 8 sixes already and 7 fours. So let's see, what do they do here? They go pretty straight with the long off and the long on. Deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, and deep square leg. It's a full ball, and that's a shocker. Absolute shocker. Straight to the dugout. A few people scurrying there to get out the way. One of the Zurich Maverick Garwell players runs out of the dugout to take the catch. I think he juggled, but he got it on the second bounce, so I wouldn't quite pay it to him. It's another full delivery, and it's the same result. Oh, now that's hit something expensive. I don't know if that came through the effects mic, but I think that's hit something that didn't have a lot of bend in it. That's probably the best way to describe it. What a shot that was. Yeah, that's what it's hit. Yeah, you're right, Al. It's hit some of the metal protection on the window, and thank goodness they've got metal protection, because that is cannon into it. Scored out to 99 for no loss. We're 2 deliveries into the over. Stanicsai's on 83. Ahmedzai on 16, playing a quieter role, but he doesn't need to play a louder role because Stanicsai is farming the strike, and he's tearing the opposition to pieces. 13 off the over so far. 105 on the board, the 100 up with that 6. Need to hit the deck here. Can't afford to bowl another full toss. And he does. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, there's a saying about trying to do the same thing over and over again and getting a different result. I'm not going to go down that path, but I think we're all thinking it. And this is just carnage proper. Look at that. Another full toss. Just not getting it right at all. Thunga 30 is getting absolutely pummeled here. 19 off the over. Just still got 2 to come. The score is up to 111. Lord Nelson for no loss. I think the umpires have a discussion maybe about the state of the ball in a minute. Yeah, the umpire's having a look at the pill now. It's hit the building several times. It's hit the middle of Stanicsai's bat more often. He's up to 95. He's 1 strike away from a 26-ball 100 if he can get there. 95 of 25 with 11 sixes as well. Got to hit the deck. Absolutely just has to do it. So much pressure on the bowler. 3 sixes in a row. Here we go. It's another full bunger, and it's out of the ground. That is the ton. That's 100 up for Stanicsai. Takes off the helmet and raises the bat to the dugout, who give him a proper cheer as well, as he goes to 101 off 26 balls, 7 fours, 12 sixes. What an innings. We're still inside 6 overs, folks. We're still inside 6 overs. Well, we know full bowling is probably a way to go. We saw that with Tarakel's over, but this is not how you do it. A full toss is not going to work to this man. It needs to hit the deck. It's got to york him. It's got to be pitched right in front, causing problems. The length is all wrong. Still 1 to come. 25 off the over. Last ball coming up. Thunga 30. And that's going to be a wide, and it's going to be 5 of them. That has gone flying away. It's even gone flying away on an angle. So maybe just clips it on the way through. Let's have a look. It is off the pitch. Well, I think it's hit right on the edge of the pitch, and wicketkeeper had no chance on that. In fact, the player at third had a better opportunity to try to field that. Doesn't. 5 wides. This over now worth 30 runs. It's gone supersonic. Goes inside out this way with a helicopter shot across extra cover for another Maximo. Can you believe it? Well, when you're in good form, you just, nothing goes right for the bowlers and everything's going right for the batter. It's a 36-run over. You heard me correctly, folks. 36 off the over. Stanicsai marches up to 107 off 27 balls. Numan Ahmedzai at the non-striker's end, well, he's got the best seat in the house. He's watching the carnage, and he is loving it. 16 from 9. He's got 128 after 6 overs. Huge score currently uploading before your eyes. A few people suggesting that almost was 40 runs in the over. We were perilously close to 40 runs in the over. Can you believe the first ball of the over was just a single? But that was the damaging single because that was Ahmedzai turning the strike over to Staniczai. And once that single was done, it was all gravy from there onwards. People loving the helicopter shot in the chat as well. Well, what do you think, folks? 200 on the cards. It's looking like it as Soman gets the ball. Let's see if he can change things up. Ahmedzai facing. Gets a dot ball through. Eyeing off the grassy knoll with a big hoik towards deep mid-wicket. Hands missed the lot. Against the runner play. It's a dot. How much does Sports Club Russia need a few more of those? They need a quiet over here. Hit nicely out through the covers. And that's going to find the boundary. So the placement is absolutely pin perfect. Cover fielder is chasing it, and the two deep fielders all meet with the cover fielder at the point at which the ball crosses the line, but the ball beat them very nicely indeed. I mentioned before at the start, and I mentioned also in the chat, I typed this in the chat as well, that Priyan Pushparanjan is in the squad for the Zurich Mavericks. However, with the way they're going, I'm not sure we're going to see him bat in this match, which would be a real shame because he's absolute quality. Well, this is a lovely shot too. It's a slower delivery. It's a looping ball, but Ahmedzai, equal to the task, has elevated that. It's pace off, but he's made his own pace. Look at this. Moves around and absolutely has muscled that one over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Very straightish deep mid-wicket there, halfway between long on and deep mid-wicket. Good shot. 6 runs, 138 on the board. The carnage continues. It's a full ball, and that gets the treatment for yet another one's exactly the same position as well. Clatters into a little bit of fencing next to us here. It's called a no ball for height. It's going to be a free hit. It's all going wrong. Well, we started the over with a dot ball, and I got to say, a little bit of optimism was bubbling up around with me. PK Palacampini calling it filthy cricket. I love that. Free hit. He's missed the free hit. Well, don't celebrate the catch, sir. It's a free hit. That happens a little bit too often. There was a little bit of a celebration there from the cover fielder who thought he'd taken the catch. Watch this. Holds it under the chin and he's, yes, bit of a fist bump. And only to be told it was a free hit. Happens to a lot of us. It's happened to me a few times, but yeah, I've managed to shake that off now. 146 for no loss. 2 to come in the over. Currently 18 off the over so far. But the no ball wasn't cashed in. Staniczai, he's facing up with these couple of deliveries. There's one. It was very kind of him to take a little bit of the muscle out of that shot and not hit the building on the full. Maybe the custodians of that building have had a word, but he still finds the boundary and then some with a big towering 6. 24 off the over. Incredible stuff happening here at the Embrat Cricket Ground. The ground that is not big enough to contain these batters. 150 up as well. 152 for no loss inside of 7 overs. Last ball of the over coming up. Ahmedzai at the non-striker's end. Helped himself for a few runs in this over. Turned it over to Staniczai, who's 113 plus this. Hasn't quite hit that as well as a few of the previous ones. Well, that's probably one of the worst examples of foot fielding you'll ever see, but it's one of the best examples of why foot fielding is not the way to go. Bend down, young man. Pick it up. That's all I got to say about that. That's a bit of a horror show. Look at this. Just a bit casual. Just channeling his FIFA World Cup action that he might have watched from the couch a few weeks ago, and not done well at all. Lets through the boundary, 4 runs. 28 off the over, 156 for no loss after 7. Sports Club Russia just taking things a little bit easy at the moment. Yeah, what a knock from Staniczai. Sontal has said it, what from Staniczai. Couldn't have said any better. Hello to Chris Smith. Good morning to you. Good morning to Chris Addison, Ash there at Save Derek as well, Paolo Campini, and all of my good friends in the blue. Wonderful to see you always. As always, great to see you and loving your support. Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of cricket on today. Got Tina over there in Portugal leading the way. Vinny and Rico in there at Hornchurch as well. Hasn't that been a great series? I saw Kev in the chat before as well. Good to see you, Kev. Hope you've all had a fantastic weekend. 3 overs to come. Where's that final score going to end up? Karanki comes in and starts us off with a miss hit. And just the single. But once again, Ahmedzai does what he has to do, turns the strike over. When he's got the ball there to be hit, he is hitting it, so don't worry about that. He's up to 34 from 15, so still striking at well over 200. But wherever he can, he'll happily turn that strike over. Sports Club Russia got a real problem with the bowling, haven't they? Real problem. Good morning to Brendan, who drops his comment in. Hasn't been great with the fielding and the bowling. That fielding effort we saw at the end of that previous over was sort of put paid to that. We continue. Helicopter shot puts this one out of the park, slams into the fence as easy as you like. He looks at the toe of the bat, where I think it got a little bit of tape work a couple of overs ago, but just the strength of this man is quite something. And of course, the umpire's getting the work out, just waiting for the scorers to acknowledge the 6. He's still waving his hands in the air. I think he actually got tired. He actually dropped one hand down and there he is. There you go. There you go. Sorry, folks. Just watching the umpire trying to get the scorers to acknowledge the 6 there, but it's acknowledged. Scorers and crew at the ground doing a fantastic job as well. Kaneki coming in now. Stanik's putting him out of the ground. That's probably pretty much how the commentary is at the moment, isn't it? It's the bowler coming in and Stanik's putting him out of the ground. Helps himself to yet another Maximo. Bang, there it is. Goes downtown and then some. That is gone. Capital Gorne, gone. Out of here. Have a look at those runs per over. That graph tells a real tale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 magical overs. And this one's on track for another magical over as well. 13 from 3. Stanik's is up to 129 with 16 sixes. And that is, 16-6, what's that? That's 96 runs in Maximos. And 8 boundaries, 8 fours. Which, of course, is 32. You put that together. So he's run 3 singles as well. Here we go. 169 for no loss. Hooked round the corner. Short ball, tried and failed. Unless, of course, you're the batter, in which case you say, well, I'll have the 4. Thank you very much. No one down there for that one. No one on the boundary right behind the keeper. They're all expecting Stanik's to hit through or across the line and go downtown. So they don't have anyone back on the rope behind the wicketkeeper. Aman Butt with a bit of an interesting comment there. Push Baranjan resting on the bench. He is indeed. He's resting on the bench. It'd be lovely to see him get a chance to have a bat, but I kind of fear that with the way things are going, I'm not sure we're going to see Push Baranjan come on a bat. Well, we won't see him in this game, I don't believe, unless a wicket falls. Oh, whipped beautifully and not fielded well. It's found the boundary. We took a bit of pace off, and just for a second, I thought maybe he saved from the rope. He hasn't saved it from the rope. Watch this. Just gets a little bit of the right hand on it. It still finds the rope. So another boundary. Well, 179 with 2 overs and 1 ball to go. 23 off this over. It's the 6th magic over of the innings. Leg side, so we're going to have that one again, please. 24 off the over with 1 to come. There's the graphic I was talking about. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 6th magic over of the innings. Only 2 other overs. One was worth 8. The other was looks like it's worth 10. That first and third. Well, that's gone really high. That has gone a long way. That could be on the roof of the building. There's a few people hands on heads scurrying for cover as that got a lot of airtime. That has come down with a thud. I'm not sure how they're going to dig that one out of the ground. Have a look at the people, the gentleman in the black there scurrying out of the way. Great vision. That's fantastic. Perfect work there. Excellent camera work. 186 for no loss after 8. Alias Stanicsai, 145 from 34 deliveries. What a wonderful individual performance this is from him. And for the team, 186 for no loss. Ahmedzai's on 34. You might forget that there's another batter out there, actually. It's easy to forget. But the Stanicsai show continues. He's in such good touch at the moment, such good form. Hello to Vinny Sandu, jumps in the chat. Just to let everyone know, the all-time record score is 257. So they're not going to get to 257. They're going to probably end up getting pretty close at this rate. But, yeah, I think that is still safe. But as far as big individual scores, that's a conversation we can have. Ahmedzai. He's managed to push Satish's first ball away for a single. Captain's brought himself on. Satish Shamugam. Let's see what he can do. Very, very short runner. Just a couple of steps. This will be the 8th bowler that he's using as well. He's using himself as the 8th bowler. Bang, out of the ground. Once again, bowler delivers. Gives us a bit of a helicopter celebration to Stanicsai as he pummels that out of the ground. Brings up his 150 as well. 151 from 35 deliveries. This is quite astonishing. He is a one-man show. And that is astonishing hitting there. And that ball's gone into the fenced-off protective area. I'm not sure how far back it's gone. It's gone back quite a ways. Yeah, and I think we'll get a new pill rather than retrieve that one for now. Interesting. It was Chakari who had just come across near me here, and he gave me a look, and I gave him a look, and I just nodded towards where the ball is. Probably about 40 metres over there it is in the protective area. And then he just sort of turned and walked straight back to the field, realising it was going to take a bit too long to get that one. 193 on the board for no loss. That's right. There's a 0 in the wicket column. 10 legal deliveries to come. Stanicsai, 151 off 35. Ahmedzai lending a very good support. But also, like I said, he's got the best seat in the house at the non-striker's end. He's on 35. And crunched. That's hit something. That's hit something solid as well. There is a momentary pause of silence when everyone waits to hear when it lands, just to hear if it hits something expensive or it hits something solid or something soft. That was something hard. And as a plane flies overhead, I just want to say to the pilot, you might want to negotiate yourself around the ground here. And goes again downtown, and that is just goes behind it, misses the fenced off area, so we'll be able to retrieve that one for another 6. Dealing in 6s. I'd love to know. I'll try and find out for you the most number of maximos hit by a player in a single innings, because this is really powering along. That's 3 in a row. Satish is getting some treatment here. Well, it's a shorter ball and same result. And this is just becoming routine now. Oh, that's hit something expensive. That was a different sound, Al. That was a very different sound. I think Stanicsai is exploring the area outside the ground by using the ball as an audio device. I think that's what he's doing. This is some towering hitting. It's quite incredible. Anyway, in case you missed it, the 200 was up, 211. We've still got one to come. Over's gone magical, 25 off the over. In fact, we should just talk about when the over doesn't go magical. We'll just assume it's going to be a magic over. One to come to complete the 9th. Short ball, hooked, and, well, it's gone for 6. The player's leapt up, and he's allowed it to go for 6 under his legs. That's a new one for me. I'm stunned. We had a single to start off the over, and everything else has been all Maximos. All Maximos. Stanic's Eye 175. He scored off 39, 23 sixes and 9 fours, and we've got 1 over to go. 217 on the board. Paolo Campini saying, is it car park cricket? And Paolo, that's a good opportunity for me just to warn anyone listening, if they're here at the ground, if you've parked your car anywhere near this ground, I'd humbly suggest you move it to the car park that's furthest away. So, watch and see what happens here. Will Ahmed's Eye work a single and get Stanic's Eye on strike? Or will he go for the delivery that maybe might be able to chase after? Chakari comes back on. He bowled a bit of a shocker in the second. And he works this one around the corner. They're going to find the boundary. It will find the boundary. Nice shot. Stanic's Eye. I think Stanic's Eye suggests to him that he probably should have pushed the single down the ground. There's a bit of a gesturing going on there. I think Stanic's Eye definitely wants his double 100. There's a little bit of gesturing going on from both batters there. 221 for no loss. Bowler in again. He tries to hook that one. It's not shown as wide. I think Stanic's Eye, he's on 175. Thomas in the chat's told us 193, the highest individual score. Wow, absolutely crashed. That's out of here. Into the trees. Let's see if it falls down and deposits out like it did yesterday. It does. Well, that's the beauty of those tall trees, is it just finds its way back down again. So Ahmed's Eye belts himself a big towering 6. Score keeps mounting. So 10 off the over so far. Paolo Campini channeling Petulia Clark there. Yep, that's something that Henry Blofeld was talking about. Every time I mentioned downtown, he would always ask me if I was a fan of Petulia Clark, because I kept saying it. You're absolutely right though, Paolo. We continue. This time he goes down the ground. Couple of bounces, 4 runs. And I think Mario Stanic's Eye has resigned to the fact that he's not going to get an opportunity to try to build his score any further than this. Stuck at the non-striker's end from the start of this over. And so he'll have to settle for... Well, they could get a single here, and maybe you can build on the 175. But 175 off 39 deliveries, what an astonishing performance. Second last ball of the final over. Hits out towards us. And Al does some terrific fielding here. And a good arm back to the bowler as well. Nicely done, Al. Nice strike too, by the way. That is going to be the 50 up. Yes, Al helps himself to a half century. These two have absolutely blown the the opposition away here. 20 off the over. It's another magical over. 8 magical overs in the innings. And finishes with the icing on the cake, the cherry on top of the cupcake. And that has landed just on the embankment behind the scoreboard. I thought the scoreboard was in danger there for a second as well, the big electronic scoreboard. And, well, Ahmed's Eye, well done to him for getting all that carnage in that final over. He's helped himself to 26 runs in that final over. Gets himself a half century as well. 61 off 22 for him, so well done to him. Stanic's Eye, I thought there was a little bit of a conversation with him and Ahmed's Eye at the start of this over when it was a 4, not a single. But Stanic's Eye and Ahmed's Eye are getting pats on the shoulder from the fielding team. They've just been given an absolute bath by these two. 243 for no loss. No loss, no wickets taken. And to be fair, there was absolutely no chance of a wicket to be taken then. No chances given, no catches put down, no almost bowled, no appeals for the leg before wicket, no chance. However, let's see what Sports Club Roche's got in the batting department. They're going to have to do a lot of work. So let's recap the bowling card one more time. Mala Stanik's eye, 175 from 39 deliveries, 9 fours and 23 sixes. 23 sixes. I don't think I've hit 23 sixes in my entire life. He's hit it in one T10 game. Newman Ahmed's eye, 61 from 22, 5 fours and 6 sixes. Well done to him as well. In the bowling department, there's not a lot to talk about except for that man Tadakal at the top there. None for 18. Clearly the pick of the bowlers, and there were a number of bowlers used. There was 8 bowlers used in total, and nobody was able to make any impact whatsoever. 243 on the board after 10 overs. We're going to be back with a run chase, if you want to call it that, in a few moments' time, and it's going to be interesting to see what Sports Club Roche do. But the Zurich Mavericks well and truly in the driver's seat here in this first match this morning. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far. Let's come back here in a few minutes' time and have a look and see what happens in the run chase. Good morning, folks, and welcome back to the MBAT Cricket Ground for the continuation of this game. That's right, it's match number 4, and Sports Club Rocher have got a bit of a daunting task in front of them at the moment. That's probably the understatement of the year. 243 was the score posted by the Zurich Mavericks Garwell in what was an astonishing display of power hitting made pretty much by that man, Malia Stanikzai and Numan Ahmadzai put together. 243 for the loss of no wicket. That's right, there was a 0 in the wickets column. After 10 overs, 243, a massive score. 244 is required for the win. And on the base of it, you may say, well, it's a foregone conclusion. We'll still play at the game, obviously. Let's see what happens. Sports Club Rocher, they get a chance to bat. And look, this is T10. Anything can happen. My optimism is overflowing right now. Also, I can confirm that 175 of 39 by Malia Stanikzai, it has pushed himself up into the third biggest individual score in ECS. And thank you to Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, who jumped in the chat to let us know that is the third highest individual score after a 193 not out, 193 not out for Hamza, a 183 Amjad, and poor old Lewis Deploy has been put back into 4th place for Hungary, where he scored a 173 not out. So 175 not out goes into the 3rd place, the 3rd highest individual score in ECS. So congratulations to Stanikzai. I think he was pretty keen to maybe get on strike for the last over, maybe try and power that up. I'm not sure he would have been aware of what the highest score was. I think he just wanted to add to it, maybe him trying to find a double. But in the end, it was his batting counterpart, Ahmadzai, who helped himself to a well-deserved half-century, and I thought that was absolutely fair enough. So the second innings is about to kick off here. Salim Ibrahimi is out there. He's got a batting partner out there, which is Thuru Avora. Hope I've got that right. I'm going to call him Tarashanan. Hope he won't mind. Let's spin hit out towards the boundary. There was a bit of hesitation there from a couple of the fielders to who's going to chase that. In the end, the chase was done by mid-wicket, but I thought mid-on could have probably trotted over and done that one. Anyway, it goes to the bench for 4, so a nice start. That is Salim Ibrahimi open the batting. Darkel with the duty to open the bowling. Short ball. That's a bit of acrobatic work behind the stumps there. Let's see that one more time. Nice bit of keeping there. Good bit of glove work. Saves any more extras on top of that one, which could have definitely been a few. So well done. Obviously wide ball indicated. We'll have that one again. Full delivery. Outside the off. Good pace. Dot ball. Hello to Kushal Boss. Officially says, where's Chris Gale? Well, we don't need Chris Gale because we've got Stanikzai. So Chris Gale, you can don't worry about boarding the flight. You can sit back in the airport lounge and watch what's happening here on the TV on your phone. Crunching shot. That sounded really good. I was waiting for it to land with something louder than that, but it's landed with a thud. Just had the water delivered to the desk. Thank you very much for that. Big shout out to Cricket Switzerland, who've been looking after us. They've been wonderful hosts throughout all of last week during the women's T20Is, and that continues through this ECS. So thank you big time to Cricket Switzerland, our partners and hosts this week. Well, the last couple of weeks, also when we were in Cossonay. Goes again. This time it's slightly more to the side. It lands with a crunch close to the camera. Let's have a look at this one. Tees off beautifully. That shot on a par 3 that would have made it onto the green, and then maybe a slight little bit of rollback as well. Perfect. That's why a lot of cricket players do enjoy playing golf. All right. 17 off the first over so far. 4 balls in. Still got 2 to come. Darkel having a bit of a chat with some of the senior players, getting across and having a word with him. Maybe he's just suggesting a few changes with his line and length. but it's a good start. It's a brisk start. When you have to be going at basically 24 and over, it's not a bad start so far. Just beaten for pace. Purely beaten for pace. I watched the batter there. He played the shot after the ball had passed. Almost sort of that split second of changing the mind from maybe a full-blooded cover drive into a cut shot, and that was enough for the ball to get past the blade. So 1 to come to complete the over. 17 off the over plus this. It's gone more up. I think it's still going to find the 6. It is. And it does. It's about probably 5 meters across the rope, so not a big 6. It had a lot of airtime, real lot of airtime. There is a breeze, and it is actually pushing in towards the batters, coming over the commentator's shoulders here and going in towards the batters. So that could have held up just slightly in the breeze. It's not a strong breeze, but once it gets up there, it's a bit blustery. 23 off the first over, almost exactly what was required. If they can keep going at 23 per over, we're going to be down to a 10th over showdown. Just keep that in mind. With 3 sixes and a boundary of 4 in that over, plus that wide to make it the 23. 23 for no loss. Ibrahimi showing some real talent there with the blade. Has gone 3 sixes and a 4. He's up to 22. He scored all the runs off the bat. Start the second. And that's going to be indicated as a wide ball to start the over. So Tarishanan now gets a chance spectating at for this previous over at the non-strikers end. He gets a chance now. I'd love to tell you who the bowler is, but I don't have a 94 on my book, unfortunately. But I'll get that for you. I think maybe the scorer is actually just working that out as well. But yeah, what an innings. We can talk at length about the innings we've just seen before by Stanik's eye and, of course, by that, also Ahmed's eye as well. I was going to say by the team, but it was just those 2 players. But also talk about what Sports Club Russia have to do. Sports Club Russia, they've got 3 games here today. They've got this game, obviously, to finish against the Zurich Mavericks. They're up next against the Swiss Dragons. Then they'll take the first of the afternoon games off, and they're back to play against Basel Afghan, who we saw yesterday in a couple of games. Now, for Basel Afghan, let's quickly talk about Basel Afghan. We'll talk about them a bit later on as well. Played 2 games yesterday, suffered 2 defeats. Now, every team will play 5 games. So Basel Afghan, with 2 games later on today, they'll be basically playing for the right to stay in this competition. If they lose one of those games, you kind of feel that they may drop away. In a 6-team competition, 6 teams only, 4 top teams go through to finals Wednesday. 2 teams will drop off, and that's the catch. That's what we have to watch out for. So if you're placed 5th and 6th on the standings, you will not play in the finals on Wednesday. So Basel Afghan, I'm sure they're going to be at the ground in the next probably the next hour and a bit, because they've got that game starting at 1:30 this afternoon. That's still a fair way away. They will need to pick up a win today. They need to get a win. They'll play Swiss Dragons, then they'll play Sports Club Russia, and they will definitely need to get some board. They have to try to find a way to get them just to stay in touch. If they don't, it could be here in this ECS. So it's a 6-team ECS, 6 teams only. The top 4 teams will go through. 2 teams will drop away. And already the Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, have got 2 wins out of 2 games, and they're looking very good. You'd have to say they're firm favourites to pick up the win here. However, this match is still to be played, still to be completed. So that's definitely a situation as well. Apologies for the delay, folks. We're just having a bit of a technical situation. We are making sure we've got the scoring app up and running properly. So just bear with us. We're going to be back live any moment now. Looks like we are. You see, they were just sorting a few things out in the officials, doing a brilliant job over there in the officials tent. But just bear with us. We just got to make sure we've got all the electronics all working. I believe there's just a small little technical hitch. So once again, apologies for the delay there. Kushal Boss official, it's okay. Everything's fine. I know you're asking what happened. Nothing's happened, but we'll be back in just a moment. It's just taking a little moment just to make sure everything's okay. I believe it's just a little technical little bug we're just ironing out, and we'll have that ready in just a moment. Maybe just need to switch it off and back on again. So bear with us as have a nice little look around the ground here. It's a beautiful ground here too at Embrack, just above Zurich. To the north is the Zurich main city area. Not too far from the airport. You hear a lot of the planes flying overhead as well. On some of the approaches, you get the planes coming straight overhead here. And obviously when Stanik's batting, I think the air traffic control definitely send the planes around the other way. He's been hitting a few big deliveries there, just in case you missed it as well. He scored 175 not out in that previous innings, puts himself third highest scorer, individual score in ECS history with that score of 175 not out. And that score of 243 was absolutely huge as well. Bit of a spectacle there. Sports Club Rocher, a little bit of soul searching required for them. So a lot of cricket today. 4 matches today, in case you missed it. This game between the Zurich Mavericks, Garwell and Sports Club Rocher, the first match of the day, match number 4 in the series. And after this, Zurich Mavericks, they get to disappear for a bit. They would have played 3 games when they complete this. They're back tomorrow morning. They've got 2 matches back-to-back tomorrow morning, and that will be their 5 games completed. So they're back on Monday. They'll have Tuesday off. And at current form, you'd say they are probably going to play on Wednesday, the way they're looking at the moment. For Sports Club Rocher, they've got this game, the next against Swiss Dragons, then the last game against Basel Afghan. Then Rocher will take tomorrow off, and then we'll see them back on Tuesday for 2 games. They'll play the 2 afternoon games. Swiss Dragons here at the ground. I met with the captain just before when we did the coin toss for the next match. That's Umer, who was looking pretty positive, sounded pretty positive as well. So they've got 2 games today, the Swiss Dragons, 1 against Basel Afghan and 1 against Sports Club Rocher. It kind of feels like a bit of a small ECS, don't you? With even though it's 6 teams, everyone playing each other only just the other ones. Looking at Zahid's comment about why is the ground so dry in yellow? Probably because we're in the middle of a heat wave and it's the middle of summer and there's been no rain. That's probably the best. And Chris Smith has answered that question perfectly. So Zahid, it's pretty straightforward. If the ground's not looking green and lush, it's because there's been no rain, and that's my gardening advice. But it has been incredibly hot and warm here, and the sun is incredibly strong. We've had the second heat wave that lasted about 2 weeks. And it's, the second heat wave in about a month, and the ground has been absolutely baked. That's why it's looking the color it is. It's not lush and green. And in Europe, not every ground has the ability to water their ground. And we're set to go now. Kamal continues after that break. So thanks for your patience, everybody. Oh, the shy was on, and it was a good throw too. Just missed. Good hustle there in the field. Very good hustle indeed. Nicely fielded. Good ball from Kamal. And that was skipper Ankash Parmar with a shy at the stumps. Oh, good short ball. Ferocious short ball. Shown as a wide, though. Just rocks the batter back on his heels a little bit. Zahid thought it was his computer that was the colour. No, your computer's fine. Absolutely no problem with that. Well, we think it's fine anyway. Gets a lot of airtime, this. Running backwards. It will be a miraculous catch if you can hold it. Can't. And just a gentle throw back. Made a lot of ground heading backwards. Was always on a hiding to nothing to try to catch that one. Doesn't reel it in. And they get through for a single, but a good fiery over this one so far from Kamal. Club down the ground, straight. Long off is very straight as well. Fields that one, no problem. Good over this one for Zurich Mavericks. Garwell really put the brakes on. Only a couple from the over. There was a wide and a dot. Well, this has got a lot of airtime. That's been held up in the breeze. That's going to land safe, though, and safe on the other side of the rope as Swiss Dragons try to get to catch that, and they don't get to catch it as it goes across the rope for Maximo. got a lot of airtime. It was going a lot straighter than that, and that was the breeze just pulling it back a bit. You can see there the Swiss Dragons, one of the players pulled out of the catch, and the second player didn't pull out of the catch, but spilled it nonetheless. Don't want to do that in front of your captain. You're about to head out into the field. That's a flatter shot. That's going to be across the rope as well for a flat 6. So back-to-back 6s here. So we started the over quite nicely with a couple of dots and just the single, but then it's all sort of started to go a bit pear-shaped then. So usual service has been resumed with 2 big towering 6s, that flat 6 and then the big, large over the top 6. Oh, goes for the helicopter shot and it finds the point boundary rope. Big swing, turns himself around. Spins him right around, baby, like a record, baby. Sorry, I have been told not to sing on air. 41 for no loss after 2. Good solid start here for a Sports Club Rocher. Good solid start. Slightly off the boil. Then he'd be going at 25 and over. But it's a good solid start for them and good signs for them that these 2 openers have come out with real determination here. But to try to maintain 25 and over from here on in is a really tall ask, a really tall order. As we look to start the next over, well, there was an appeal, and it's a wide ball. And the bowler's still sort of gesturing to the umpire, but I'm not sure what he's gesturing for because it was a wide. It wasn't taken cleanly, so there was really no chance for any kind of appeal apart from the fact that it's a wide ball. I think it's just a little bit of disappointment with the bowler there. Darkhill bowling his second. Right into the midriff, well directed. I was laughing when I saw our good friend in the chat, Zahid, couldn't believe that Stanek side 175 off 39 balls. And he was not out as well. Consider that he was also not out. 3rd highest ECS individual score. So congratulations to him. What an amazing effort that was. Real spectacle. We continue. Swing and a miss. Heard a shout from the captain and said, bowling, well bowled. Mavericks getting right on top here. If they weren't already right on top of this run chase, they're getting right back on top here now. I think they've always been on top of this run chase, really. It's always going to be a difficult task. This was never going to be an easy run chase whatsoever, any way you cut it. But this over is really causing some headaches now. We started with the wide, and then we've just dotted up for the rest of the over. 42 on the board for no loss, but we're halfway through the 3rd, halfway through the power play. Interesting to note, too, that in the power play for the Zurich Mavericks Garwald, they scored only 47 in the power play. So just keep that in the back of your minds. Short ball. And what's that come off? That's come off something. I think the umpire's just going to go down and check the play. He's asked for the ball. They're going to go and just double check with the batter, make sure he's okay. It's connected on him high up. I hope it hasn't sort of hit him anywhere fleshy. We're going to see this one more time. It's taken the helmet around about the cheek area. So umpires getting across and double checking. I'm very happy to see the umpires very quickly get across and check out the batter. And also a few concerned Zurich Maverick players as well, just making sure he's okay, including the bowler. That's good to see. Good sportsmanship being shown there. Do you remember your name? Date of birth? Count backwards from 10. How good is Phil G on comms? Simple questions, really. But always important. Speaking of comms, how good was Henry Blofeld on comms over the last week? He's been absolutely brilliant, entertaining us and thrilling us with Vinny and Tina at the start of last week in the women's competition. He absolutely loved the women's T20I action. Loved it. Real treat to have him here at the ground, and a real treat for everybody out there who's been watching, listening to his tones and his views on the cricket. And he absolutely loved his time. He was very, very fond of Vinny and Tina's commentary, very complimentary towards the whole crew here, and also, of course, to Cricket Switzerland for what's been put together here. And it was wonderful meeting him. And, of course, Valeria as well. Really good to meet his other half. So took a moment there just to double check on the batter. He's looks like he's okay now. Thank you to the umpires and officials for getting over and taking care of that, looking after him. We're about to start. We're about to restart. 2.4 overs have gone, 42 for no loss on the board. This one is going to come towards us. It's going to either hit the roof or it's going to land just in front of the roof. There you go. It's only just in front of Al and just glances off to the side. So batter showing no ill effects from that smack to the helmet that we can see. He's hit that beautifully, middled that one. That's gone straight across the boundary, right in front of the comms and the electronics area where myself and Al are hidden under the tent. Kadarkel coming to bowl the last ball of the third. Last ball of the power play coming up, 48 on the board. Miss hits this one, but it goes along the deck towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder gets across, has a touch of the fumbles, but it doesn't allow another run there. Good throw, really good throw back across the top of the stumps. Just the one run. Pro could have done a bit better than that. So 49 in the power play. Compare that with 47 off the power play from the previous innings by Zurich Maverick Scarwell. So they're 2 runs ahead at the same stage for a team that amassed 243. So that's something to think about. Something to think about. I saw someone ask in the chat. Yep, there you go. Charan Yadav asked, next match fixture, please. The next match coming up, match number 5, Sports Club Russia taking on Swiss Dragons. That's scheduled to start at 11:30 in about 40 minutes' time. We may add on a couple of moments. We'll interested to see how this goes. We may have to add on a couple of minutes only because we had that stop for the batter being struck on the helmet. But we'll let you know exactly what's going to happen there as we get towards the end of this innings. We've still got a long way to go. Still got 7 overs to go. Vidar Afsar gets a chance to bowl now. Sports Club Rocher need a power on at almost 28 runs and over. And we start with a wide. $50 up with that wide as well. 50 for no loss. 3 overs gone. Helicopter shot goes inside out. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Skitters across the line in the cover area for 4. It's a nice shot. Put a fair bit behind it, but I hate to say it. They need to be dealing in maximos from here on in, which is a tough ask. But that's what the ask is. You need 190 runs of 41 deliveries. That's pretty much the equation you have to go at. A few people in the chat asking for Ibrahimi to get on strike. Edged, flies away, absolutely flies away. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And as I said, while the 4s are fine, they need to find a way to get over the rope. Not just to the rope, but over the rope. Just want to shout out to Vinny once again. Thanks for the data that he sent through into the chat at the halfway point of this match. Because everybody was asking the question about records being broken and all that sort of business. And yes, thank you very much, Vinny. I think he's still probably lurking there. So always the man of the numbers he is. I bet he didn't have to look it up either. Gotta love working with people who have these numbers on the tips of their tongues. Always a pleasure. So 13 off the over, and we're halfway through the 4th. 62 for no loss. No wicket fallen yet, but no maximos coming either. And he's got this around the corner. That's going to go away for 4 as well. Watch the umpire here. It says leg buys. I felt that was not off the bat, so good work there from the umpires. Umpires have had a pretty good run these last few days, so big thank you to the men in the black and pink. And that runs for 4 leg buys. Unfortunately, leg buys, 4 of them aren't going to do it. They need to find a way to get over the boundary. That run rate tips up over 28 now. 66 for no loss. 2 to come in the fourth. And once again, Ankash Panwar, the captain, having a little chat with his bowler there. Obviously, basking in this good little purple patch his team's having, but he needs to obviously make sure that they stay focused. Still a long way to go. Still a lot of cricket in this tournament. They want to be there on Wednesday to make sure they play in the first qualifier. So remember, on Wednesday, mentioned it before, I'll say it again for everybody, is that the 6-team tournament, 4 teams play in the finals. 2 teams will drop off. The 2 bottom teams in the standings will drop off. And on Tuesday night, we'll know who that is. On Wednesday, we start with an eliminator. The third will play fourth, and then we'll go afterwards into qualify 1 with first playing second. So if you finish top 2, you get a second bite of the cherry in case you do lose that qualify 1 match. That loser will then face the winner of the eliminator for the right to face off in the final. That's Wednesday action. Still got several days to go and a lot of group games still to go as well, as the batter wears yet another one on the body. And that is going to complete the over. So 4 overs gone, 66 on the board, 17 runs off the over. You'd say that's a pretty good over in T10, but you're averaging 24 per over in the previous innings. 17 is not going to cut it, unfortunately. We're almost needing 30 runs per over now. You feel that Zurich Mavericks have just got the talent in the bowling department as well to not allow Sports Club Russia and even a remote chance of making these runs. Chris Smith just reminding our good friend Zahid, tuning from San Francisco, that, during the T20Is, it was 39 in the shade. It was when Tina was here and also Vinny as well. The temperatures skyrocketed. And it sort of peaked on, I think it was Thursday it peaked, where Tina and I were on for the finals. And it was really warm. It was humid. The clouds started building up as well. It got properly warm. And 39 in the shade is not pleasant whatsoever. It's kind of reminded me of the Central Europe Cup a couple of weeks ago in Prague, where we had a 40.9 degrees in the shade. That's right, 40.9 degrees Celsius in the shade. And that was very, very tough for the women's teams who were facing off on that day. Norway, I think, had to play 2 games. Czechs played 1 game. And Luxembourg played a game as well. Hit down the ground to the skipper, Panwar, who makes no mistake. Fields it cleanly and just the 1 run. So, very tough conditions here at the ground during the T20Is for women. It's not too bad this morning. It's around sort of 23, 24 degrees already. The cloud has broken up. The sun's come out. There is a bit of a breeze, though, and that's keeping temperatures down. But all the heat has been generated by the team from Zurich Mavericks. They have been at blistering pace with both bat and ball. You kind of feel that this team from Sports Club Russia have been stuck in the 60s now, that scoreboard, for a little while. Well, that's going to help things along because that's going to find the boundary rope. So 4 added to the score, gets them into the 70s now. 72 without loss. Just a couple of balls into the 5th. Still a long way to go. Kushal Boss official, one of our regulars in the chat, says, yes, single means under. Well, I had to say it, but even a 4 means under as well at the moment. Clubbed towards deep mid-wicket. Spills the chance. Should have held that. Pretty straightforward catch. I had my eyes on the captain as well, who was right in front of me here, and hands straight to the head, and then just gave his player a little bit of a rev up, said, come on, next one, make sure you get to the next one. Just snapped at it with his hands there. You can just see in the corner of your screen. Just snapped at it a little bit. Sharp chance, missed. Ooh, that was well bowled. That was close to the stumps. Watch this one more time. Completely bamboozled. Didn't know where that went. Good over from Babar. Once again, finds the pad. They're going to get through for a leg bye here, but that's all. And this is a really good tight over being bowled. So, last ball of the 5th. That's got a lot of airtime. I'm not sure the breeze has pushed us back into field of play. Can you believe that? Well, that's quite astonishing. I was watching the player. He backed back over the line, suddenly realised the breeze had picked up and stepped back into the field of play, and the ball came down into his breadbasket. In the end, he caught it probably about a good metre and a half inside the rope. That was on its way out of the ground, and that was all about the wind knocking it back in. I said the breeze was playing a bit of a role here and was coming over the shoulders of where myself and Al are sitting here, and that is into the face of the batters, and that's exactly what's happened there. So a wicket falls, first wicket of the day. Can you believe that? I'm calling the first wicket falling of the day at the halfway point of the second innings of this first match of the day. Puts this one up. Even the batter was thinking, oh, have I got enough? And not quite enough. A well-judged catch. Ahmadi there puts a half century behind him and takes a good catch. So he's having a good match. The whole team's having a good game. They're feeling very confident now, especially with that wicket falling, because now it is 74 for 1. The first wicket of the day falls. How about that? It's taken 15 full overs for a wicket to fall here today, and it finally has happened. 8 runs off that over and a wicket, and it's 74 for 1. Still 170 runs needed off 30 deliveries. Need to go at 34 runs and over. That's full. Just keeping an eye on the umpires there. Doesn't indicate a no ball. Feels that was dipping below the waist, and take around the corner for 4 runs. Still just checking my head for a moment, just thinking, yeah, that was the first wicket that fell, that catch. The very first wicket. There you go. Hello to Monty, who appeared in the chat as well. Good to see you, Monty. PK's still there as well, so is Chris Smith, who's very, very diplomatically refusing to share the score of the Tigers versus Eagles over there in back in Australia, being played right now. I appreciate that, Chris. I'll check the score when I get a chance, and I'm sure Vinny will as well. Although, I think I pretty much know what's going to happen. All right. 79 for 1 in the 6th over now. So, left-hander, Chakari on. Nicely bowled. Cannons into the pads. No shot for leg before. Clearly outside the line. Let's see what Chakari can do. Didn't have a good time with the ball. In fact, well, none of the Sports Club Rochester team had a good time with the ball, unless you're Tadakal, which had a pretty good time without success, unfortunately, though. He did, that man, Karamatullah Tadakal, on 2 overs, none for 18. Chakari just bowled 2 overs as well. He had none for 55. Let's see what we can do with the bat. And he watches a wide ball. Not interested in chasing that one. Afsar here, just pushing that one a little bit too wide. Run rate required from here on is over 36 now. There's always going to be a massive tall order for this, the batting side, chasing a mammoth total. And distinct lack of footwork. Asking about a wide ball. Well, I can only give you one piece of advice, and that is try to step out to meet the ball, and it won't be wide. It's inside the line. It never surprises me. Never ceases to amaze me how many batters will ask for a wide when they swing and miss. It's just forgetting what the rules are, I guess, maybe. But they're players, they don't have to remember them. It's the umpires who remember them. They're the ones who count. Connects with one, goes down the ground, and Chakari gets off the mark. He'll be very happy about that. Let's see if he can do better than the 55 runs he gave up with the ball. I mean that in the nicest possible way. He's just having a bit of a... Well, he's adjusting the equipment now as we speak, so obviously something's managed to move around a little bit when he jogged through for that run. And he's very nicely got his back to the camera now, so good man. I think he just spied where the camera was and decided I'll turn the other way. He's all right now. 81 for 1, and there's one more to come to complete the 6th. What a good over this is. Only 7 runs from it. Just one more to go to complete this over. Goes inside out on this occasion. Bounces just inside the rope for 4 runs. Thought it almost had the legs. It doesn't, but they finished with the boundary. They started with the boundary. They'll finish with the boundary as well. And that means it's 11 runs off the over. 6 overs gone, 85 for 1. Still 159 runs astray. Chris Smith with the score. What happened there? The Suns and Melbourne. Melbourne won by 9 points over the Suns. It's a good result for Melbourne. Thanks for that, Chris. Much appreciated. 85 for 1. 4 overs to come. They need a mammoth amount of runs in 4 overs. 159 for 24. It's a foregone conclusion now. And you can come up with all the superlatives you like about the barn door and the horse bolting, that sort of business. But yeah, this is done. Well, this is trouble aplenty. Astonishing stuff here. So Ibrahimi, he wanted the run. He set off. Chikari waved to him and said no, and didn't even bother to really try to complete the run when the ball was thrown to the non-striker's end to break the stumps. And he pretty much turned to walk off the field even before the stumps were broken. So pretty much gave it up. Not sure. He's in a bit of. I think he's in a bit of strife there. I'm not sure what's going on there. He's taken a while to walk off. I know his protective gear was moving around inside his clothing, and he was having a bit of a trouble with that. I'm not sure that's the reason to get run out though. Anyway, second wicket falls. It's a run out. It's a clear-cut run out. Chikari has to go. He's got 1 from 4 deliveries faced. He's gone. Salim Ibrahimi is doing well. He's got 49 from 15. Well, he's the shining light here, is Salim. Enjoyed his batting. I know that the chat has been enjoying his as well. And a few people asking the question about that run out and scratching their heads, and I kind of agree with that. Yeah. Martin J. Hurst, I think you're absolutely right. I think you are properly correct there. He just didn't take off. And, you know, to be fair with Salim, the run was always there. Wow. Smoked out of the ground. There you go. Needed many of those a long time ago. And that's the first one we've had for, let me check how long it's been. We've seemed to have been forever since we've had that one. We haven't had a 6 hit and since the 3rd over, the 5th ball of the 3rd over. So it's been that long. Well, it's been a long time since we had Maximo. We needed Maximos aplenty throughout the entire innings, and we just haven't had enough. Sadly, we've had 7. Salim Ibrahimi got himself to the 50 as well, by the way, in case you missed it. 50 off 16 deliveries. He scored that when he got that single on the second ball of the second ball this over, and that one has been put out of the ground again. So here you go. Here's some really good hitting. That's that man, Tarakel, who I gave a shout-out for his bowling. I'm going to have to give him a proper shout-out for his batting as well. Big fella, big unit, and he's gone bang downtown with that one as well. Everybody's inner Petulia Clark is ringing around your head right now when I say downtown. Indeed. Bang, crash. Monty suggesting it wouldn't be easy without a weird run out. You're 100% correct there. Chris Smith is lining up the cars as well. I think that could have been lined up a few overs ago, but you're absolutely right. Swings hard at this one. Chance for a catch. Doesn't get it. Needs to protect the boundary now. And doubles back as the ball pulls up just inside of the rope. Red hot chance for a catch there. Not completed though. So, end of the 7th. 99 for 2 after 7. 3 overs to come. 145 runs required. Let's face it, it was always going to be an impossible task. Well, not impossible, improbable task. Let me be a bit more generous there. An improbable task. Monty noting that not one of the Mavericks has a giant Tom Selleck moustache. Disappointing. Yeah, we needed something like that, didn't we? Just to go with the word Maverick. I agree. I know where you're coming from. What about a good old-fashioned boonie? A boonie stash. So 99 for 2, 7 overs gone. And we continue. That's Captain Panwa coming on to bowl. Starts us off with a good delivery, dot ball. Good to see Ankash coming on. I haven't seen him actually bowl yet, so it's good to see the captain bring himself on just to roll the arm over, trying to give himself and his team a few options to the bowling department as we get into the guts of this ECS Zurich. Straight up in the air. That's going to go just a little bit to the side of us. Oh, good eyes on the ball. That was a very, very good touch. Well done, sir. That's a very nice take. On the other side of the rope, though, but followed it all the way into the hands. Nice bit of catching practice there. Really, really nicely taken. I enjoy watching that. That was Baba, who takes a terrific catch, but it was on the other side of the rope. But yeah, just right in front of us, followed the ball all the way into the hands. 100 up as well with that 6, 105 for 2. Follows up with a dot, halfway through the 8th now. The number of runs is plenty. The number of balls is not too many to go. Only 15 deliveries to come now. This one also gets a lot of airtime, catching opportunity. Let's see if Baba can take another one. This is the one that counts, and he doesn't take it. He puts it down. Well, he showed us his style and his method of catching a moment ago, which was excellent on the wrong side of the rope. The one that counted on the inside of the rope, unfortunately, he shelled. So disappointing, really disappointing for him. He actually gave a bit of a rueful look there as he didn't want to make eye contact with us after putting that one down. Going to get another chance and holds on to that one. Third opportunity is taken there. Well done. Had to actually make a lot of ground there. Funny enough, his bowler had just moved him across. So if he'd stayed a little bit wider, he wouldn't have caught that. He just moved him straighter in the long off position and ended up taking a very good catch. That's well done. Gives me a thumbs up as well. Very good catch. Nice temperament. Got nice and steady and took a very good catch. Just in front of us here. It was nice that he gave me a little celebration thumbs up as well. So 3 wickets have fallen. 106 for 3. One more to come to complete the 8th. Let's see who's coming out. Looks like it's Sadisavan is going to come out and bat. Yes, it is. It is Saju. That is the end of a good innings. So to Salim Ibrahimi, 50 from 17 before he was caught by Baba off Panwa, looking to accelerate the score there. So a good half century to Salim. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to kick on with it, but he was easily the pick of the batters for Sports Club Rocher, and I'm looking forward to seeing him bat a little bit more throughout the day. Sports Club Rocher got the next match coming up against Swiss Dragons. They'll take a break, and then they'll play the final match of the day against Basil Afghan. So we should see Salim later on if he gets get the game. I think based on what I've seen already with that half century, he should definitely get a game. Hello to Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia. Says good evening. Back from the MCG. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Scotty, for the news. I haven't checked the score yet, but thank you very much for that. That's encouraging. That's going to make me sit up a little bit straighter now that I've seen that news. Have a look at that graph on the side of your page, on the right-hand side of your screen. Compare the two graphs. Zurich Mavericks Garwell versus the Sports Club Rocher. It tells the tale, doesn't it? 2 overs of the Zurich Mavericks were not magical overs, or at a minimum, a magical over. We had magical overs. We had supersonic overs. We didn't have a hypersonic over, but we did have an over, I think, worth 36, if I remember correctly, which I think Monty coined yesterday as an absurdical over. I love that. I think we'll have to run with that. So 108 for 3. Started with a wide. Dances down the pitch. This has gone skyward. The swirling breeze is going to make this quite tough to catch. Keeper's got it with the gloves, though. Camped under it. Didn't have to move too far. Very good judge of a catch, that. And another wicket falling. So now that Sports Rocher has to depart, blue helmet and all. And it's going to be Tarakel who tried to get on with it here. A good quick fire 20 from him from 9 deliveries before being caught by the keeper off a good delivery, a good fiery delivery, that one. Just trying to accelerate things along in a losing team, a team that's not going to get the win, of course. It's going to be a massive, massive win. So steaming in again. Keeper tries to take it one-handed. Shot stumps is a bit wild. Thunga 30 is the new batter to the crease. Try saying that when you've got a mouthful of food, you're going to struggle. Srihasha at the non-strikers end, gets off the mark straight away. Now, that has clean bowled him, hit the base of the stumps, and he has to depart. So this is a really good overturning out here for Kamal. Picked up a couple of wickets, and that's, 3 wickets in, what's that, 7 deliveries. 3 wickets and 7 deliveries, just to put the full stop on the sentence of this big win to the Zurich Maverick Scarwell team, who are going to notch up a massive, massive win here. Still 135 runs astray. I'm not even sure they're going to get halfway in terms of the scoring. And all the accolades, well, we'll heap the accolades on once we get to the end of the game. Interesting to see what happens here also with the bowling as well, as Kamal has got himself 2 for 19 of his 1.5 overs. Definitely can add to that. He's got 3 balls left. I'm surprised if he can maybe try and pick up another one here. Batter come to the crease now, still putting the gloves on. The revolving door of the wickets falling is just hurrying up the Sports Club Rocher team. And the pill is handed back, and we're almost set to go. What's happening here? Now he's asking the umpire to help out with the lid. Hope the umpire's just having a little gentle word there, Bobby, saying it's probably something you should have done. Maybe get your teammates to. Need you to come out ready to rock and roll. Alrighty. I think we're almost set to go then. Swing and a miss. The ball was pretty much pitched already past the batter when the blade came down. Watch this again. So also, in case you missed it in the standings, the Zurich Maverick Scarwell sitting top of the standings on 6 points currently. Zurich Alpine Warriors on second place with 4 points. And Basel Afghan on 2 points at the bottom of those standings. They'll be joined, though, by Sports Club Rocher, who will definitely, clearly not get the win here. Shy at the stumps. No one at the stumps to take it, unfortunately. So it was all on the player to try to knock those stumps over with the throw. Doesn't quite make it there. But Zurich Mavericks will then go clear even further at the top of the table. This is the last game for them for the day. They just got this one game this morning. They're back tomorrow morning with a couple of games back-to-back, and that will be their 5 games of this series done. Their group games, that is. They'll get Tuesday off, and with the win here, I'd say they've booked themselves in for some Wednesday finals action this week. It is going to be Wednesday finals day. End of the over. Score gets up to 111. Lord Nelson for the loss of 5 wickets, 9 overs gone. 1 more over to come. Zurich Mavericks with a huge win here. Chris Smith with the final scorecard there. A lot closer than I would have expected. And I've got to say, thanks for posting the score there, Chris, because it looks to me the Tigers have had 24 scoring shots to the Eagles' 28 scoring shots. So that's a bit that's disappointing for the Eagles, though, to kick that many points. I'm sure Vinny won't be too disappointed. The same way I'm not disappointed when I see the scorecard of the Tigers not getting a win. Anyway, back to the action here. And I'm really happy to see Priyam Pushparanjan getting a bowl. Didn't see him get a bat, unfortunately. I think a lot of spectators and a lot of people in the chat were looking forward to seeing Pushparanjan having a bat. He's going to come and have a bowl, though. It's too fast, too quick. Pushparanjan, the last time I saw him was in Malta, probably over a year ago, actually. It's probably a little while ago, come to think of it. And then again, you probably say that about a lot of the teams and players too, considering we were unable to put on an ECL recently nor an ECC, so we haven't had a chance to get the big players on the big stage there in Kardama. So it's probably been since the last ECS in the respective countries that you would have seen some of these players. Getting through the over very quickly here. Very accurate. Just the one run so far. 2 to come to complete this match. 112 for 5, 2 to come. There's still 132 runs astray of where they need to be. Don't look at the run rate required. You may need to adjust your reading glasses if you look at that number. And sharp throw, could have been trouble. They flirted with the idea of going for 2 for reasons that they'll only know. 113 for 5, 1 ball to come to complete this match. A huge win here. The run rate required is, 786. It's an irrelevant number because it is done and dusted now. Unfortunately, he's bowled that one wide. Well, there's a blemish. It's not bowled it wide. Is that 7 ball over? Now, that's surely it for me. I've got that as completed now. So umpires confirm with the scorers tent. They take off the bails, and that is it, done and dusted. 113 for 5 in response to 243. It's a massive, massive 130-run victory there to Zurich Mavericks. Garwell, who are going to take a break now. We're not going to see them again until tomorrow morning, but they'll enjoy the rest of their weekend knowing full well they've booked themselves in for some action on Wednesday with the finals with 3 wins out of 3 games. Sports Club Roche, well, they've been put to the sword here by a very dominant performance and a dominant team, and they'll have to lick their wounds and come out fighting in the next game, which is coming your way on the network probably in about 12 or 15 minutes' time. And that is going to be against the Swiss Dragons. Let's have a look at the batting card here. Salim Ibrahimi, shout out to that young man for getting himself a half century off only 17 balls. Well done to him. Bit of an unsung hero there with 5 sixes and 4 fours. And a couple of little cameos along the way from a few other players, but nothing really major to talk about there. In the bowling department, Kamal bowled well, 2 for 21 for him, and a couple of wickets apiece to Barber and Anwar. Anwar bowled just that 1 over, 1 for 8 for him. And Barber bowled 2 overs, 1 for 22. And I thought he bowled really well. And he caught well too. He did spill one, but he caught another one straight afterwards as well. So no harm, no foul. And that is a huge win. Sports Club Roche, going to have a think about it. Well, that's it from the ground for now. We're going to be back here in about 10, 12 minutes' time for the next match. That's match number 5 in this ECS Switzerland Zurich edition. 2026 Sports Cup Roche will take on the Swiss Dragons and see if they can bounce back from what is a bit of a thumping, a good old-fashioned thumping at the hands of Zurich Mavericks Garwell. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying to you, don't forget to check out the ECN.cricket website for all the news, the toss news and the team news, all live there on the website, ECN.cricket for all that information. Otherwise, we'll try and fill you in when you get back here. I'll see you back here shortly. Don't go too far. Welcome everybody to the next match here on day number 2 of ECS Zurich. It is game number 5 coming your way, and what a game we've got coming for you. It's Sports Club Rocher back in action, this time against the Swiss Dragons. First chance to have a look at Swiss Dragons, and it is going to be Swiss Dragons to call. Call is heads, and it is heads. What would you like to do?
Yeah, first bet.
I'd like to have a bat first. Let's get into it. Welcome back, everybody, to the ECS Cricket Ground. It is time for match number 5 to explode before your eyes here. And I say that just based on what I've seen in the previous match, where we saw the Zurich Mavericks Garwell absolutely smash Sports Club Rocher to pieces in a one-sided affair. Let's see if Sports Club Rocher can bounce back for that one. Phil G for the European Cricket Network, setting the scene as we start match number 5 with a big swing and edge. And a bounce all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Cracking start there. Cracking start to the batting side. Let's have a look and see what we've got here for the Swiss Dragons. The first time we're going to see the Swiss Dragons, who won the toss, elected to bat first, thanks to Rado for the coin toss information, of course. And so we've got Ibid Badakazai, and we've got Isaac Stewart, who was our roving cameraman last week during the women's series. So this is his club. This is who he was playing for. And we're going to see him, well, hopefully we'll see him bat sometime the next few moments. On the pad, scurry through for a leg by, unless there was a feather edge on that. Watching the umpire for the call. Umpire says that was all bat. There you go. Nope, changed his mind. Sorry, Phil. Must adhere to the age-old philosophy of Swiss umpires are not in a rush to make the calls, but they will make the call eventually. One leg by, indeed. So Isaac now gets a chance, having a look around the ground. Tarakal, who is opening the bowling again, as he did in the previous match. Quality fast bowler that he is. Isaac being a left-hander means that he switched the players around. Deep fielder is a deep mid-wicket and a long on. And then a ring of fielders on the offside. So Sports Club Rocher have to put that game that just finished behind them now and move on to this fresh new match against Swiss Dragons. Isaac, straight drive into the stumps. No chance for a run. Well bowled. Bit of love around for Isaac Stewart. Good to see that in the chat. A little bit of positivity for his batting. Let's see how he goes. Love to get his team off to a good start if they can. Struck nicely, albeit up in the air, but he's found the gap perfectly. Right through the covers, splits the field, 4 runs. Swiss Dragons, as I said before, winning the toss, electing to bat first. Keen to keep the Sports Club Rocher in the field. Warming up nicely here. It's probably up to about 25, 26 degrees now. The breeze is picking up occasionally, then dropping down to nothing. When it picks up, it gets a little bit swirly. We saw a couple of catches put down. Barber put a catch down due to a swirly breeze. We saw a catch taken thanks pretty much to the breeze, which was quite astonishing. Ahmedzai took a good catch. The foot fielding doesn't work there at point by Satish. Well, neither does the hand fielding by the person backing him up. So I don't know what to say now. I've sort of run out of superlatives. It's getting tough out there for Sports Club Rocher. As the boundary rider makes a bit of a spill of that, as well as the infield. So 3 boundaries in the over so far. Last ball the over coming up. Bouncer and hooked with absolute disdain. That's a cracking good shot. Middles that one. Got a lot of airtime as well. And that has gone about 10 metres, 15 metres over the boundary rope and up the grassy knoll. Great shot. Great shot by Isaac Stewart. Really good shot. 19 off the first over. Cracking start there for Swiss Dragons. Sports Club Rocher left to sort of lament and worry, think about what they can do next. It's in the background. There's a little bit of tent moving activity going on. They're bringing another tent over a bit closer towards the dugout area. Maybe not too close to the boundary rope though, folks. That might be, actually, that's coming all the way around. So hopefully that's not going to disrupt the play as they're sort of making their way Are you needing a little bit quicker? The umpires have got an eye on that. And they're off the field. Ooh, that's going to sting a little bit. Cannons into the leg of the bowler who Chakri intentionally put his leg out there to try to stop the ball. Watch this one more time. Fast left arm that he is. It's just cannon just above the knee that's hit him. He does stop any chance to run. Dot ball. Short ball. And he puts the batter down on his moneymaker as he tries to go for a hook shot and comes out of it. And just going to scurry through for just the one by. Well-directed bouncer as well. Really well-directed. For someone like Chakari, you could be forgiven for thinking maybe he's got a bit to show here, because he did go for a 55 off his 2 overs in the previous match when Stanik's and Ahmed's eye got absolutely stuck into him, and all of the bowling absolutely copped it there. But this match, brand new match, new start, new chance for Sports Club Rochehead to step up here. 20 on the board already, though. Only 8 illegal deliveries been bowled. 1 run off this over so far. Chakari in again. Nicely struck. The instep of the boot works this time. And just 1. So thanks again for joining us, everybody. In case you missed it, it is match 5 of ECS Zurich on the cards here. Sports Club Rochehead taking on Swiss Dragons. Sports Club Rochehead, their second match of the day. They will take a break after this game, and they'll be back for the last game of the day. For Swiss Dragons, this is their first of their back-to-back games in this Sunday action. Club down the ground, almost to where that new tent has just been put up. And that's something that the people who've just moved the tent across have to think about this right in the firing line. Maybe that's why they wanted to put it there. Not sure. Either way you cut it, that was a lovely strike by Barak's eye. Chakari just putting it right in the slot and getting the treatment. He sits it back to the bowler. You see on the side of the screen there the current events in progress. ECS Switzerland, of course, and you've of course got the Portugal League match going on. That's the Division 1. Tina Goff over there handling all of the work. Good work, Tina. My G-Force companion doing the work in Portugal. We'll both be in Portugal pretty soon. I'm looking forward to that. Chance for catch. 2 players, the bowler and the fielder. The bowler luckily pulls out of that at the last minute. It was indeed a no ball. So there's a few hands on heads. Yep, there's the arm from the fielder. Wicketkeeper celebrates, then doesn't celebrate. You see just in the corner of the screen of that replay, the umpire putting the hand out to show the no ball. So, free hit coming. They do pinch a single. Isaac Stewart on strike for the free hit. It's a well-directed Yorker as well. Can only just push that into the covers for 1. Yeah, never a 2 there. Good sharp throw from the field. So 2 overs gone, and it's 30 on the board for no loss. Sort of feel like we've all sort of slowed down a bit from that previous match with that first innings of the morning going for 243 runs. I kind of feel like we've all just settled into a bit of a groove and a routine now, and that's not a negative thing. That's just everyone taking a bit of a breath, everyone just chilling. Welcome to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us, everybody in the chat. PK, Chris Addison, Chris Smith as well. Welcome to you all. There's also action going on aplenty, not just in Portugal, but also over there in Hornchurch as well. So a lot of action on the European Cricket Network this morning. And thank you for choosing European Cricket Network as your cricket entertainment provider. We realise you have a choice here in current day cricket. Thank you for choosing us. We're very glad to have you with us. And of course, interacting with us as well. That's the most important thing for all of our fans. Oh, misses that one. That's going to get through everybody. It's found the boundary rope as well. Well, he's upset. It's gone for byes, of course, but Isaac's a bit upset. Gives him a bit of a gesture saying, I should have got something on that. Should have hit that. Goes for byes. Goes for 4 of them. Think you got an edge? No, it doesn't get anything on that one. This time, though. Well, it's gone almost to the same part, but he has got a feather edge on that one. So back-to-back boundaries, one with buys, one off the bat. Scoreboard ticking onwards. Now up to 38 for no loss. These two openers putting on a very good start for their team, the Swiss Dragons. Even helping out with the fielding as well. Good sportsmanship there. Launches this one and absolutely punishes this one through the covers. I was going to say punch, but it was a punishment. Look at this. Bang. Lovely strike. Just weight moving on the back foot and then just sort of coming forward again to get all the momentum on that drive. Lovely shot. 42 on the board now. So we've had 3 fours in a row. The first one was from buys, but then the next two were all from the blade of Isaac Stewart. He's up to 24. And this time he goes towards deep mid-wicket with a Maximo. Lovely strike. Picks that one up very quickly. Saw it early. Got underneath that one and takes Tadakel downtown. What a great strike. Big over. I'm currently uploading here. 18 off it so far. Still got 2 to come. Mishits this one just into the legs, but a good quick shout of go from his counterpart. Non-striker, that was Badak's Eye, said, come on, go. Get you off strike, keep that scoreboard ticking. Good work. Stuff would appeal for leg before, not given, of course. He's smacked that one pretty hard into the pad. So Isaac Stewart going along nicely here. 30 from 10 deliveries faced. Abid at the other non-striker's end. Well, he's at the striker's end now. 11 from 7 with a 6 and a 4. Gets a chance now with just the last ball of the power play. And that's a great opportunity. Everyone goes scattering from the Swiss Dragons dugout. One person goes for the catch, and he's going to have to get some treatment on his fingertips now because he's spilled it and then some. And, yeah, he's having a bit of some of his teammates giving him a bit of a look there, saying you should have caught that rather than cannon into your fingertips. Great way to finish the power play too. 55 for no loss after 3. Swiss Dragons here doing very, very well indeed. Good score coming. So I hope you're all having a really good Sunday wherever you're watching from around the world. We're having a really good Sunday, watching our favourite game in the heart of Switzerland. Well, Zurich, as you know, is sort of towards the north of the country, but it's a nice part of the world. We've got some nice little, I wouldn't call them mountains surrounded. We're not really surrounded by mountains here. We've got a few sort of tall hills, if you like, but it's very green in this part of the world as well, except for the ground, which hasn't had a lot of water because there's been not much rain at all in the last 6 weeks. Just a few bits here and there. I've got to say, funny enough, there was some rain yesterday morning when we got to the ground. There was a good reaction from the foliage here, where it got a little bit green, but that's disappeared already. So 24 hours later, and all that greenery at the ground has actually started to dissipate pretty quickly. Oh dear. So it looks like the nominated keeper may not be the one who we thought it was. It's just being addressed. Indeed. Yep. So we're just getting set now. Isaac Stewart facing up, pace off now. Has to make all the pace himself, and he hasn't quite hit that hard enough, and that is taken about 1 metre inside the boundary rope. So against the runner player, Isaac Stewart, who has been hitting the ball beautifully, striking at 300, gets a pat on his back for his trouble from the infield, but he has to go, and that is a big breakthrough at the start of the 4th. Nicely caught there. Taro Carroll running around just in front of the camera there, takes a well-judged catch. And that is the first breakthrough, you sort of feel. That's going to really pump up Sports Club Rocher, who get that breakthrough at a timely moment here. They will hate to have seen another couple of overs with no wicket. So good catch. Very well taken nonetheless. Very good catch. Danabala Singham with the breakthrough, the first ball of his first over. So, reason for celebrations, that's for sure. See if he can make another impact here, as it's going to be Mustafa Hussain taking his guard. Thorani Thoran is just getting his field ready. He comes into bowl. Tries to put a fast ball past the batter. It goes wide. Takes a bit of pressure off the batter, facing up for his first delivery. So Mustafa Hussain probably won't be upset about the wide ball. Chases after a ball on a good length and misses that one. Spilled by the keeper. But chased nonetheless. 56 for 1 on the board. This goes high in the air. Catching opportunity is taken. And so as Hussain is running to take the single, he continues running all the way off the field. He is... Do you think he needs a bathroom, Al? He is sprinting off the field there. That's one of the fastest dismissals and disappearance of a batter you'll see here today. And just didn't take his pace off on the accelerator, just got himself off the field. And unfortunately, what he's done in that case is he's got his other Swiss Dragons person coming on who's still getting dressed as he's walking out onto the field. And I'm sure the officials have a word to the players here. They need to be a little bit more ready than that coming on the field. You can't just come on, drop your gear, and get dressed on the outside of the field. Good catch. Very good catch. Well taken. Tunga 30 there with a well-judged catch, just running around from the mid-off position, sort of towards the cover area, takes a well-judged catch. So Sports Club Rocher catching well here in this over. Couple of wickets falling. Great overs too. Really, really well done. 2 wickets and just a 1 wide. So the scoreboard not getting a lot of work except for in the wickets column. Swiss Dragons 56 for 2. Suddenly losing 2 in a handful of deliveries. Almost set to go. 3 to come. Good bit of support in the chat for the bowler as well. Hits his upper sleeve, shouts to catch it. Could have easily been another one. That's only bounced probably that's a shocker. That's a shocker from the keeper. But, well, the footwork does work on this occasion. And they're still going. The keeper still doesn't want to take the ball. And now the keeper's asking for reasons why he's not catching the ball. Well, you tell me. I'm not sure. You didn't take it the first time. You didn't take it the second time either. But that almost was hit straight down the throat of Long On. Just need a little bit more of a push there. So, oh boy, lucky to get away with that one. End up running 3 on the buzzers. 59 for 2. 2 to come. And that is out of here. Well, it takes that part of the tree in front of the building too. There's a couple parked under the tree there just watching, and they've just had a couple of leaves and branches fall on top of them as the ball has dislodged the trees. Just for a moment there, I thought that couple may have to get up out of their seats and take evasive action, because the ball hit the branches just above where they're sitting. 56 for 2 with that Maximo. Out of context in the chat with an absolute zinger there. I love your work. Keep them coming. Keeper booked the premium ticket to watch this match. He did indeed. Boom, boom. Lovely. Keep it coming. So I make it 1 more ball to come, as we did have a wide in the second ball of this over. We've had a bit of everything, haven't we? We've had a wide, a dot, a couple of wickets, a 3 all run thanks to some buzzers and a Maximo. We still haven't finished. 1 to come. And that is a Maximo to finish off proceedings. So back-to-back sixes to finish off the over. Score has raced now up to 71 for 2 after 4 overs. That run rate is very healthy indeed, pushing upwards towards 18, 17.8 to be perfectly precise. So what was an excellent over has been a little bit spoiled in the numbers with those 2 big sixes. But that's some really, really good hitting there just towards the end of the over. Abid Berezekai, he is doing very well. He's got up to 29 for 10, sticking around, still carrying his bat, the opener. Kabir Pradhan has just joined him. He's the one who was responsible for the 3-all run. A few people, anonymous 2545, asking a few questions about the what's the keeper doing, and if he can't take the ball, what's going on there. All in jest, all said in jest, of course. I can see your smiley emoji. I know you're just having a laugh. It's all good. It's all gravy. 4 overs gone, 71 for 2 on the board. These middle overs, absolutely critical for Sports Club Russia. Need to find a way to make sure they've got the brakes on. Tadakel is bowled out. He went for 38 when the 2 openers really got stuck into him, and especially in that first over. Chakari has only bowled the 1. And Dano Balasingham, obviously just the 1 in that previous over. So it's going to be Sri Harsha to come on to bowl the 5th. Didn't bowl too badly in the previous match. Again, none of the bowlers really excelled. Unfortunately, they were gotten after pretty quickly by Stanik Zai and his counterpart, Ahmed Zai. Let's see what they can do here against a different opposition. Pradhan's facing. It's coming down towards us and just going to land to the side of us, I think. Yep, there it is. And the fielder doesn't want to go across the line. Obviously, it's a line of demarcation. As soon as it went across the boundary rope, he thought, no, I'm not going to get that. Someone else can. That's interesting. Felt that he'd done enough to shepherd the ball across the line. Have a look at that run rate graph. Bit of a problem there for Sports Club Russia. Punched out towards the onside now. Just going to be the single. Pradhan doing the right thing, hitting the loose ball and working away the good delivery for a single, turning that strike over. 78 for 2. Swings hard at this one. An astonishing little bit of attempted fielding there by the bowler. I can't wait to see this again. I think the bowler's tried to field this with his foot at about hip height. Have a look at that. There you go. And then the slide by Tadakel doesn't work. Don't often see bowlers fielding a ball at hip height with their foot, but there you go. He'd rather have the ankle bone hit than his hands. He's Jackie Chaned it. Thank you, Al. Love it. Keep it coming, Al. Thank you. There you go. Swing and a miss to follow up there. Yeah, Thunga 30 there, just getting a bit of a mess with that previous one, but comes back really well with that next delivery. Dots up, 11 off the over so far. That current run rate, though, is at 17.6. Sports Club Russia, they wouldn't want to be chasing a score over 150. Mind you, though, this has got a lot of airtime, and the ball, well, the fielder's backing back, and it lands probably about 5 or 6 metres behind him. So it wasn't a towering 6. But it was still a good 6. Hey, and any 6 is good pretty much, isn't it? Spent a lot of time in the air. Came down the other side of the rope for a Maximo. 4.5 overs gone. 1 to come, 88 for 2 on the board. We're now up to 17 runs in the over. So they're still going along at 17s. And taking this one on the body. Keeper runs up and channels his inner FIFA World Cup action by booting it back to the bowler. Oh, I think he's in strife. Yeah, batter's down. I didn't see what happened there. Did he slip when he got to the non-striker's end, I think? Oh, yeah, it's connected with him a bit down low. So have a look at this one more time. Slow-mo replay, maybe eye-watering. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Missed both his legs. And there'll be a few deep breaths being sucked in there. And he does indeed have to face that next delivery. Doesn't he wish he could be at the non-striker's end? So he's got a few moments to compose himself. 89 for 2, 5 overs gone at halfway point. Bardak Zai on strike. He's on 39. He's striking the ball beautifully at 279. He's just taking a bit of a body blow. Let's see how he fares up here on this first delivery. Well, there we go. This is in the air for a bit of time. It teases the fielders and it clears the boundary rope by a couple of meters. And that is a big 6 from him. Lovely strike down the ground. Moves into the 40s now. He's up to 45 from 15 deliveries, striking now at 300 with that lofted shot. And he's shaken off the ill effects of that low blow that he's just taken in the previous over. He's gone for it again. This is up in the air. Keeper, fielder. And the fielder's taken it. Well, I didn't think the fielder was in position to take that catch. And he sort of does the old alligator chomp with his hands and holds onto the catch indeed. And that is disappointment for Abid, who was on the cusp of a very good 50. And then he ends up coming undone, skied it. And look at this. Interesting catchy style. It's a dead set ice cream cone in the top of the hands there. And celebrations all around. A lot of happy faces out there as well. And it's the captain who takes the catch, so he'll be incredibly happy. Satish won't be able to get that smile off his face for the rest of the year, I reckon. Takes the catch. Not textbook, but it's effective, and that's all it needs to be. Omar Shinwari comes out to bat now. So wicket falls, just with a little bit of sail in their win now. Having that partnership was looking pretty good there for a while. It was a 39-run partnership in very quick time. Nice shot, that one, to square leg. Not much animation, though, from too many people, but yep, nice shot to square leg for boundary. So we've had 10 off the over plus a wicket. 99 now on the board, 99 for 3. Halfway through the 6th. Doesn't get under this one. Goes along the deck for that single. Just going to be the one. Good sharp throw and good backup. 100 up for Swiss Dragons at 5.4 overs, the 100 up. Gets it on the full, doesn't really capitalise on that one. Straight to deep mid wicket, who's come off the rope, and just a single again. So with Abid now disappearing, maybe get the feeling that the middle order, have they got the firepower to try to step up here and try to match what's been happening previously with some big hitting. Keep your eye on that current run rate to see if that starts tumbling now. It's been around 17 for most of the match. Puts this one up in the air. It's going to fall safe though. Couple of players rush in. There's nobody anywhere near it, though. All boundary riders. So Pradhan's still out there. Shinwari's just joined him and has hit a 4 and then a single. So 102. And looks like there's a shoelace situation going on after 6 overs. 102 for 3 after 6. Going along at exactly 17 runs and over, which is where the run rate's been there pretty much the whole time all the way through. I'd love to finish, if they can, with that kind of score. So it's going to be Karanki now to come on and bowl. Usually saved for the latter overs. Have a look at the win-loss predictor there. Win-loss predictor is loving the Swiss Dragons at the moment. Not giving a lot of love to the Sports Club Rocher. Only 31% chance of a win. Early days. Slams into the pad. Big appeal. Still appealing. Third man was still appealing. And not out umpire. Very quite confident in that appeal. And I would say that's probably fair enough as well. Wicketkeeper standing in a very sort of almost like a haka sort of pose there, really. Not sure why. Driven down the ground, just a single, just mishitting these ones. These were the shots that were being played earlier by the opposition, by the batters who were finding the boundary line and then some. So just not quite getting their timing right here. Some good bowling though, good full deliveries. Karanki not looking to get any opportunity for the batters to get under the ball. so far, this over's been pretty good. Just a leg by and a single. In again. Swing and a miss. Another dot ball. Shouts of very good bowling from the outfield there. And it is good bowling. This is the time, the 7th and 8th over. This time we should be accelerating and set yourself up a platform for those last 2 overs. And it's just not coming together here with a loss, big loss of that wicket previous in the over just before with Abid, the opener, going for 45. Just kind of feel a bit of momentum has really dropped off now. Well, that's up in the air. Catching opportunities. Got the sun to deal with as well and a boundary line. And tries to paddle it back into play. And doesn't. It bounces just on the other side of the line. I could see exactly what he's doing there. He did have the sun to deal with, like looking straight up at the shining orb. It was always a tough chance. You see what he's done there. He's just there. Tries to tap it in and it's gone just over the rope. 6. 10-3. So there's the momentum. They'll have to get back-to-back boundaries if they can here. Does. Gets it on the full. That's a clever shot. Really cleverly hit. Doesn't try to overhit it. Doesn't get too over-enthusiastic. Sometimes you see batters just get a little bit out of their skins when they see a ball like that. And he hasn't tried to belt it too hard. He doesn't have to. He's just worked that way perfectly in the air for another Maximo. So back-to-back sixes. 12 there in 2 balls. 14 runs off the over. And suddenly this over is going back to what we thought it might be. And that is pushing towards maybe 17 or 18, depending on the next ball, of course. Swiss Dragon's been very consistent with the overs. Really, really consistent. Have a look at the graph on the side of your page there. That big third over, massive third over. But everything else, really, really good grouping of overs there. Good runs. So 1 to come to complete the 7th. And here it comes. Shouts to catch it. Doesn't quite get the same elevation as maybe the bowler was thinking there. The underarm to the bowler, well, it's missed by the bowler. They're going to go for a buzzer. Or cheekily come back for a second that was never on. Never on. And, well, that's they've managed to sort of, steal one. There was never going to be a second to be stolen there. And in the end, it was almost going to be another potential run out. So they get back in time. The throw was a little bit wide, not taken by the bowler. 7 overs gone. 118 for 3 after 7. So the run rate's just gone under 17 for the first time now, 16.9. I don't think it's anything for the Swiss Dragons to be too concerned about because they're still doing really well, but just need to keep that momentum up. Having lost the top order now, the middle order, well, they need to stand tall, do the right thing by their team. Start the 8th. Lofted, shouts to catch it, and, well, it's gone straight through the fielder. That's disappointing. Fielder will not make too much eye contact with his skipper on that one. As it's Karen Keita back on to bowl, his second. I thought maybe Satish might think about bringing himself on to bowl the 8th. He might come on to bowl the 9th. Lofted with a bit of aggression and, oh, how about that for a catch? That's a really good catch. Well done. Very well done. Big thumbs up there from our wonderful part-time camera girls, other half, who takes a good catch. Well done. Always nice to bring in extras into the fun there. Delivery. That was she was bowling. It's just been changed over to cap. Puts a wide down. 129 for 3 on the board now. 11 off the over. Just 2 balls in with that wide. Have to re-bowl that one again, please. We're set to go. Pradhan opens the face, hits it straight to the fielder at deep cover, who has a bit of a juggle. And then the relay throw. Doesn't have the strongest of arms, and he has to do a relay throw. But he does pretty well, actually, to get everything behind that, stop it getting over him. He's probably a little bit shorter than me, and I'm just going to leave that there because everyone knows that I'm short. He's done well. Tapped it down, got the ball back through a relayed throw. Just the one. Swings hard towards leg side. Has not got a lot on that one at all. Should be fielded. Is fielded. Coming back for a cheeky second and getting back comfortably for a cheeky second. Wicket keeper once again preferring the boots as opposed to the gloves. And he does eventually pick the ball up. So there you go. Couple of runs out of the score. Swiss Dragons keeping that scoreboard ticking over and very nicely here. That run rate stays at about 17. Misses this one, and it's a wide called. Just with that gentle push, if he can get it past point and backward point, get it through the gap there, it'll run away for 4. The boundary rider on the offside is that deep cover. Goes the reverse, pulls out the reverse, and has maybe got a little tickle on that. Waiting for the umpire to let me know he hasn't got a tickle, and I thought he might have. Well, that's disappointment aplenty there. But he pulls out the reverse, misses it. Wicket keeper's got hands on the head, and he should probably have hands on the ball there because not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if the keeper's actually had a clean take of the ball yet. And I don't want to sound like I'm picking on him, but at some point, he's got to take the ball. He's got to take it. 137 for 3. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Nicely struck out towards the dugouts area. Carries the boundary rope for a big 6. That's 25 off the over. It goes magical. The score leaps up to 143 for 3 with 2 full overs to go. Chris Smith saying, you're also short, 5 foot 7.5. Well, Chris, you and I are the same height. I didn't know that. That's how tall I am. There you go. See, we do have something in common. That and food, we've got a fair bit in common. We must catch up one day and discuss these things, height and food. Be a great conversation. 2 overs to go, 143 for 3 on the board. Pradhan and Shimwari putting together a very good partnership here. Came together with a score on 95. So that is a 48-run partnership in very quick time as well. Took a few deliveries just to get their eye in, but now they're motoring along nicely. Goes for a back foot drive. It's 1 bounce straight to long on for a single. Took a bit of a risk there. Hit it pretty straight. Probably could have tried to go a little bit more on the onside there. Try to pick the gap between deep mid-wicket and the long on. Oh, good stop. Soman uses the big size 10 boot and says, nah, not getting past me. Well bowled, 144 for 3. Slower ball, bit deceptive, but he's lost the line. It's gone leg side. Have that one again, please. A couple of big overs in that graphic there. You can see the first and the third, and of course the last over as well. Big overs. Gets a leading edge, doesn't matter. It's going to fly away for a 6. Just turns it around the corner. Goes very fine as well. It's a lovely shot. It's on leg. It's on the full. And he's just smoked that one. Nicely lifted across the boundary rope for another 6. 150 up for the Swiss Dragons. 151 for 3. 9 legal deliveries still to come. Big score currently uploading here. Should get something around, though, well, I'd say probably about 180s at this point. If they can keep doing this with his 9 deliveries still to come. Oh, well said, Chris. Your taste in music. Love discussing music. Got a lot to talk about there as well. Agreed. Oh, swing and a miss. Attempted stumping. Albeit a bit late. He had to run a fair way to stop that, didn't he, Al? He had to 4 or 5 steps in which case the batter was, well, I don't think the batter actually left the crease, to be honest, but hey, you got to ask the question, I guess. Here we go. In the air. That's going to probably land safe. It is going to land safe. And they're going to get back for 2 as the fielders are all on the boundary rope. And it ends up being a pretty comfortable 2 in the end. So 1 to come. 10 off the over. So it hasn't been a bad over at all in terms of run rate. 10. And then it's sport with a Maximo. So it's going to be 16 off the over with that 6. And that's disappointment for the bowler. Gives himself a bit of a kick in there. I think he's really disappointed. And either the umpire very quickly indicated 6 or he didn't want to indicate 6 because I was watching the umpire. I think he just quickly put the hands up back down again. The umpires have had a proper workout today with indicating the 6s. It's like a real aerobics class at the moment. I mean, you get one player who's hit 23 6s in his innings. I didn't see him put his hands up. Did you? Yeah. I think he just gave us the old, little wink and a nod like, yeah, right, yep, you saw it. Yeah, I think we've overtaxed him. That's the problem. All right. 9 overs gone, 159 for 3. Final over starts with an inside edge and scurries through for just the single. Mentioned this partnership before. They came together with a score on 95 for 3. It's now 159 for 3, so it's a 64-run partnership. Plus that single makes it a 65-run partnership. How about that? Really, really good. Interesting little throw there. Looks like a few tied bodies out there in the centre. Not just the players either. 161 for 3. Club down the ground. It's a straight shot. There's a bit of work here for long off, who, with nonchalant confidence and ease, just knocks it back about 3 inches inside the rope. 163 for 3 on the board. That's a bit better. That's not going to be stopped by anybody, I reckon. Desperately stretches out the hands. Can't stop it from going across the rope there. So the run's starting to come towards the end here in this final over. So 10 off the over so far, and there's still 2 balls to come. 169 for 3 on the board. So a score in the 170s, pushing up towards 180s is still pretty good. Still very good indeed. Clubbed on the back foot and straight down the throat of the fielder there. Well, the wicketkeeper's celebrating. Wicketkeeper had nothing to do it, but he's celebrating big time. He's a team man, that's why. He's a team man. And so a wicket does finally fall. It's a 74-run partnership between these two. That is an excellent partnership by these two here in the middle order. Came together in the 6th over, and they've seen it through to the 10th over. So in 4 overs, they've powered up with 74 runs. So well done to them. The score is going to end up somewhere probably in the 170s. What a good innings that was, though, from Pradhan. I was impressed with that. I hope you're impressed as well with the middle order Pradhan. He's done so well that he's knocked a 33 off 13. He sort of played second fiddle pretty much to Omar Shinwari. Shout to catch it now on this next delivery as it just misses one play. Luckily, he's got some backup as he overshoots it. And that should be the innings done and dusted, and it is indeed after the wicket fell on the penultimate ball of the over. It's 2 runs to finish off proceedings, so the score does end up in the 170s. It's 171 for 4 after 10. 3 wickets to that man, Thunder Balasingham, 3 for 28. Well done to him. Pick of the bowlers easily. No one else really sort of made the batters panic or get into any sort of trouble. I was surprised that Chakari didn't come on a bowl again, but I think he's still got a bit of a trouble with maybe a groin injury. So we'll try and find out what's going on there. In the batting department, though, some good runs there. Start at the top there with that 45 for Abid Badazakai, and then you move down for a couple of scores in the 30, and obviously that was a duck there to Mustafa Hussain. No good for him. 33 and a big good 43 not out to Omar Shinwari. Really brought things through. But that partnership with Pradhan and Shinwari, that's 74 runs off about 4.5 overs, that really put the Swiss Dragons into a good position. So they put us 171 on the board for loss of 4 wickets. That means it's going to be the Sports Club Rocher with a job to get 172 off their 10 when we come back in a few minutes' time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far. I'll see you back here in about 10 or 12 minutes for the run chase in this match number 5 in ECS Zurich. Welcome back to the Embrack Cricket Ground and the continuation of ECS Zurich 2026 edition. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming everybody back to the continuation of match number 5, currently hanging in the balance there with 171 posted by the Swiss Dragons. Sports Club Rocher looking to reel that in the next 10 overs. In about 40 minutes' time, we'll be able to tell you whether that has been successful or not. And welcome to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us today, watching from around the world, wherever you are. It's an absolute pleasure to have your company here on this sunny Sunday in beautiful Switzerland, just north of the city, the capital city of Zurich. And the clouds have almost completely broken up. And look around the sky, there's a few little wisps of white, but otherwise it is gorgeous blue skies as far as the eye can see. And temperatures are rising, must be up towards about 29, maybe even 30 right now in the shade. Out in the centre, it feels like a bit more like 31, 32 degrees, but there is a breeze that's popping up occasionally for the players. So that's also good as well. Good to see Marzi here next to me. Marzi, go well. Have a good game, my friend. And Al's going to switch with you for this innings. So got Marzi next to me pushing the buttons and keeping me entertained. Let's have a look and see how we go here with Chakari facing up the first ball. Salim Ibrahimi, who was the pick of the batters in the previous match for Sports Club Rocher, he's at the non-striker's end. And Wasmin has got the pill. The fresh new Grizzly and says, let's get going. And away we go with the run chase. Short ball down leg side and shown as a wide there. Inauspicious start. I think someone should have a statistic for what percentage of bowlers bowling the first ball of their first over goes for a leg side wide. That would be an interesting stat. I wonder if Vinny's got that number. Here we go again. Banged in a bit short outside the off and no connection. Chakari doesn't manage to connect onto that one. He looked a bit out of sorts in the previous innings for Sports Club Rocher. He was run out in extraordinary fashion by a ball that was just fell a few metres away. It was spilled by the keeper. It came off an edge onto his pads, I think, if I remember correctly. And he barely ran. He was more interested in the fact that the ball had hit his pads. Looked up and wasn't surprised to see his non-striker running towards him, but did not even make a play to run to the non-striker's end, just turned and walked off the pitch. Kind of felt that there was a bit of an issue there that he's had. So hopefully that's all been addressed and been taken care of, and he's back out in the centre then to try to have a bit of a good innings there. Let's hope he does. Let's hope for his team he does too. Swing and a miss. Looking to fire that one towards deep mid-wicket, misses it. So the fielders who are deep here for this setup for the left-hander, we have got a long on. Where else is the deep fielder? I'm not sure they have another. I don't think they've pushed anyone else deep. Unless I can't see them. Oh, no, there it is. Excuse me. At third. Third is back on the rope. No one's on the rope for that one. That's a glorious hook shot away for 6. That is a wonderful strike. Short ball was 2 straight. And that has been punished, absolutely punished for first runs off the bat with that stroke. Watch this replay again. Really good shot. Call it more of a pull shot probably than a hook shot. But he's spun that around really well into that one little part of the ground that's got some lovely natural shade. We had a few spectators sitting there during the women's T20Is last week. A little popular spot there. It was like a little picnic spot just to the side of the grassy knoll. We checked the grassy knoll again this morning. There's no sign of Vinny. He hasn't come back and hidden up there. Slower full length, lovely, straight at the stumps and given out leg before. Batter can't believe it. He's just looking around for any kind of support. He's not going to find it because that has been given out pretty quickly by the standing umpire who agrees with the appeal. Stuck in front, hits the pad, wraps the pad, and that was a pretty full delivery, just completely missed there. And first blood goes to the Swiss Dragons. Thunders in the pad. Real lack of footwork there. I think it's even hit the back pad, actually. Hit it first. So umpire has no hesitation and are judging that out. Leg before wicket. That's going to bring Derek Hill to the strike. Probably a bit early and would have wanted. As Chakari is pretty much 6 and out of 4 deliveries. Now it's going to be Tarek Hill. He gets a chance to come in probably earlier than he would have wanted, but still, he's needed and wanted by his team to try to put a score on the board. Need to try to get something here. a few people in the chat asking for Ibrahimi to get on strike. I kind of agree with that. I like to see Salim Ibrahimi to get on strike, but unfortunately there was no ticking the ball over in that first few deliveries here. And we know Salim is a good hitter of the ball. And I'm looking forward to see if he can get some more runs out of him. But he'll have to wait for just a moment. Karamatullah Tarakel, he gets a chance now. Faces his first delivery. He's smoked this one out towards deep mid-wicket. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. Nice way to open your account. Has to lean a bit for that one. Doesn't worry about too much footwork, but just has to lean across and try to hoik that one. Doesn't try to play it on the offside. Just drags it across. Watch this one more time. Yeah, bit of a drag. It was probably just outside the off. So 12 on the board. 1 more to come to complete the first over in this run chase. And pushed away. They're going to go for a quick single. It's a cheeky single because it doesn't go too far. The underarm hits the stumps, but the batter was well and truly home by there. Umpire had no hesitation, shaking the head and picking up the bails and resetting the stumps. End of the over. It's going to be 13 for 1 after 1. Big score they're going to need to chase. They need to be chasing down another 159 runs off 54. So still a fair ways to go here. Wasmin, not a bad over for him. Picked up a wicket. Very important wicket as well. Just reading a little message from Mrs. G there. I'll keep that between us, though. Thank you very much for that. Enjoying the commentary and enjoying the cricket she is back there in Prague, Mrs. G. So, first over's gone. 13 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Still a long ways to go here. Bit of activity there in that over with the big 6, the big hook / pull shot for 6. The wicket falling next ball, the leg before, and then the 4 struck away down the ground at the next delivery after that. So 3 very exciting deliveries. Apart from that, it was a pretty tight over. Hamid Wasmin doing the job for his team. We're now going to take pace off in the second over. And that is struck down the ground. That's a lovely straight hit. Well, Hotak has put this slow, well, I'll say it wasn't really a slow ball, was it? He sort of got this very sort of slow ambling run up. Can't even call it a run up, like a walk up. And then he bowls the arm over really quickly. But equal to the task, struck straight down to the ground past the flailing hands of several fielders, all the way for 4 runs. Nicely done there. Tarakel already up to 9 from those 3 deliveries faced with a couple of boundaries. Ball's found its way back to us. That's the most important thing now. 17 for the loss of 1, just inside the second over. See if Hotak can try to cause a few issues, maybe ask some questions to the batter that he can't respond to. Same, almost similar result again. This time the fielder is equal to the task and has no trouble fielding that one. Yeah, we have the long on fielder placed down there. Just trying to see who's under the lid over there. Apologies, I can't quite see. It might actually be, I think it might be Isaac, who's actually down there at the long off position. Uppishly hit towards deep cover. They have got the other deep fielder right there for that shot. Deep cover comes in. The throw's pretty wild, but there is backup. So just the single. Good noise and encouragement coming from the Swiss Dragons in the field as well. They G each other up. They're really getting behind each other here. Really good backup. Hotak. It's a short ball. He has to reach for this one. The footwork wasn't really right there. Ends up being a dot. It's a good delivery in the end. Just pushed it a bit wider, just when he saw the batter take a slight step out towards leg side. Clever bowling. Tarakel can't get underneath it, and he can't get it through the field. This one's hit uppishly. It's mishit though. And mid-off has done a terrific job getting around to that one. His throwback was a little bit wild, but taken nonetheless. That's Janzeb Shinwari, who does a great job there at mid-off. Tarakel getting bogged down here in this over. Scoreboard pressure mounting. He's going to try and cut loose now, isn't he? There he is. Hits it down into the ground. Chance for a run out if he hits. He hits. Umpire says, you're gone. Well, that is exactly as I predicted. And if Henry Blowfield was here, he would have said that was a very good call, young Phil. Very good call indeed. I said it. Scoreboard pressure was building. We had singles, dots, and a rush of blood hit into the ground and a good shot at the stumps from Shinwari from about 4 or 5 meters away. Hits the money. Watch this one more time. Coming in there, and the throw is good. It's good. Umpire was in good position to call that as well. So disappointment. Big disappointment there with that run out for the Sports Club Russia. They lose their second wicket. And that's going to end the second over with 19 for 2. 2 overs gone. And Tarakel, that's a big body blow. Tarakel back in the shed. Yep, really disappointing for Sports Club Russia. The single was probably never really on. They had, it's the second over. There's still 8 whole overs to go. But I said, watch this. Scoreboard pressure is mounting, and indeed it did. And the wicket falls because of that. And I know I mentioned Henry there, and I just want to give a quick another little shout out about ECN's appreciation for Henry joining in the comms team throughout the entirety of last week. And obviously yesterday as well. It was an absolute pleasure to have him and have his expertise commentary joining us. Taking around the corner, all the way for 4 runs along the deck. That's more like it. Hit those balls along the ground if you want to. Just work the bad balls. There was really no need for that pressure run out that occurred at the end of the previous over. So another boundary adds it up to 23 for 2, just inside the third. Need to make this power play work a little bit a bit more harder for them. The Sports Club Russia. Swiss Dragons, though, they'd be happy with the way things are. Having 2 key batters back in the shed. As I can hear a large plane somewhere overhead heading towards Zurich Airport. We're not that far from the airport. Probably about a 15-minute drive from the airport. That's how close we are. Wasmin in again. Winds up, shouts to catch it. It goes through the hands and through the feet of the fielder, who was pretty much in close there at a short, I'll call it short mid-wicket pretty much. But it was always bouncing just in front of the fingertips for mine. But good recovery. Keeps it to just the single. Some people in the chat asking for the batter's name. It should be on the screen there. It's Mukesh. Bowler in again. Swing in a miss and a shout of what a ball. Big encouragement. Swiss Dragons, very big on the encouragement for each other. It's wonderful to see. It's really good to hear as well. Really enjoy that. Mukesh Kukera Betu is the new batter who's come out, joining Salim Ibrahimi. Edged through the gap towards a deep backward point boundary, which is unmanned, but point and backward point could only look at each other and try to chase after it, and chase they did, but in vain, as it finds the boundary rope for 4 runs. And whether you edge it or whether it's a full-blooded, middled shot, it doesn't matter how you get the runs as long as you can get the runs. So I've got a few people just walking in front of us here. Hit down the ground. I couldn't quite see what happened there, but hit down the ground. I don't know. There was a little bit of a picnic group just walking right in front of us here. Me and Marzi just saying, I forgot it's a Sunday. Casual as you like. Oh, now, wasn't that a good field position to have a leg slip in and almost been tickled straight into the hands of a leg slip? What a clever bit of fielding that is. Oh, survives though, as it just was a little bit too hot. 29 for 2 after 3. It's all happening out here. Swiss Dragons right on top here at the moment. 10 runs off that over. Wasmin finishes with 1 for 23. Salim Ibrahimi just struggling here, isn't he? 6 from 4 deliveries. Mukesh, he's got 5 from 3 deliveries. And Sports Club Russia just really struggling to get any sort of momentum happening here. So we've had the interesting entourage walking in front of comms and scoring area, just as casually as you like, sipping their coffees and chatting on their WhatsApps. They're now parking themselves in the shade under the big tree over there at sort of the deep backward point boundary area for the right-hander, as it's going to be Hotak continuing. Miss hits, tries to go down the ground for a big Maximo. Miss hits it completely, doesn't even get halfway towards the boundary rep before it hits the turf, and fielded cleanly. Fielder coming off the boundary rep there at long off. Can't do it in singles. That run rate required is now bolted up to 20. And I think another dot ball or another single is going to put it on 21. They're in all sorts of trouble now, Sports Club Russia. Well, there's the dot. Well taken by the keeper as well. Good glove work, though, just to keep the batter honest. Removes the bails, just in case, removes the bails. And with that dot ball, the run rate does indeed tick up to 21.3 now. 142 needed off 40 deliveries. Get the feeling this game is gone. Swiss Dragons doing well. Cut away down to the entourage who's camped down there under the tree. And they don't move a muscle as the ball goes across the boundary rep there and the fielders collect it. So a boundary. 2 boundaries in the last 8 deliveries. Not enough, though. Need to really keep putting the foot down. Swiss Dragons still very noisy in the field. Good to see. Supporting the bowler. Hotak, who's doing pretty well, I've got to say. I think he's doing really well. He's halfway through his second over. He's only gone for a handful of runs. And there's another dot to the total for him. He is absolutely put on a bit of a clinic here for Sports Club Russia. He's showing you this is how you should bowl a tight over. He came on to bowl the second over, and I think a few people raised eyebrows and thought, well, he's not fast. He comes off a very short run up, just a couple of steps, then rolls the arm over, and they could not get him away. They still can't. Another dot ball. 6 off his first over, and now 5 off his second over. This is excellent bowling. 1 more to come to complete the fourth. 34 for 2. 1 more to complete the fourth. Let's see if we can finish this one strong. It's shorter. It's quicker. I thought there might have a little bit of something on that one. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly, but either way you cut it, it's another dot ball. What a great over that is. Absolutely sensational over. Gets a generous round of applause from his teammates and a pat on the back as well from a couple of who come in to see him. 5 from the over, 5 from over number 4. At a time we need 23, he has brought the Sports Club Russia to a screaming halt. Absolute screaming halt. Well done. Well bowled. Sports Club Russia, you got to say, Salim Ibrahimi and Mukesh, they need to have a bit of a conversation about what's to be done here. We need 23 runs per over now. Wicketkeeper is taking a few extra steps backwards. Obviously, it means we've got someone with a little bit of pace coming on. Great bit of noise out there. Omar Shinwari making a lot of noise just down in front of us here, the captain. Ooh, that's a beamer. That's a no-y. And there'll be a conversation between umpire and bowler, I reckon, just saying, no more of that, please. It goes for 4 byes. It's also a no ball as well. The umpire's going to come across there and say, that's your warning. No more of that, thank you. The captain's going to come across as well and also just join in that conversation. And that's fair enough too. That was a dangerous delivery. Anyway you cut it. Navidullah Mohammadi with a bit of a shocker on that first ball. See if he can settle things down with the second ball. Oh, he's got some proper pace, though. Real proper pace. Hello to Monty, joins us in the chat. Thank you very much for just dropping down the chat rules. Pretty simple chat rules we have, as Monty Luce has said there. No swearing, no all caps, limit 5 emojis, and let's be positive and play nice. Thank you very much, Monty. One of our very experienced moderators looking after the chat here on the European Cricket Network. Appreciate your work. Miss hit on the onside. Shy at the stumps. Was not a bad throw, but no one at the stumps to take it. Always going to get home, though. And get a single. So we started with the no ball 4. We've had a wide and just a single there to get it up to 7 runs currently in the over. 41 for 2. Early days in the over, though. Monty, right arm everywhere. Yeah, we used to call that right arm all over the shop. But yeah, same thing. And there he goes again. Now, that's going to be another Noe, and I think he's going to be told emphatically one more time, you do that again, and you are in big trouble with a capital T. Free hit coming with a no ball. Well, I'm not sure why he's standing there looking at the umpire like that, because that was a shocker. It's always a test of character when a player can't see what they've done wrong. So, free hit coming. No ball was free hit. Cut nicely. Straight to point. Shy at the stumps was on as they just scamper through. The non-striker's end is on as well. And it's pretty slow running between the wickets between these two. The fact that there were 2 shies at the stumps at 2 different ends tells the story. Look at this. Cuts it away. Hesitation on the run. Shy at the keeper's end. And then at the non-striker's end, almost forgot to finish his run. So the no ball only brings up 1 extra run. I'm also watching the Basil Afghan team who are here at the ground doing their warm-up over near the car park. They'll be up next, and there's a lot on their shoulders. I'll talk a bit about that when we get into that match that's starting after this one. That'll be the 3rd match of the day. Still need to finish this one. We're not even halfway through the chase innings here, but 129 required off 34. And right now, Sports Club Rocher don't look like they're going to get close. The bowling's quick. The field placements are very good. So 43 for 2. Halfway through. Sorry, excuse me. 43 for 2. Yep. Halfway through. That's another dot. And the dots are racking up. Apart from the extras we've had in this over, this has been a very good fast bowling over. Good exhibition of fast bowling. As the temperature's rising. And those few wisps of cloud that I saw at the start of this innings have completely and utterly broken up and dissipated into nothing. There is clear blue sky as far as the eye can see here at the ground. Full toss, connected, beautifully connected, halfway up the grassy knoll as well. That has gone a long, long way back. That has been absolutely middled. And that was a bad ball that got the treatment. Just an errant delivery that nobody really needed to see. And the Swiss Dragons gone a little bit quiet now. A bit worried about their strike bowler here. He's just a bit errant. As Monty said in the chat, right arm everywhere. It's not a great delivery, that one. See if we can tighten up. 2 balls to come. And that is been shown to be too wide. So again, extras. Just ticking along here. No ball 4, a wide, a no ball, and now another wide. This over taking a little bit longer than it should. 50 up with that extra as well. 50 for 2. Get towards the end of the 5th. And we will finish on that score with that dot ball. So Navadula finishes his over eventually. He ends up going for 12 runs off that over. 16 runs. There was all those extras on it as well to make it the 16, but off the bat. And the penalty runs 12, 16 runs off the over, 50 for 2, 5 overs gone. Still needing 122 off the next 5 overs. And if they've only amassed 50, you sort of work it out for yourself. How much do you think that they're going to get another 122 off the next 5 overs there as Isaac Stewart lines up to bowl his first over? That was some very fiery pace delivery bowling you saw there. Previous over. Let's see how Isaac goes. Sports Club Rocher, they need a magical over. They need something to try to break the shackles here. Completely bogged down. Salim Ibrahimi, a shadow of his former self from that previous over where he looked, previous innings where he looked really good earlier this morning. And Mukesh, who's equal 10 from 10. Equal balls faced versus runs scored. This one's been picked up and put out of the ground. That's a good start. That's a very good start. So now, bowler's having a chat with his keeper here. I'm not sure. Maybe working on their signals of where to put the ball. But what I would say is if you put it there again, you may get smoked out of the ground one more time. Lovely shot there from Mukesh. Goes again and gets a lot of airtime. Player sets himself, but has to then backpedal and realise it's gone for 6. Back-to-back Maximos. Maybe this is it. Sports Club Russia are starting their charge towards the target now. I see Venkat J has got a lot of support for Mukesh as well. I saw your comment in the chat there. Venkat, thank you for that. Let's see if he can make it 3 in a row. Oh, he can't, and it's a wide ball. So now he's got the bowler pushing it a bit too wide. So this is good for Sports Club Russia. Just trying to sort of turn the big battleship around here, trying to show something a bit different. Gets on top of that square cut, just in front of point. Only a single, though. That won't upset the Swiss Dragons, just the single. Thank you, Venkat, tuning in from India. I'm loving your comments as well. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. Hit hard and high and flat, straight towards us. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice strike. Very nice strike. This is expensive over this. This may be the over that maybe kickstarts the Russia Sports Club back into action. Let's see. Let's see. This is good. 18 off the over so far. 2 balls still to come. But this could be it. This could be the one. Well, PK's got the Merc taxi on standby, and he's saying, I'm waiting for the signal. Well, hold on to that taxi because that's another Maximo. Almost hits our standing camera as well. That's a very, very nice strike. And Isaac Stewart, his over's gone magical. I said they need a magical over, and lo and behold, they've delivered a magical over. Still got 1 more to come as well. 24 off the over, 1 more to come. How good would it be for the team if they can try to find another big 6 here? It's now under 100 required, so 98, but it's only 25 deliveries left. That's the problem. They're running out of time. And it finishes with a dot, does the over. Expensive over nonetheless, 24 runs off the over, so it's a very good over for Sports Club Russia against the Swiss Dragons here. And unfortunately for Isaac Stewart, he does go magical. He'll be very disappointed about that. 2 6s off the first 2 balls of the over. You can see he was already looking a little bit sort of out of sorts there. Hello to DXT Gouda. Nice commentary, love from Karantaka. So thank you very much for your comment as well. Really appreciate the, if you drop in the comments where you're from, I'll try and give you a call out as well. So it's always wonderful to have people letting us know where they're listening from, where you're watching from, and how you're enjoying the game. Always good to have you on telling us that, and I'm more than happy to shout you out as well. So DXT Gouda 94950, looking at you. Thank you very much. Tuning in from Karnataka. Venkat J says 16 6s needed. Go team. Well, 16 6s, you're right. If they can manufacture something like that, they'll only be 2 runs away. They'll be 1 run behind exactly. They got 24 balls, so they need a lot of Maximos. 24.5 is the asking rate from here on in. So even a boundary, even 4 along the deck is not going to be enough to affect that run rate required. They need Maximos. That edge flies away. And I got to say, the fielder down there, I was watching him. He was on a hiding to nothing to try to reel that one in. Backing back, stuck 1 mitt in the air in the hope that it may flick the fingertips, but it doesn't. Goes over the fingers and all the way for 6. So that edge, even that edge off the pace of this bowler, Shinwari, finds its way all the way to the boundary rope for a Maximo. Well, there's one of them. Said before they need 16. Vinny, you kill me sometimes. You really do. Edged in the air. And it's going to fall short. Just the single. Still not halfway there. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Venkat's asking me where I'm from. Originally, I'm Melbourne. Thanks for asking me, Venkat J. I'm originally from Melbourne, and I now call Prague my home. Been living in Europe since the year 2000. And Blake Pringle as well. Thanks for joining us. Good dot ball. Really good dot ball, that one. So Blake Pringle calling in from New Zealand, and your flatmate Glenn is the biggest ECN fan. Life goal is to make an event. Happy birthday, Glenn Knox. Oh, happy birthday, Glenn Knox. Well done. Happy to shout that out on the European Cricket Network as you're one of our fans. We'll do right by you because you do right by us. And thank you, Blake Pringle, for letting me know. Thanks for tuning in from NZ. I have a few fans from New Zealand as well, so that's awesome. I think Rob Thompson, our number one New Zealand fan. I'm sure he's already gone off to bed though. It's must be pretty late over there in New Zealand. 81 for 2, still 2 to come in the over, and a lot of work still to be done. That run rate required at 27. Well, that's the shorter deliveries you can get. Wide indicated by square leg and imitated by the standing umpire. Indeed, that was a wide ball. Just a little bit of extra hot sauce on that one as it goes way, way too high. Don't get me started on the hot sauces. Switzerland not known for its hot sauce. I bought a supermarket hot sauce actually from the local Migros. It's very, very nice. Very good lemon pepper flavour. Well, that's almost a carbon copy. But this time it's shown as a no-y. And that also means it's a free hit coming. Well, the computer boffins who are crunching the numbers here, they've already put this game 100% in the favour of the Swiss Dragons, and it's probably fair enough too. And needing 89 from 20 deliveries. You kind of think, unless Maliar Stanikzai is the next batter coming in, I kind of feel that ain't going to happen somehow. Free hit coming. Where's this going? Goes leg side, shouts a catch. Well, there was more stop than catch because the catch wouldn't have counted, but it would have at least stopped the boundary. As it is, it gets whipped off the hips, and it goes on about a 45 for 4 runs. Nice shot. Can't get any more on that. Was unable to get underneath it. Desperate dive from the fielder on that short, fine leg. Score up to 87 for 2 now. Yep. Happy birthday, Glenox. How cool is that, says Vinny. Totally agree with that one. Everyone else jumping and saying hi to Blake as well. Good on you all. And pushed away for a dot ball to finish off the over. Just watching to see if there's going to be any shot at the stumps there. I was hesitating for full effect. 87 for 2 with 7 overs gone. One thing that Henry Blowfield said yesterday, which I thought was really funny, we mentioned Richie Benno, one of my favourite TV cricket commentators of all time. Awesome stuff. Fantastic man. And Henry was telling us on the chat that the thing he loved about Richie Benno, apart from the fact that he was a wonderful human being and a great commentator, was he loved the pause. He knew how to use the pause just to heighten expectations and to heighten things. And I wasn't trying to channel it then. I was just watching for see if there was a shot at the stumps. But it made me think that if this was radio, it might be forgiven for thinking I was trying to do the pause just to highlight a little bit of drama. But nope, that was what it was. 87 for 2 after 7, 3 overs to come, 85 runs required. You kind of feel that's probably going to be a bridge too far, a fjord too wide, and a mountain too high. And an analogy too difficult to come up with as that goes through for a dot ball, just to put paid to that point with that dot at the start of the over. So an even 30 runs required per over from here on in, 85 required off 17. It's a tall ask. The ask might be a little bit too much though. Hit in the air, catching opportunity. Took a while to come off the rope, and that's okay though because he's held the catch quite nicely. Watched the ball for a moment and then took off from the rope. Really good catch in the end. Takes it down low, but had the sun to contend with as well. And I think what he was watching it for, maybe just to see how much that sun's going to interfere with that, because that sun is quite bright and dazzling. There's no clouds in the sky, and that could become problematic, but watches it straight into the hands. Here he comes, just on top of the baseball mound there, and takes it down low with a good catch. Swiss Dragons all over this match. Sports Club Rocher just haven't got the response that they needed to have, and they've done really, really well too. So excellent work there. Oh, I've just been given some very cold water. Thank you, sir. You are a champion. I much appreciate that. True champion. Marzi, you're a true champion as well. Not a champion, you're a true champion. Loving your work, both of you too. Thank you very much. Big shout out to Cricket Switzerland looking after us here during this whole time we're here in the country, and they have been fantastic, moving heaven and earth for us and looking after us at every opportunity. Honestly, well done. Thank you so much to the organisers. Mohammadi gets himself a wicket with a very good catch in the outfield. That's Wasmin, who takes a very well-judged catch coming off the boundary rope there at deep mid-wicket. So Sports Club Rocher, they haven't lost a lot of wickets, but they've just seemed to have just dragged their heels trying to get a score on the board, and now they've kind of let the game go completely. Smacked flat down the ground. Long on comes into play with a rocket throw right above the bails. Nice throw, that one. Very good. Very good work. Road is long, running out of gas. A lot of love coming in from India as well. Thank you to Shyam Sunda. I can see your comment in there. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad. So good to have a lot of people from India tuning in on the European Cricket Network. We love your contributions and we love the passion that you bring, even just to viewing the game too. So thank you so much for everybody who's jumping on the chat right now and saying hello and letting us know what you're thinking. Shyam Sunda, I'm looking at you. Thank you very much for that comment. And everyone as well. There's a lot of really good comments in here as well. So it's wonderful to get all the kind of support that we get. European Cricket Network really appreciates its fans, and we do try to show that to you as many times as we possibly can. So 89 for 3. Halfway through. We've had a dot, a wicket, a 1, a no ball. It's always fun when you get an over where there's a little bit of everything. Sometimes that can happen as well. Looks like there's a change of equipment as well. Well, he's brought the new bat out and he's gone and dropped it. I don't know. Does that mean it's been jinxed? I'd be worried about that. I know cricketers can be quite superstitious at times, and when the sub ran out a new bat, he handed it to the batter. The batter immediately dropped it. You sort of think, ooh, is that going to jinx things or what's going to happen here? 89 for 3. So we've still got 2 overs plus 3 deliveries to go. 83 required off 15. It's definitely a bridge too far. Venkat J saying they should have attacked on power play. Absolutely, they should have. They didn't. They really felt they weren't under too much pressure in the power play, but they just didn't attack. It was a mild attack, shall we say. Bowlers down. Good take there by the keeper. It does go for a wide, but good work there for the keeper to stop it going for 4 wides. Gets past him at that pace. That's going to go all the way for what we call a minimo. Bowler goes down. You see in the replay there. Keeper's down as well. They're going down like 10 pins here. It's all about saving the runs. Well done by the keeper. Very well done. Gets a good, generous round of applause as well. Let's try that again. Re-bowl that ball. That's a great delivery. Perfect length, too tight to cut, and doesn't try to hit it down the ground. Not much you can do apart from watch it go through. Well taken by the keeper as well. Cracking dot ball. There is such thing as a very good dot ball, and that was the example right there. Really well done. And again. Oh, he slows down, takes pace off, and the full ball gets straight through the defense and also through the offense of the batter, who swings all around it, loses the stumps. Chris Smith in the chat, stumps akimbo. That is a cracking good delivery. Salim Ibrahim has to go. His watch has ended. 28 from 23 deliveries. He fits and starts. He just looked out of sorts, especially compared to his first innings he played in the earlier game where he looked a lot more comfortable. This match just looked constantly uncomfortable. Really quite bizarre. But he now has gone. Clean bowled. Pradhan has pulled out a ripper here. And it's turning into a very good over indeed, albeit with the bits and pieces everywhere. Wides and no balls. So got one more to come with Navidullah Mohammadi taken off the bowling because of some dangerous deliveries, and Kabir Pradhan finishing off the over. He gets himself a wicket, so how about that? Let's see if we finish with another one. It's 90 for 4. Last ball of the 8th. He's dropped the ball. I'm trying to build it up, and he's not even hanging on to the ball, Marzi. What am I supposed to do about that? You're laughing. Oh, I was trying to build up this last delivery. Here we go. Last ball of the 8th coming up. And a bit of a languid sort of stroke there. It was like in slow motion. The ball was in regular motion, but the stroke was in slow motion. It's a dot ball to finish with. 8 overs gone, 90 on the board, 4 wickets down. Swiss Dragons are going to eat this up and they're going to say, yum, yum, give us some more, because the Swiss Dragons will play the game after this. They're taking on the team from Basel, Afghan, straight after this match. That's scheduled to start at 1:30. We'll keep our eyes on the time, but it looks like we should be able to start that game on time. Fingers crossed we can. So make sure you stick around for that. If you're a Swiss Dragons fan, you like what you see, stick around, because Basel, Afghan are going to go head-to-head with Swiss Dragons in match 6, the third match of the day, coming after this in approximately 20 minutes' time. Call it 19 minutes' time. Venkat J asking which location the match is going on. This is in Zurich. We are in Zurich in Switzerland, in a little place called Embrach, which is just to the north, just above the airport at the north side of the city of Zurich. Shouts of oohs and ahs as the batter misses the ball, the keeper misses the ball, and they run for byes. And this game is petering out to its logical conclusion, which is a good win for Swiss Dragons, a very good win for Swiss Dragons in the end. Uses the feet, comes down the pitch, and hits that for 1 run down the ground. Cleanly fielded by the fielder there at the long on. That, of course, is Janzeb Shinwari, who's looking after the fielding down there. Aditya Balta with the ball. Good to see the captain throwing the ball around a bit here to a couple of players who we haven't seen. Obviously, in the batting department, we haven't seen a few of these players play, like Balta. Pradhan had a really good time with the bat in that innings. And if you have a look at the graph there on the side of your page, the runs per over, the difference between the two is quite something. Well, keeper's upset because he had a red-hot opportunity for a stumping there and he's completely missed it. It's gone for byes. It's gone for 4 of them. Should have taken it cleanly. Should have broken the stumps. He broke the stumps a bit moment afterwards. Watch the replay here. Watch the keeper. And there he goes, loses the glove as well. And, well, he's a bit disappointed with that, but don't take it out on the bails. It's not their fault. 97 for 4. 2 to come in the over. Game well and truly gone away from Sports Club Rocher. Ambitious call for leg before. Just going to be a dot ball. But yeah, hats off to Captain Amir Shinwari. I think he's captained this team really well. And it's really good to see him sharing the bowling duties around with a few players who probably didn't think they were going to get a bowl. Well, that's been smoked. Absolutely smoked out of the ground. Look out in the dugout area. Slams into the top of one of the tents. I don't think Swiss Dragons will be upset about that. The 100's up, though. 100 for 3 after 4. 9 overs gone. 1 over left. Still 69 runs astray of where they need to be. Tell you now, this win is going to go to the Swiss Dragons. It's their first game they've played in this ECS, and Swiss Dragons are going to pick up the points here. Sports Club Rocher, for the second time today, they're going to go down here. They're not going to pick up a win. They'll have to have a bit of time off and go away and have a think about it. Go into that room full of mirrors. Long, hard look at yourselves. Sort yourselves out. Come back to play the final match of the day, match number 7, where they will take on Basel Afghan in the final match later on this afternoon. That's scheduled to start at 3:30. That's still a fair way away. We've got a match before then as well. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, you like what you see, don't forget to hit the thumbs up and subscribe to the European Cricket Network. We'd love to have your company every single day because we've got cricket all the time, all year, many different locations and more exciting locations coming up on the European Cricket Network. Shinwari to continue. Janzeb went for 14 off his first over. Starts us off with a wide. Miss hit, scamper through for a single. No one's going to be upset about the single. And however, though, Sports Club Rocher might be upset about the run out because it was really needless. It was a crazy, crazy run out. And another wicket falls in the 10th. And it's good to see even the outfielders who can't get across are giving a big cheer from the boundary rope. Just down here in front of us, I can see it's Isaac just down here in front of us, Isaac Stewart, who went for 24 of his over, but he batted very well. He couldn't get all the way to the celebrations of the wicket, so he gave him a good cheer and a calling out. That's the kind of Swiss Dragons attitude we like to see. That's exactly what they're all about. They make a bit of noise. They back each other. They work very hard on their fielding. They're doing a lot of drills of fielding in between the innings and also before the match as well. It was a pleasure to watch. And they've just put together a really good, complete win here over an opposition that maybe is still a bit shell-shocked from the result that happened earlier against the Mavericks, Zurich Mavericks, who absolutely tore them to shreds. No mercy shown whatsoever. And I get a funny feeling that's what's happened. And that is some amazing bit of glove work behind the stumps. The only other person I've ever seen do that is Vinny Sandu with the gloves. Even without the gloves, I've seen him do that. It's astonishing stuff. That is great bit of acrobatic work there. Bowler gives his keeper a round of applause as well, as they all should do. He's saved so many runs with some of these wide balls he's had to field. Well done. Really good work. Monty, the supercomputer still believes. You are correct. Can't believe that. That was actually on 100% a little while ago. And a run out from point blank range. The umpire unmoved. Well, there you go. Umpire says, no, he was home. But the emphatic throw from the keeper at point blank range. Watch this. Watch the keeper. Top of his side of your screen. Well and truly home by a long, long way. But he thought, Grizzly, I want the Grizzly to hit the wood. Grizzly hit wood, you out. .106 for 5. Bowler bounding it again. Almost throws himself face first into the pitch with that delivery. Really put something extra on that one. And it's a dot ball. Blake Pringle saying the keeper's got a bit about him. I completely agree with that, Blake. That's a really good shout. He really does have something about him. He's very acrobatic. He's saved a bundle of runs behind the stumps, and he doesn't mind throwing the stumps down from point-blank range when the batter's already home, just as a moment emphatic. Also doesn't mind having a shy at the stumps when the batter's home as well. So there you go. He can't keep him out of the game. How good is he? I'm loving it as well. That is, well, it's supposed to be Hamid Wazmin, but I think it is. Shouts a catch, goes to ground. Yeah, keeper is properly pumped. Don't you love to see that, though? I mean, it's funny enough people talking about the keeper now because I'm talking about it, but Henry Blowfield talked about the keeper being the most important fielding position there is on the field. And they're absolutely right. Such an important fielding position, a focal point of all the other fielders and someone who should rev people up. If he's doing it, then everyone else should be doing it. He's that kind of person. And this is what we're seeing right now. As that is the end of the 10th, we're going to finish right there. Shinwari bowls out the 10th over. It's a big, big win to Sports Cup Russia, to the Swiss Dragons. Sports Cup Russia are going to fall by the wayside here for the second time in this action today. They've lost, they've made this loss for them. It's pretty painful actually to watch because they had to score at 172. It's a 64-run win to the Swiss Dragons, and they're going to take that impetus into the next match. And the next match is coming your way very shortly on the European Cricket Network, probably about 12 minutes away, and that is Basil Afghan taking on the Swiss Dragons. And looking forward to that one. Basil Afghan, desperate for a win against the Swiss Dragons, who are rampant, absolutely destroying Sports Club Rocher in that match there. Let's have a look through the bowling card. Let me shout you a couple of highlights there. Mukesh, that 30 from 17 was encouraging, along with that partnership he had with Salim Ibrahimi. 28 from 22 for him. Nobody else really contributing, and only one other player getting into double digits, and that was Tarakel, who got 10 from 7 deliveries, though. In the bowling area, well, we've got 1 wicket to Hamid Wazmin, 1 wicket to Mohammed. He got 1 for 14 before he was taken off for dangerous bowling. And Pradhan, who got 1 for 1 from 3 deliveries. He had to finish the over. That Mohammadi was unable to finish, taken off due to dangerous bowling. A couple of really errant deliveries there. A couple of run-outs as well, and that's where the score ends up. 107 for 5. A 64-run win to the Swiss Dragons. As players shake hands and walk off, Swiss Dragons get 10 minutes to turn around and rehydrate and come back and take on Basil Afghan in the next match, starting at about 10 minutes' time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying to you, if you like what you see, like and subscribe. We'd love to have you come back and watch more cricket with us, but there's still 2 more matches to go. We're only halfway through the action here, coming to you live from Zurich in the heart of Switzerland. We'll hope to see you back here very shortly for match number 6. Basil Afghan taking on Swiss Dragons. See you shortly. Here we go again with match number 6 coming your way. It's Swiss Dragons taking on the team from Basel Afghan back after yesterday's action, and they're back to see what they can do with these next 2 matches for them coming up. But this match for them, very important for them to try to get a win. For Swiss Dragons, let's see how they go. Their match back-to-back coming up now, and it'll be Swiss Dragons to call the toss. Heads is the call, comes up tails. What would you like to do?
We want to bat first.
Basel Afghan win the toss. Going to bat first. Let's get into it. Welcome back, everybody, to the ECS Cricket Ground for the continuation of ECS Zurich. And what a fantastic competition it's been so far. 5 very, very hot matches. A couple of matches going pretty much in one direction, especially the games today. Sort of felt like Sports Club Rocher were on a hiding to nothing for the first 2 games they played here today. This match is in the afternoon, though. The afternoon games are this. Basel Afghan are back after a couple of losses yesterday. They're taking on the team of Swiss Dragons, fresh off that big win over the Sports Club Rocher. And then, of course, Basel Afghan will have to back up again with another game later this afternoon. This time, it'll be the return of Sports Club Rocher, who are playing 3 games here today. For the Swiss Dragons, this is their second game on the trot. They're going to play against a team who lost 2 games yesterday. And the reason this game is so important, apart from the fact that it's simply a game of cricket, but it is so important for Basel Afghan. Let me tell you why. They lost their first 2 matches yesterday. There's only 5 games per team in this European cricket series. Only 5 matches to be played. Now, of the 6 teams that are playing, only 4 teams go through to finals. And of course, you know what that means, don't you? If you do your maths, you know of the 6 teams, 2 teams will drop off. And the fact that 2 teams are going to drop off should send alarm bells to any team who's lost 2 matches already, because that could almost spell trouble with a capital T for them. And Basel Afghan, they're one of those teams. So this is a really critical match for them. They won the toss. You saw there, thanks to Rado for the coin toss information. They won the toss, elected to bat first, keen to basically do what they can do, put their destiny in their own hands by getting a score on the board and trying to bowl the Swiss Dragons and keep them under the score that's required. So a lot to play here. Basel Afghan, there's a lot of love around the ground and a lot of love in the chat for Basel Afghan and also for Swiss Dragons as well. This is going to be a great contest. I'm looking forward to this one. This is probably going to be the match of the day for me. I think this is going to be an absolute cracker coming up. And in case you missed it, thanks to Rado for the coin toss news, Basel Afghan win the toss, have elected to bat first as the Swiss Dragons are coming out to the field now, being led by their captain, Omar Shinwari. They did really well in that previous match, put a good score on the board, defended it well too. They hustled, they ran hard, they caught well, they threw the stumps down really well too. They were a very impressive unit. I was really impressed with them. Hope you were as well. So, thank you for sticking with us, all those who are still in the chat and still watching this cricket on this glorious Sunday. What a wonderful Sunday it is. Blue sky everywhere. I need to make sure I've got the SPF on because it is quite bright and quite warm out here in the centre right now. And this is going to be a very important game for all those reasons I just told you. This is going to be a big game as the Basel Afghan batters are making their way out to the centre as well. And the Swiss Dragons having a little bit of a pump-up moment just before they go to their field positions with their captain bringing them together and making some very positive sound and noises as they get ready to try to defend and try to keep the score as low as possible and can make sure to keep the Basel Afghan batters as bogged down as possible. Keep those runs down. And maybe get back-to-back wins as well. Most importantly for Swiss Dragons, because now they are 1 win from 1 game. Let's see how they go after this one. Obviously, Zurich Mavericks Scarwell at the top of the standings right now with a very impressive win this morning to go with their 2 wins they had yesterday. So they are now 3-0 at the top of the standings. Swiss Dragons looking very happy as well. They'll also be in the top half of the standings as well. And of course, Alpine Warriors, who got 1 win yesterday. Well, they're not here today. They should be back in action. I believe they're back in action tomorrow. Let me just double check that for you. I do believe they are. No, the Alpine Warriors, they are back on, what's that, Tuesday, aren't they? Yes, they're back on Tuesday for 3 games. 3 games to Alpine Warriors on Tuesday. So they'll be looking to make a bit of a run towards the finals on the final day before we get stuck into the finals. And Sports Club Rocher will be back for 2 games that day as well. But for now, we've got Swiss Dragons and Basel Afghan Tomorrow, Zurich Mavericks are back to play their last 2 matches. And we're going to see Alton for the first time tomorrow. So looking forward to that. Swiss Dragons back tomorrow. Basel Afghan back tomorrow. But that's tomorrow's action. That's Monday action here. And I've already been told that there's going to be some excitement at the ground when Alton come to town. Apparently, they are a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing them in action tomorrow. But that's tomorrow. But today, right now, Basel Afghan, Swiss Dragons. And we're about to start this big, big match. Match number 6 on the European Cricket Network. Oh, now, already, batter's just missed that one. I think he's taken it on the body, sucking in a few deep breaths there. And let's see where this has hit him. Oh, he's looking a bit awkward here. I think it struck him maybe on a part of the leg that wasn't as well protected as maybe some other parts. Don't think it's hit him too high up, but it was good to see his batting partner just stride down and make sure he's okay. Hamdard, who's on strike, and Zaman at the non-striker's end. These two played really well for Basel Afghan. I thought they were really, really a good opening pair for this team. Unfortunately, they just couldn't put on enough runs yesterday's action. They played against 2 very ferocious teams who got better of them, but they are handy nonetheless. Hit down the ground. There is a fielder down there. Isaac Stewart is patrolling the boundary at long on. He can't get to it. It was hit that hard and that well. 4 runs to start things off. What a fantastic strike that was. It sounded good too. There's a bit of support here at the ground as well for both teams. Good to see. A couple little spectators in. There's a sight screen. Just in case you couldn't see it. Slower ball picked and has been poked at as well. I call it a poke. That was more than a poke. That was a proper strike. Nice shot too. And well fielded by one of the spectators, giving it back to Swiss Dragons. Took a little bit of pace off there, but has been whipped off helicopter style by Hamdard, who goes crash bang. Very impressed with him yesterday. I thought he was striking the ball beautifully yesterday. Missed out on half century in one match, but picked it up in the next one. Well, this has gone a long way up in there, this time to the offside. 3 players running back. Doesn't matter. It's going to clear the line by about 4 or 5 metres in the end. So as long as you can put a fair bit behind it and use the pace of the bowler, you're going to find the boundary. And then some goes crash out of the ground with a big towering 6. Basel Afghan started with a dot. I thought for a moment there also, and this was echoed by the non-strike as well. A bit of a concern, a possible injury concern for Hamdard. He's brushed that off, and he's also brushed off the bowling with a couple of massive strikes. Wasmin steaming in now. Full delivery. Almost hits him on the foot. Almost a century crusher outside the off stump. Gets through though. Gets through the defence and also through the offence of the player there. Good encouragement once again by the Swiss Dragons. They're very chirpy in the field, very loud in the field. Get right behind their bowler. Captain especially, Omar Shinwari, you should take a bow. He is very, very positive, constantly chirping, constantly talking, constantly getting into his players and letting them know they got backup. There you go. He's the first one to walk across the bowler and give a round of applause. Good delivery, well bowled. 16 off the first over with 3 big towering shots and 3 dot balls. 16 runs, first over done. PK, pure filth, he says. Make sure that anytime you spell filth, you spell it like that. It's the nickname I'm not allowed to use. Shh, I didn't say that. But thanks for sticking with us, PK. Good to see you in the chat. And good to see everyone in the chat too. Hope you're doing well on this wonderful Sunday, wherever you're watching from around the world. Hope you're all well and healthy and fine and happy. If you like what you see, don't forget, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and even hit that bell as well, so you know every time we've got a game playing, you can tune in and watch the fun. Listen to myself, Tina, Vinny, Rico, even Rhino sometimes, Danny, and of course Shoban as well, the commentary crew. Hot take now coming on a bowl. I thought he bowled really well in the previous match. Came on a bowl second over, and he only went for a handful of runs at a time when acceleration was needed. Let's see what he could do here. Well, first ball, he is absolutely muscled across deep mid-wicket. And Zaman is no slouch with a bat, and that's why he's opening. Abdul Basir goes crash with a lovely strike. Premeditated, if you like. Doesn't matter. It was on the right length and it got the treatment. So they tried this in the previous game and it worked to good effect. Let's see if Hotak can come back with a good delivery here. Pace off in the second over is always a bit of a risk. And you know what? That wasn't that far above the stretching hand of the fielder there. That really could have almost gone to hand. Very close. Hotak, quality bowler here. Just changes up the pace a little bit and causes a few little issues. And just for a second, Zaman, he tried to elevate and only just elevated over the top of the fielder there. And just for a second, I thought he might come into play. Janzeb Shinwari almost manages to reel that one in. Doesn't. Goes for 4. 10 off the first 2 balls of the second. Quicker ball. Clever. Clever bowling. It was faster and it was a good length as well. Throwback from the keeper probably wasn't the best, but that's okay. Shout to catch it. 3 players are going to rush in, and it's the Bermuda Triangle. It is a dead set Bermuda Triangle there. And nothing doing there. Attack in again. Straight back over the head of the fielder who, you know what, they probably have to think about bringing him back because that's gone pretty close to smacking into our camera as well. I think that has crashed into the fence. Hit hard. Really hard. Nice strike indeed. So Hotak getting some treatment here. Not the same success he had in the previous match. And again, they're loving him now. And he's just going to lose a bit of confidence with that strike as well, as this over has now gone magical. And he's going to lose a lot of confidence. That's a shame for him because I thought he bowled so well with good confidence in the previous match. And this time he's been absolutely sent out of the ground. 23 off the over from Hotak. The score now 39 for no loss after 2. Good stuff here from Basil Afghan. Really good stuff there. Just getting stuck into it. Hotak getting torn apart. Couple of good balls in the middle of that over, but started with a 6 and 4, ended with a 6 and 6. 23 off the over. Exactly what Basil Afghan needed just to get things back on track for them. Their run rate after 2 overs only 19.5. But good signs. Remember, they had 2 losses yesterday against a couple of other sides. So, you know, every team only plays the other team just the once. You only get 1 shot at knocking off another team. And they had 2 losses yesterday. They really want to make sure they get 3 wins from the next 3 matches just to make sure they book themselves into Wednesday finals action. Once you get into Wednesday action, doesn't matter what happened in the group stages, just got to play hard. So I think we're almost set to go now. Swiss Dragons just licking a few wounds after that over. 23 off the over. Oh, that's not a good shot. It's not bad, though. It's not going to get all the way. It does get all the way. Well, I said it's not a good shot only because it spent a lot of time in the air and there were 2 fielders and one of them ran almost in the wrong direction. And it only just got across the rope for 4 runs. So in the end, you have to say, Phil, it actually was a good shot. They got 4. Fair enough. Good shot. Could have been better. That's all. 23, 43 for no loss. Go along nicely. Run rate is a very healthy 19.8 right now. Rahid Khan is met with a boundary. Let's see if he comes back from that. It's, again, slightly mishit. It's not going to get to the boundary rope, or is it? No, it's not. Good backing up there in the field. Zahir Hotak manages to back up his fielder there, Janzeb Shinwari, who just overran it in a bit of enthusiasm. But good backing up from Hotak. Well drilled are the Swiss Dragons team. I mentioned before that it was good to see them going through fielding drills before the game started. And they got their coaches working with them quite focused they are as well. Good unit. Swing and a miss off a wide ball. Doesn't quite get anything on that one. Stays at 45 for no loss. Really well bowled. Really good bowl. Good pace. Good length. Nice bit of venom as well. Well-directed short delivery and well taken by the keeper as well. Behind the stumps there. Good bit of work all around halfway through the third. 45 on the board after that really big over we had just previously. Cracking over this one. Only 6 runs from it so far. Swiss Dragons trying to capitalise here with another tight over. Can't. In again. Lifted. Headed towards us. And just to the side of us. That clang you heard is the some fence work that's just metal fences that are sort of in pieces next to a shed about sort of 10 metres to our left. So we weren't in any real danger. You know what? We're not in real danger until the ball actually comes into where we are, like actually hits the equipment. But we're pretty confident here right now. Famous last words from Phil G there. We're pretty confident here. 50 up with that strike as well. 51 for no loss. Still got 2 to come to complete the third. Power play, vitally important, big time. So just reset themselves after that big 6. Rashid Khan was bowling well. He just had his runs doubled with that strike. That's a funny old shot. That was what you call a little bit of uncertainty there. Have a look at this one more time. What went wrong here for the batter, do you think? He's just pushed it down to the ground and made sure he hasn't chopped on. Dot ball is a good ball. Dot ball is gold dust in this competition. Any ECS usually fine for the bowling sides. Whichever team has more dot balls as a bowler, they'll win the game. Really good work. Really well guided. Every chance for the fielder there to possibly get hands on that one, but unfortunately he doesn't, and he's found the boundary. So that's a really nicely played stroke. Just literally a guide, nothing more than a guide. Uses the pace of the bowler, the fast bowler. So after 3 overs, it's 55 for no loss with that boundary. Going along at 18.3 per over, 16 off the over in total. But 55 in the power play is a good power play any way you cut it. Umpire waves his arms and says power play's done and dusted. So the Swiss Dragons can afford to get a little bit more defensive here with their outfielders. So what have they got now? Just watching the fielding drop back. Let me tell you who's dropped back and where they are. For the right-hander, you have a deep cover. You have a very straight long off. Almost directly straight. No, definitely long off. You have a wideish long on, deep mid-wicket, and then you have a fielder on the leg side, pretty much square of the wicket, so deep square leg. Nobody on the boundary rope behind the keeper, fine leg up inside the circle, point, deep backward square. Sorry, just a regulation backward square. And point almost pulls off a catch there, which was more reflex than anything else. And I think that's actually a pretty good save. Saved a couple of runs. The throw comes in. Missed the catch, though. Exploded through the hands. Gets a round of applause for his backup effort there, but that exploded through the hands. Not sure if you'll see that one more time. Yeah, just it hit the top of the hand, so he took pace off. And the recovery was good, but you could almost argue that was a catch to be taken. Interesting comment from Karina Karetti in the chat saying, I think 100 plus in the power play. Yeah, I don't think so. It's a 3 over power play, so I wouldn't expect 100 plus in the power play. In fact, it was what was it? It was 55 in the power play. But appreciate your comments though. 3 over power play, in case you missed it. And lovely strike, touched around the corner for 6 runs all the way. It's amazing how sometimes an effortless shot can carry the boundary rate for 6, and then a shot that takes a fair bit of muscle and work only goes for 4. But them's how it works. Mohammadi steaming in. Wide ball and a little bit of acrobatic work there by the keeper in the background. That's some wonderful stuff. Abid Badakzai with the gloves. He doesn't mind throwing himself around at full stretch as well. He should get... he won't be buying the first drinks tonight after the game because that was an excellent bit of keeping. Gets past him. It's going to go for 5 wides. It's going to go for a minimo. So he's done so well behind the stumps. PK suggesting 83 the record for a PP. You might be right on that one, Paolo. Shout for leg before, turned down. Batter's upset he's missed out on that one. Zaman is given the old fist bump against the leg and saying, I should have put that one out of the ground. Probably should have, but you didn't. Never mind. Move on to the next one. People loving the work from the keeper. How good was the save? I know you're talking up in the chat right now. Akash, Streamworld, and Azanzan. Really enjoyed that, didn't you? I enjoyed it too. Struck nicely, elevates, opens the blade, and goes 6 runs across the extra cover boundary. What a great shot that was. Zaman, he's definitely capability. We talk about Hamdard a little bit, probably a bit too much really when these two are batting when they're opening. I think a lot of credit has to go to Zaman because he doesn't play a quiet role. He doesn't mind getting stuck into it as well. He's faced 10 deliveries for his 30. Abdullah Hamdard has paced 12 deliveries for his 38. So they're both striking very similar at the moment. Zaman going along at 300, doing very well. And then he misses the straight one. Comms curse? Nah, not really. So 70 on the board. One more to come to complete the over. Mohammadi steaming in. Tries the slower ball. Tries the full slower ball. He's tried that before and it's worked for him, but this time he just drifts onto the leg stump and it's been swept. Pretty much standing sweep around the corner for 4 runs. You see what he's trying to do. They just need to get it onto sort of off or maybe middle, but he's just straight onto leg and just maybe also going down leg. And it's been tucked around the corner for runs. As the wind is picking up, coming through the effects mic here. I didn't think it was that loud, but there you go. Was that me, Marzi? Is it my breathing? I'm having a lot of fun here today. Yeah, just a bit of a loud breeze coming through there. Sorry, folks. That was getting through my effects mic. It wasn't me. It was not me. Marzi thinks it was. I'm telling you now it wasn't. Good to have Marzi next to me here, pressing all the buttons, giving Al a chance to work up alongside the rest of the officials. Blue Crew doing a sensational job as always. 76 for no loss. 4 overs gone. Pradhan gets his chance with the ball. Kabir, he bowled pretty well in the previous match as well. Let's see if he can step up here for his team. That run rate is currently 19. Basil Afghan doing pretty well against the Swiss Dragon bowlers. Here we go. Start the 5th. Whoa. Just whoa. Get out of the way, folks. Make sure... Well, I hope someone's caught that, not with anything, any part of their body apart from their hands. That has been smoked out of here. That is gone way, way back. Crisp stroke, middled, absolutely middled. And Pradhan has been greeted with a huge strike. Yep, it's somewhere back there. Somewhere in the distance, that ball has nestled somewhere. Might be stuck in the side of a building. It hasn't gone near the Brown building. I'll let you know if that happens. Well, this one has gone to almost the same spot. It's going to land a little bit shorter. And a few people from the Basil Afghan dugout come forward to catch the ball. And in the end, they don't catch it. I think they probably pulled out of that. Let me name and shame. I think that was Syed Halal who came out there, number 48. Syed came out to take the catch. In the end, last minute, he just let it go through his fingertips. You see him just there. And he says, nah, I'm nowhere near it, looking up towards the sun. So how about that? The last 5 deliveries, we've seen 4 sixes and a dot. Great acceleration there. 50 up for Hamdard as well. Abdullah Hamdard, 50 off 14 deliveries, 7 sixes. Blink and you miss it, 7 sixes. And only 2 fours. Oh, a bit of a look away shot, that one. It got a little bit high and he wasn't ready for it. This is the part where Hamdard starts to struggle a bit to sort of kick on after making his half century. So 50 off 14 deliveries with 2 fours and 7 sixes. So let me do my arithmetic here. 7 sixes is 42 plus 2 fours is 8. So only runs from boundaries. He's made a 50 from only boundaries, and that single has kind of spoilt that. So that's the only single he's run. Abdullah Zaman gets his chance now, and he doesn't chase the wide one. Happy to take the wide ball. Belluke 7161 with a lovely comment there saying ECS, the European Cricket Network Series match, is extremely competitive. He loves the league, the camera work, the commentary, and the players are amazing. Thank you very much for that comment, Belluke. Thank you very much. We do this because people like you turn up day after day and watch the cricket, and that's what we want. I want to showcase what's going on the European Cricket Network, what's going on in Europe, and also the leaps and bounds that European federations are making with the players and the teams. But thank you for your comment. Just have to say it once. And we read it and we say, thank you, sir. Make sure you subscribe and like the video. That's what matters to us, as well as giving you all the entertainment to make sure you're happy and you come back again and again. Bounced and hooked. I just had to see past the play if there was anyone out there. Doesn't matter. It goes all the way for 6. Absolutely middled. And that's gone out. Marzi, that's gone out to our car. It didn't hit the car though, did it? It did. It's hit our car. Maybe just tapped it. We'll be looking for a bit of white paint on the chrome. Oh, that's fantastic stuff. You know, it's funny enough. We are the only car out there really in that's a Target. There's no other car in that car park but ours. I think there's another Toyota behind ours, but that's behind our car, so our car will protect it. Fantastic stuff. It's a great hook shot, and it has hit the ECS hire car. So there's that. Apologies to Enterprise Car Rentals. Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, we got it on camera, so it's all good. We can prove it wasn't us. Cop that. Anyone out there works at Enterprise? You didn't hear that? Bowler in again. Short ball and hooked a second time. It's missed hit, and the catch is taken. Well, it just gets a bit too high on Zaman, and the change of pace as well. He tried to replicate the hook shot that we saw earlier in the over, and he doesn't able to do that, and he's hit it straight down the throat of the fielder who's put there for exactly that. The backward square leg comes around and takes a good catch. Watch him in the middle of your screen. Well-judged catch. Spikes the ball on the ground and says, yep. Umpire tries a bit of fancy footwork to dig it up as well, but Zaman has to go. Good innings, though, nonetheless. 42 from 15 deliveries with 5 sixes and 2 fours. Tried to get another hook shot boundary in there, but unfortunately, he's holed out. So 96 for 1 on the board. And that should be the end of the 5th. I think I've got that on my scorecard. Hello to Chris Smith joining us back from lunch. Good to see you. And good to see everyone in the chat this afternoon here in this ECS Zurich, where a lot of runs have been scored today already. It's been a really big scoring day. Fantastic stuff. Not a lot of wickets falling, funny enough. There's been, 14 wickets, plus that 15 wickets have fallen in 2 games and a little bit. Two games and 2 1/4 games. How about that? In this morning's match, Zurich Mavericks Gower were wicketless, scoring 243 in their 10 overs. Oh, too hot for everyone to handle there. Keeper just gets fingertips to it, and he's tipped it over the bar. And it's, I think, gone for 1 bounce. It's gone for byes, obviously, and 4 runs. Baddock's Eye can't hang on to that one. It was an absolute screamer. How fast was this? Look at this one. And dung, into the gloves, gone for buys. Doesn't get a tickle on it though, so it's not a catch, not anything like that. 100 up now, 100 for 1 with those 4 buys. Another good bouncer. They've bowled the bouncers really well today, I've got to say. I think there's been really good aggressive bowling here. So far today already, we've had, what's that? That's 739 runs scored today. And we're still 4 overs and 4 deliveries to go to the end of this innings. And then we've still got a whole match plus a whole innings to go. That's a lot of runs being scored. Bit of a turnaway shot, that one. A couple of players are going to come. It's gone for... Is it gone for a back 4? The keeper has dived to save the boundary. And I think he's done it successfully. The throw from one of his backup fielders has hit the stumps. It's all happening out there in the centre. Bill Laurie would be proud of that comment. Look at that. The look away shot. Watch the keeper here. Watch the keeper. Oh, I can't quite see him. He was just, unfortunately, skipper was just in the way that Omar Shinwari in that replay couldn't quite see, but the skipper did the big dive and the big save, and he has saved. Can't believe he's only got 3 for 1 there. Watch this. Just watching the batters here. Yeah, bit of ball watching from the batters here, and they've only got 3 for 1. That's quite incredible. That's something that Blowers talked about yesterday and the previous couple of days as well. Run that first one hard. If there's another one there, then you can go for 2. If there's not one there, fine. But at least you run the first one hard. Clubbed. Absolutely clubbed. Heading out towards the big brick brown building. Try and say that one quick with a mouthful of food, which I don't have. But that is a lovely shot. Pure aggression. Bang. Gone. You're out of here. Score up to 107. 2 to come in the over. 11 off the over so far. Hello there to Ash at Save Derek. Good to see you. So, bowler fronting up again, Shinwari. Clubbed nicely over the infield. 1 bounce, 2 bounces across the boundary rope just in front of us here over the covers. So 4 runs added to the score. The score marches up. Basil Afghan have really made a good account for themselves here. That run rate has been around about 19 or 20 throughout the entirety of this innings, and they're still at that score. This over's gone for 15, so I haven't quite touched that 19 yet. But they've got 1 more ball to do it as well. Swing and a miss. Good finish to the over there for the bowler. Really good finish to get a dot ball in. 111 for 1. 111, Lord Nelson for 1 wicket. 6 overs gone. Projected scores around the 185 mark. That's run rate has just dropped below 19 now, just with that dot ball, vital dot ball. 15 off that over. 4 overs still to come. Still a fair bit of work to do here, and still a lot of runs still to be scored. So in total, I can tell you now, 750 runs have been scored today. Not a bad effort for what is essentially 2 matches and 6 other overs. Not bad at all. So what's that? 46 overs. Someone get a calculator and tell me what that is. 46 overs and 750 runs. Start the next over now. Bowler pounding in. Hit back to him. Oh, that was close to a caught and bowled. Bowler's gone down on his moneymaker. It's just going to be the single, though. So the run rate currently for the whole day here has been currently 16.3. Not bad. Not bad at all. And we've still got a fair bit of the day still to go. So that's the current run rate right now. Very good. That's for the day across all teams. Oh, miss hits this one. Goes straight to Shinwari, the captain, who throws to the stumps. Nice throw and a good dot ball. Well bowled. Osmin doing a good job here with the bowling. Basil Afghan, they don't want to end up with a score around the 140s, 150s. They'd love to power up to a 170, 180. They looked on the cards for a good 180, 190 at one point. So a couple of slow overs, and there could be trouble. That's going to help the cause. That is slammed through the covers for 4 runs. Absolutely put everything behind that one. Nicely done. Nicely hit. So Hamdard's still out there. Umair Ahmad has just joined him and started to strike the ball really well too. I'd like to see Hamdard get back on strike. He was a lovely clean hitter in his innings, and he still is. He needs to get back on strike and get under a few of these deliveries. Well, that's going to run away. Fielder's got a lot of work to do to try to retrieve that one. He dives face first, and he doesn't manage to pull that one in. It's always tough when you're chasing a ball like that and you don't have support to dive face first to try to reel the ball in. Your momentum basically takes you and the ball and takes you straight over that line. Exactly what happened there. So 120 for 1, 6.4 overs gone. Still 2 to come. So far, 9 off the over. Basil Afghan looking to build a good score here. They've still got a bit of batting to go. I only lost 1 wicket, so they've definitely got talent in the shed to come out and try to get stuck into things. Carved through the offside, straight to the fielder, who has a bit of a juggling act at the extra cover boundary, but was never going to stop that one from just being one. Got the old SPF 50 out, but I think I've taken more than I should have. Marzi, do you want some SPF 50? I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't know what happened there. Well, I know what's happened there. That's a lovely in-out shot for 6 runs. So what's happened there is I've got the SPF 50 and I was watching the cricket and I was squirting it on the back of my hand because the back of my hands are getting burnt. And suddenly I looked down and there was a blob like the side of what looks like a very sick bird has just done something on the back of my hand. And I'm saying, well, what am I going to do with all this? Do you want a little bit? He's going to take a picture of me. Oh, no. Oh, look out for that in the socials. 127 for 1, 7 overs gone. Tilak saying, bring the spinner. I wonder if they will bring the spinner. That'd be interesting to see if that does happen. I'm not sure Zahir Hotak will get another over. He went for 23 off his that over that he bowled. So I'm not sure he's going to get another chance here. Aha. I was trying to find something to wipe my hands on. That's not my jacket. There we go. Oh, Marzi, I've made an absolute mess of that. I literally have to wipe it all off and start again. All right, so 127 for 1. And I think that maybe the batter's just had a bit of assistance there. Maybe getting a bit hot under the grill. We can understand that. It's getting quite warm out there in the centre. And we're set to go. 3 overs to go. What score can they muster up here? Projected score is 181. Swings hard at this one. Flies away. 1 bounce and across the rope 4 runs towards that backward point area. Safe as houses, that shot. More by accident than design. I'm pretty sure he's looking to go down the ground, but he'll take that 131 on the board now. So what's that? 17 deliveries to come in this innings. Basil Afghan really trying to muster up a massive score here and set a very formidable target if they can do it. Very solid with the overs they've been so far. You have to look at the graphic on the side of the page there. That last couple of overs ago was the best over. Can you believe that? It was the best over was 15. So there we go. 131 for 1 on the cards now. 135 for 1. Play down the ground. Feel this game's really hanging in the balance here. In the air, catching chance. Point wants it, and Point has spilled it. All by his lonesome, called for it. And if you're going to call for it, you really want to take that one. Unfortunately, it has been spilled. That's proper disappointment there. Oh, dear. It's gone begging. It's that Janzeb Shinwari who's put down a sitter. just keeping eyes on his captain who's looking straight at him. He's still looking at him as well, trying to make eye contact. He's thinking, where can I put him where he's not going to drop a catch? Well, that is an absolutely cracking shot. The look of it's the no-look flick for 4 played off the pads perfectly. How good was that? Oh, that was really fun to watch. The replay's going to tell a story here. Have a look at this one. We get that one back up again. That was really good. Didn't even bother to see where it was going. Knew that there was a huge gap down there. And once you get off the legs in that part of the ground, it's always going to run away for 4. Didn't even bother to check out where it's gone. Lovely stuff. Thanks for the replay. Lovely stuff. Bowler hand on the head there. At least for the bowler, Mohammadi, he hasn't been cited for any dangerous bowling in this innings so far. In the previous innings, he had to get taken off for some very dangerous beam balls all the way along the deck. And unfortunately, Captain Omar, it's too hot to handle, and it gets through his fingertips and goes all the way for 4 runs. So a couple of boundaries coming here, pretty thick and heavy in these final overs. And that score ticking onwards, ever onwards now. 144 for 1. One more to come to complete the 8th, then 2 overs after that. But have a look at those last 8 deliveries. There's a lot of runs there. Look at that, 4-1, then 6, and then the last 5 balls, there's been 4 boundaries with just a single to split them up as well. So really good hitting here from Basil Afghan, accelerating the score up. Tries the slower ball. It's been seen and it's been dispatched with absolute ferocity. Put out of the park. Umpire puts his hands on the air like you just don't care, and he says, indeed, that goes for 6. 150 is up for Basil Afghan. 150 for 1. 8 overs gone. 2 overs to come. Big score currently uploading here. Should expect something in the 180s easily now, and setting a very sizable target for Swiss Dragons. Very sizable indeed. Next over starts with a crashing shot down towards and over, well over the dugouts. In fact, nobody actually moved from the dugouts. That's how clean a hit that was. Lovely strike. So a big rush of blood here by Basil Afghan, and a score of 180, even a possible 190, is not off the cards. Swiss Dragons need to be careful here. This has gone straight in the air. Keeper should call for this and does, and keeper takes it. Indeed, he does. So a rush of blood there, and you can understand why Ahmad was just trying to get after everything as he should. Tries to put that one out of the park as well, but he's come undone. But it's the final dying stages of the innings. It's the 9th, and he just has to go for everything. Gets the top edge. Knew he was in all sorts of trouble. Keeper called for it very early, and keeper has taken it. So Omer Ahmad has to go from 34 runs from 12. Couple of big sixes there and 5 fours, and caught by keeper Badakazai. So well done to Khan. Rahid Khan picks up a wicket for his effort. Khawaja Jamil is making his way to the centre. So he comes out with pretty much just one task in mind, and that is runs, runs, runs. That's all he needs. 156 for 2. That projected score still at 187. I would love to get into something into the 190s. Swiss Dragons already considering the fact that they're going to have to bat very well against this Basil Afghan bowling attack. But we've still got plenty of deliveries to go as well. It's not over yet. Push around the corner. Just going to be the single. They trot through for 1. Go straight to the player who's fielding deep on the leg side. How many can they get to? 9 deliveries to go. Oh, that's terrific. That's another great example of the no-look flick for 6. Just looks so good. That's something that Hamdard plays perfectly, and he's done that so well, not for the first time. That is really clever. He's very aware that the fielder is not fine, And as long as he can get it fine and get a little edge like that, or even fully blooded middle of the bat shot in that part of the ground, he's going to earn himself 6 runs. Exactly what he does. It's a great shot. Hamdard moves up to 79 now. He's striking at 329. It's been an absolute joy to watch. Carried his bat all the way through, has Abdullah Hamdard. 10 sixes in that as well. 10 sixes. And 4 boundaries. So he's only run 3 singles so far. We have to run singles when we can hit boundaries. I'm sure that's what a lot of batters will say. Bowler in again. Oh, tries to open the face and tries to run that towards backward point. Misses it. And a rare dot. A very, very rare dot. Almost an endangered species is the dot ball right now. In fact, let me take you back to the 7th over, the second ball of the 7th over since the last time we had a dot ball. And that was the 4th of the 9th. Hit struck very nicely. 1 bounce and almost. So they're just going to look at the replay on this one. For me, that happened not too far from me. I thought it was okay. There's the pad away. Just watch the ball there. Oh, maybe it does kiss the flag just there. Maybe it has just kissed it. But, yeah, I was unfortunately out of sight there. I couldn't quite see it. So it does get called for 4. That's a very consistent batting graph there. Look at the runs per over. Nothing less than 15 runs per over there. That's excellent work. And good camera work there too. You see there, even though the skipper, Omar Shinwari, comes in to pick up the ball, what's happened is that the ball has, after it's flicked the fingertips, it's just gone into the flag. Janzeb Shinwari gets the job to bowl the final over. 167 on the board, 2 wickets down, 17 off that last over 2, in case you missed it. Let's see what happens here. Well, is Khawaja Jamil on strike? Does he get off strike with a single? Oh, there's an edge there, though. So he doesn't get off strike. In fact, he loses his wicket. It's a dot ball as well. Well, Hamdard's a little bit frustrated there. You can see there he was very keen to get on strike. And I reckon what he was saying was, look, let's just get me on strike. I'm striking the ball well. Why wouldn't you want to get him on strike when he's striking at 329 or 319 now? Get him on strike. Doesn't happen. And unfortunately for Basil Afghan, they lose Khawaja Jamil for, well, a second ball, just single run. Nicely caught by the keeper. He gets a second catch to his credit. Fazal Husanzai comes out to face a couple of deliveries. Let's see if he can try to turn the strike over on the first ball. Maybe try to give Hamdard the chance to face 4 deliveries for the final one. Let's see what he does here. He does. He pushes it into the covers where it's an easy single in the end. Pressure on the fielder who thought he could actually get home nice and quick there with... try to maybe effect a run out. Doesn't. And now it is Hamdard. He's on 83. He's got 4 deliveries in the over. Let's see what he can do here. Yeah, it's a shame about Khawaja Jamil. The way he got caught behind like that one, just trying to play a bit of a rash shot. Should have done the team thing. Just look for a single. Hamdard. Oh, he goes for a bit of a scoop. And he's missed the lot. He hangs his head in shame. He's probably feeling a bit tired as well, to be perfectly honest. And well, Hussein Zai, who's just got into the centre there, just walks down, gives him a little word of encouragement. As that's a dot. It's a good final over so far as well. It's a wicket, a 1, and a dot. So effectively, just 2 dots and a single. One of those dots was a wicket. And run up his loss there. Shinwari, though, bowling very well in this final over. And I would please ask people in the chat to please mind your language. We don't tolerate that. It's a great way to find yourself knocked out of the chat for a long period of time with anyone dropping any language that's not necessary. And our moderators are all over that sort of thing. It's a wide ball. Have that one again. And big shout out to Monty in the chat for looking after that right on cue. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. You don't get many opportunities here when you drop in those sorts of things. So well done. 169 for 3, still 3 balls to come. Hamdard, 83 currently. What a shot. Yep, get out of the way, sir. Please move out of the way. There was a last-minute scurry from a spectator just running away to his right-hand side when he realised he was definitely in the firing line. That was definitely coming towards him. And have a look at this one more time. Just kind of off balance. Bit of a shuffle with the step as well. Nice. 89 he's on. 2 balls to come. 175 for 3 on the board. Swiss Dragons are going to have a lot of work to do when their inning starts in about, call it, say, 15 minutes time, maybe 16 minutes from now. Shinwari, who was bowling well, just coughed it up a little bit with a wide, then a 6. Let's see what we can do here. 2 to come. Hit down the ground, goes straight down the ground. Shout is throw to the keeper's end. They're going to get back for 2. They knew they wanted, Hamdard was going to try to scurry back for a second. So the game was always get it back to 2. Now, that's quite astonishing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what's happened there. Fazal Hussain, he's backed up. After completing 2 runs, he's backed up to maybe sort of be cheeky about a possible 3rd. But the throw from the keeper with the glove off hit the target. And, Hussain Zai just accepts his fate and walks off the ground, jogs off and says, yep, you got me. But it keeps Hamdard on strike, who probably didn't really catch what happened there. He was still sort of busy, sort of getting home, if you like. But yeah, interesting enough, it's a 1 run. 2 run, 2. They got home for 2, that's right. It was anticipation of a 3rd. Thanks, Marzi. Anticipation of a 3rd where the run out was affected. So 2 runs completed, and then run out because he was home. So puts this one up in the air, catching opportunity. Hotak almost. Shy at the stumps. Not sure what that's hit, but it's hit something. I think it's hit a player. Well, there's a bit of a collision there between bowler and the bowler's gesturing. He's a little bit upset. I don't think he needs to be upset about that. That's a bit fiery. Watch this one more time. So Hotak streaming in, picks up the ball nicely. And an interesting way of a player to try to say, oh, that was got to be some sort of interference. No, it doesn't. He was running in a straight line, and that's just a little bit of ambitious there, a bit of ambitious yelling. Anyway, that's where it's going to finish. 10 overs gone, 179 for 4 on the board. It's an even 180 required by Swiss Dragons, and they're going to have their work cut out for them when the inning starts in about probably 15 minutes' time. So let's have a look at a bit of a recap and see what happened there. Hamdard not out 93. Played a beautiful innings, 30 deliveries. He faced half the deliveries for the team, and he made 93 runs. Excellent stuff there. 11 sixes along the way. 42 off 15 deliveries for Zaman. No slouch with the bat. He is absolutely fantastic. Umair Ahmad, a 34 from 12. And after that, just a couple little runs there being scored. But it was basically the top 3 who did everything correct, everything perfect, as that is Al turning it on here at the MBAT Cricket Ground. He is an absolute superstar. We're loving his stuff. Jogging on the spot. That's the Alistair Priddle workout routine right there for you folks. You want to warm up? That's what you do. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back here with the Run Chase in a few moments' time. This is Phil G and, of course, Alistair Priddle along with Marzi as well, entertaining you because that's what we do on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you back here shortly for the Run Chase. Don't go too far. Back in a few minutes. Welcome back to this ECS Zurich match number 6. Hanging in the balance now. Basel Afghan and Swiss Dragons going head-to-head in a big fought competition this one. Basel Afghan 179 for 4 after their 10 overs. Looking to cook try to defend this total if they can. Swiss Dragons looking to channel some of that good fortune and good luck and good play that they had in the previous match where they scored 171 for 4 after their 10. So they're going to go a bit better than that. But that was a very good game they played previously against Sports Club Russia. But this is a completely different kettle of fish playing against Basel Afghan. Different bowling lineup, different conditions, all different. Let's see what happens now. 180 required for the big win here. And we start with a leg side wide. Just trying to put extra hot sauce in that. Where's Amjad? No slate for the ball at all, is Amjad. Thought he bowled pretty well yesterday. Opening the batting again is going to be Badaxai and Isaac Stewart. They opened the batting with the previous game as well. And I thought they did a really good job. Put a good opening partnership on in very quick time as well. Let's see how we go now. It's leg side. Yeah. Going a little bit. First two deliveries going at leg side wides, but good length and good pace. Just need to sort that line out and he'll be absolutely fine. Have a look at the Maximo rate after 5 matches played. And that was the Zurich Mavericks at the very top there, belting a lot of Maximos thanks to the batter of that man Staniczai, who hit 23 Maximos in his innings this morning. And again, it's a leg side attack again, so almost could have gone down leg side all the way, but it's worked off the pads for 4 runs. Nice little touch that. So Swiss Dragons with a lot of work to do. Need to be going pretty early on at 18 runs per over. Tough, really, really tough for them to maintain that. Often on the European Cricket Network, we'll say if you have to go at better than 18 runs per over, it's almost the point of no return. So it just demonstrates exactly how difficult it can be. Short ball, shown as wide. Monty, you know what? You're probably correct there. That is probably one of my superpowers. Thank you for saying that too. I've got a massive grin on my face when I say that. The thing is, though, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, it's great being in Zurich, and I am trying to find somewhere that sells hot sauce. And it's difficult because we're at the ground very early. We leave the ground pretty late, so it's hard to get to a store, a specialty store that may be selling good hot sauces. But I am trying my hardest to find something there. The other thing too is flip that over for just a moment. I've also had a number of requests from people back in Prague to come back from here with chocolate, and they've given me about 5 different names of brands I got to hunt down, which is interesting. Not being the biggest chocolate fan myself, and I know Switzerland is very well known for its chocolate. So yeah, I may disappoint a few people in that one. Also because it's not my number one objective while I'm here in country. That's been picked up on the full. That's a cracking good shot. Slams into the white meshing on the full for a good 6, a big 6. That is just stand and deliver stuff. What a great strike there from Badaxai. Just goes bang. So a bit of a all over the place over this one from Anjad. Couple of wides, 4 and a 6 finally. 14 runs off literally 0.5 of an over. It is only 3 deliveries gone, 3 legal deliveries, and there's 14 runs from it. So it's a cracking start here for the Swiss Dragons. Better from Basel Afghan. Much better indeed. Captain Nazar Pardes was the one who was screaming an appeal from the mid-off position. In the end, we'll just go with a dot. Monty, ask any other thoughts on Zurich field? Yep, thanks, Monty. I'll get to that for you, mate. This time, pushes a bit too wide. 4th wide of the over. That's not good bowling from Amjad. So, yeah, thoughts. Yeah, it's a good shout. Well, where we're staying sort of between the centre of Zurich and the airport, so on the northern side of Zurich, around an area called Oerlikon. And we're here at Embrek. Embrek is gorgeous, a little village, sort of Italian village, sort of scenery here. This one goes up Captain wants it. Captain's got to go all the way to get it. It's unfortunate to build it. He's looking down at his hands. Sorry about the hands. The throw to the stumps is very good. It can't stop them scurrying through. It's excellent running from Swiss Dragons. They really pulled out of the stop zone. They just kept running. They've run two. That ball was in the air for quite a while as well. And I think there was a moment of the two batters thinking, well, that's it for us. And then when it was spilled, it was, yep, touchdown and go for that second. Oh, so unfortunately for the captain, he shelled an opportunity. Nazar should have held that one. And insult into injury as that is pummeled, absolutely pummeled into the Swiss Dragon dugout. Well, I guess sometimes it just happens like that, doesn't it? There's not much you can do about it. 23 off the first over, and that is how it's going to finish. 23 off that first over. Bartek Zai gets 5 of those. Isaac Stewart gets 14 of those. And there's a bunch of wides in there as well. Well, now that's interesting because I had that as the end of the over. So I wonder what's going to happen here. And that is going to really hurt Basil Afghan. That's really going to hurt because that was the end of the over. And that ball that caught the wicket, that was the 7th ball of the over. Oh, disappointment. That's real disappointment there for the team. They're going to be really gutted with that. If you count through those deliveries, so legal deliveries, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legal deliveries. There were 4 wides in there as well. So there was 6 deliveries. Umpire should have called over. And 23 for none after 1. Now the umpires have to explain themselves to the captain as to why they didn't call it. Scorers were onto it. We were onto it. So it looks like the 7th delivery is going to stand. And that's going to cause a bit of an issue then. Okay, so it turns out that the digital scorer had 1 wide less, so he actually is out. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the score that we had in front of us was incorrect. There was 1 wide, had 1 wide less. So that's been fixed now. I guess that there was an extra wide put in there. So that scoreboard is getting corrected. Confused all of us here, because we saw a bit of a problem there. The problem we saw that 23 for none after 1. It turns out there was a wide in there that should not have been in there. And it was a wide that didn't actually happen. Let me try and explain this for you, just so we can all be on the same page here. So the catch that was taken off that last ball was indeed the last ball of the over. The problem was that we believe our digital scorer, whoever it may be, they've pressed wide twice where they shouldn't have. And effectively looks as though there's been 2 wides, but no, it's been 1 wide. So there's actually been 3 wides in the over. So that last wicket that fell does happen on the last ball over. So apologies also from me, because I was reading the scorecard in front of me, which is linked to the digital scorer, who unfortunately has made a bit of a blue there, but that's been corrected and the correct wicket has fallen and the umpires have done the correct thing there. So apologies to everyone watching, but that is now been corrected. So the wicket does absolutely stand because it happened on the last ball of the over. We thought the over was done and dusted, but it wasn't. So it's all sorted. It will be sorted in just a moment, but that wicket does stand. And Harsha, I can see your comment there, but the scoreboard is wrong. Stewart was never on strike, and that is what is being corrected. So that is what they got wrong. That's being corrected now. Chris Smith, enjoy your mint choc chip ice cream. And Nilesh as well. There was no single. All faced by Badaksai. Indeed. I felt a bit weird mentioning Isaac Stewart there because I didn't feel he'd faced the ball. And the people in the chat, you are indeed correct, everybody. So well done. Thank you. You guys are onto it. I was looking down at the main score. And the scores are just undoing what's happened there, and they're getting it all right. The scoreboard is updating as a breeze is just slamming into us, and then some. We're very exposed here, and when the breeze picks up like it did just then, we can lose a lot of stuff. So it's all happening here at the MBRAC Cricket Ground here. Thanks for staying with us, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. The scoreboard is being updated, and I'm hanging on to some of the gear for dear life as a very strong breeze just comes over our shoulder. I think we're going to be okay, though. Water bottles got knocked down. A few packages got knocked over. And screens. Screens are the important one because they're the expensive things. All right. We've got it almost sorted now. I can see now that all the runs have been allocated to Abid Badaksai, which is correct. And the wicket has also been assigned. Caught. Haksar takes a great catch off Amjad. Isaac Stewart is yet to face a ball, and that is absolutely correct. So, Mohammed Shipon Sharka, the answer to your question is, the scorecard has been corrected. And that's the most important thing. The scorecard is now correct. On your screen, you can see that now. The scorecard has been corrected. So apologies for that. We're okay, though. And thank you to Naeem Islam, who's just explained that as well. There was a wide, but the scorer was given a single. That's why the scorecard gone wrong. Indeed, you're 100% correct. That's now been fully corrected, and we are good to go with the start of the second over. Starts us off with the dot. And now Isaac Stewart faces his first ball and dots up. Sayula Amakel. He's got the duty with the ball. So, in case you missed it, Swiss Dragons are chasing a pretty big total here. Need to be chasing 180 after 179 was scored. Punch through the field there, all the way for 4 runs towards the dugout area. Lovely strike. Leans back and hits a length delivery down the ground. Nice shot. Chris Smith, you're absolutely right. At least it was caught before yesterday's, Yep, agreed. Caught and corrected. It is annoying for all players involved, and I can understand why there's a bit of frustration there. But hopefully people can also understand that sometimes these things happen. We're all human, and the human mistakes have been corrected, and we're good to go. Great delivery. How about that? That's a ripper. One more time, please. Oh, indeed. Planted on the crease, no footwork, and misses it completely. Would have looked a little bit silly if it had clattered into the stumps. Isaac Stewart, who helped us out here last week with the roving camera work, did a cracking good job as well. Amakel in again. That's up in the air. Chance for catch. Turning around, twisting and turning all the way and holds on to that really sharp chance. And it's a good catch. Faisal Karam holds on to a big, big wicket. Oh, that's a massive wicket. Isaac Stewart has to go. Trying to hurry things along. Mishit it completely. And Karim has taken a really, really good catch in the end. He was twisting one way or the other. He didn't know whether to run sideways or run backwards or turn around and run forwards, but forwards direction running backwards. There he is there, middle of the screen. In the end, he just twists at the last minute and goes down on his moneymaker and takes a great catch. And he's been mobbed by his teammates. They've had a proper get around now. That is a terrific catch and a timely catch as well. Really, really good catch. 27 for 2. Basil Afghan getting right on top here. Swiss Dragons, they've lost their openers. Lost your openers inside 2 overs as well. That is a body blow, a real body blow to this run chase. Really good catch. Not easy, those catches. Catches are hard at the best of times, but the one where you're in two minds, do I run sideways towards it? Do I run backwards with my back to the ball? It didn't go very high, so he couldn't afford to do that, or he would lose sight of it really quickly. So it was a really tough one to judge. In the end, pulls in a good catch. And I love that cover has taken a few steps in. The captain puts himself in cover and gets right in on the eye line of the batter here. I love this. That's really good aggressive fielding. I love it. You wouldn't be able to see him in camera there, in shot there, but I can tell you now, cover, Nazar, who's the captain, number 10, what Nazar's done, he's put himself in the covers and he's gone a few extra steps in. He's just taken a few steps back now, but I love that he took steps in just to make sure he was in the batter's line of sight. And he misses, and no, it's going to shown as a wide. So he missed it, but it was a wide. In again. Lofted up in the air, albeit a slight miss hit. Well, sticks out the mitt in the hope that maybe he can draw it in. He doesn't manage to do it, though. The flick back looks successful, though. And that may have affected a run out. It has at non-striker's end. Unbelievable stuff. Everything going right for Basil Afghan right now. The fielding is really stepping up for them, and they've got the Swiss Dragons on the ropes. Absolutely on the ropes. Watch this. The chase and the save. Yeah, the flick back, it was in the air by the time he put his hand on the ground. Watch where the ball lands. Oh, it's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I think first look at that tells me that I think it was safe. It was okay. I think it's the right decision indeed, yes. 30 for 3, 2 overs gone. Swiss Dragons in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, Chris Smith, I'm sorry, just reading your comments just before there. Yep, absolutely fine. Thanks for that. I think in the final run-up of things, we'll always make sure that at the end of the day it is correct. But yeah, obviously the outcome not heavily affected. Unless, of course, you're involved in something else. So, Haksar can't keep him out of the game. He's taken a catch, and he's done really well to affect the run out there. Well, that's gone off the hands of the keeper. And that's valuable runs for Swiss Dragons. And it's still not out of the contest, but they need to be going over 18 per over at the moment. That's going to help the matters indubitably. So 35 for 3 with that those 5 wides. Amjad continuing. Goes to play, shape up to play a bit of a ramp shot. In the end, it's actually very effective. Gets it with a lot of airtime. Umpire's just confirming that's bounced inside the rope for 4 runs. Nicely helped around the corner, though. Vacant area back there. No deep fielders. In fact, the only deep fielders during this power play have been straight down the ground, a long off and a long on, who are still there at the moment. Bowler almost throws himself face first into the pitch, trying to put a bit of extra something on that one. Maybe a little bit of extra hot sauce in that delivery, hey Monty. So Supercomputer has got this well and truly in favour of Basil Afghan to pick up the win here. 83% chance to a 17% chance. Still giving the Dragons something. Fair enough too. It's still a possibility. Is it probable? You decide. But you know, it's still early days. We're only 2.5 overs in. We're only a quarter way through the allotted deliveries required in this inning. So still got a ways to go, but you need 141 of 45. and needs to be consistent. So it's pretty tough indeed. Does it again. Does it well too. So this time he gets a Maximo for that though. So goes a little bit better than he did before. Nice shot. Trying to be creative. Does well. Pradhan proved his batting prowess in the previous match. Put together a very good cameo in the previous game, and he's doing the same thing here. But he has to step up here and stick around for quite a while and try to sort of force this along a little bit now. 45 for 3, 2 to come in the power play. Hits down the ground and one bounce, and well protected by one of our spectators near the camera, our roving camera girl, who's done a terrific job, by the way, too. So well done. I think that's actually her partner there. So obviously preservation and protection of your partner is always important. So Pradhan gets off the strike. Sorry, Pradhan off the strike. I was reading something else. So we started this over with 5 wides. We had a boundary hit for 4, a couple of dots, a couple of 6s in a row. 21 off the over so far. Amjad, he's got 1 for 44 plus this. Hit all the way along the deck. Almost a bit of a look-away moment for the fielder there. Worried about it bouncing up. That was Abdullah Hamdard there, who's fielding in front of, well, pretty much a straight boundary, straight down the line. And he fields that nicely. Now, that's the over gone. Unless I've got that wrong. So second ball of the over. Important wicket, second ball of the over. Hits straight down the throat of the infield. And Rahid Khan has to go. Pardes takes a good catch. And it's all falling apart for Swiss Dragons. That's the bottom line. That's the headline. All falling apart for Swiss Dragons here as Basil Afghan getting right on top now. Chris Smith saying protect the equipment at all costs. Chris, what's that in reference to? We haven't had a ball come in here and bother the equipment, so I'm sure you're not. Is that the correct chat? You're supposed to. Maybe that's something that's happened in Portugal, Chris. You just picked the wrong chat there. Nothing to do with us. Pushed around the corner. Just going to be the comeback for a second. It's a crazy second. The throw is as wide and as wild as you like. In the end, it probably would have been 2 there. Maybe the ball got stuck in the hand. I'm not sure. In the end, they don't try to chance it. So it's 52 for 4, halfway through the 4th. Captain Omar Shinwara's got a lot on his plate and a lot on his shoulders at the non-striker's end. So between him and Rahid Khan, they've got a lot of work to do. Rahid Khan has only faced his, I think that's only the second ball that he's faced, actually. So he's got a lot of work in front of him. At 52 for 4. And this run chase is getting really bogged down now. Need to go at 20 and over and then some. The other swing and a miss. Tough going out there if you are one of the Swiss Dragons. If you're Basil Afghan, you are loving this. You're making a fair bit of noise around the ground, which is exactly what the fielders are doing. They're very, very keen on this one. Mikel, he's got a couple of wickets to his name. Last ball of his spell. Punched away. One dive and good clean up there from Hamdard. Good arm as well. Gets it up to the keeper's end, who manages to pat it down. Can't stop the 2, though. It's 54 for 4 and 4 overs gone. Almost all the 4s, but not quite. Try that again. 54 for 4, 4 overs gone. I have to say it a bit slower so we're all aware that I'm not stumbling over my words there. So a lot of runs still required. 126 needed off 36 deliveries. 21 per over from here on in. Tough to go here. 4 runs from the over. Only 4 runs and a wicket in that over. As Armikel does the job. 2 for 11 he's got from his 2 overs. Amjad has finished his. He's got 1 for 39 from his 2 overs. And we're looking to start the 5th. And it's going to be Naib Kaksar, who's been in the game pretty heavily already. He's going to be in the game again if he can catch this one. Bowler wants it. And can you believe he's put it down? Well, he's been involved in the run-out. He took a good outfield catch as well when we thought the over was completed, only to find out that it wasn't and had to be undone, and the score and the catch was still taken. I thought he was going to catch that one. He would have been involved in all 3 wickets then. Swiss Dragons need a huge couple of overs here just to try to get that run rate back below 18. But they need them right now. These next 3 overs, they need to be able to find at least 60 runs. That flies away. Well, that's going to help matters. That's a classic Baximo, that one, as it hits the top of the blade and flies off towards third, all the way across the boundary rope for 6 runs. When's the last time we had a 6? Let's have a quick look. Last time we had a 6. Oh, okay. It was just at the end of the 3rd. So not that long ago. But still, it's only the 4th. Only the 4th Maximo. Yep, need to pick that up. Goes leg side. Keeper can't get it. No one can get it. It's gone for 5 wides. That's also going to help. So this over is starting to get in favour of Swiss Dragons as well. This is the part of the match we start talking about teams who can win overs. There's only 5 overs left after this. I said before, they need at least 60 runs off this 5th, 6th and 7th over. Need 60 runs in total just to stay in touch. Arjun Bhai asking about the last game. I'll get to that in a moment, Arjun. And that's once again a bit of a spill by the keeper. He's having a bit of a torrid time back there. That's Khawaja Jamil, who's a little bit slow to get across. Reacted a little bit late on that one. And unfortunately can't do much about it. And believe me, being an ex-captain, you know what it's like. You don't want to waste a fielder too much there, but he's had to put fine leg, very fine, as almost a backstop. He's also got 3rd, pretty fine as well. So it's kind of like, you got 3 fielders effectively there now, 2 fielders helping out the keeper. That's an interesting shot. He's almost managed to reverse that and hit it straight into the breadbasket of the keeper. He's missed it though. So not last game, Arjun Bhai, not the last game. We've got one more game after this one. This is match 6. Match 7 will be played straight after this match, and it will be Basel Afghan again, and they're back to take on the team from Sports Club Rocher. So this is the second last match. There you go. Struck and caught on the boundary rope. Good anticipation from the fielder there to run around and hold on to that one. He's done really well. They don't find the deep mid-wicket boundary. They find the hands of the outfield, not for the first time. Probably not for the second time either. It's a nice catch. Really good catch. Well taken. A good meter inside the boundary rope as well. It looks like it's Halal out there who's caught Shinwari on the boundary rope. As the Swiss Dragons are just falling further and further down. Mohammad Zakir mentioning Alton CC played in this competition. Alton are playing tomorrow. Mohammad, thank you for asking your question though. Mohammad Zakir, I can confirm Alton, we will see them tomorrow and we'll see them on Tuesday. They are playing their 5 matches over the Monday and Tuesday period. So they're the one team we haven't seen yet, but we'll see them tomorrow. They'll be the 6th team to take part in this competition. looking forward to seeing them tomorrow as well. And thank you, Gaming with Ram, for mentioning that last game coming up. Appreciated that. You're indeed correct. Basil Afghan take on Sport Club Roshare. The last match starting Indian time, 7 p.m. Thank you for that. Mohammed Tarek, T10 question mark? Absolutely. 5 overs gone, 71 on the board. So that over had a little bit of everything, really, didn't it? Let's have a look. 17 off the over. There was a big wicket in there as well. 5 wides, 4 leg byes, 6 wicket, 2 and a dot. Actually, a couple of dots. So they need to be going at 21.8. It's 109 required off 30. That's a steep ask. Crunched down the ground. It's well struck. And almost well fielded. Hamdard gets a hand on it, but he can't get anything more. No pressure to push it away from the boundary rope. Good dive, good effort. Unfortunately in vain. So every little bit helps. That boundary definitely helps. Goes again. This time, this is very high in the air. It's going to fall in no man's land. It does indeed. 3 fielders rushing in. A regulation mid-on probably would have swallowed that. As it is, there's no regulation mid-on. Uzi 2917 asking, how many matches played in a day? Well, currently we're doing 4 matches a day. We played 3 matches only yesterday, but today, 4 matches. Tomorrow, Tuesday, 4 matches. Wednesday, finals day Wednesday is also 4 matches in this ECS. So thank you for your question. 4 matches after we played only 3 yesterday. Because we have 6 teams playing each other just the once, that's 15 group games. And of the time we have here, that meant that there was 1 day of only 3 matches. And the other 3 days were going to be 4 matches each. Up over the top of the infield, going square on the offside, desperately trying to knock it back and cannot get enough on it. There was a couple of swings of the open hand to slap it back into play. Can't be done. Another boundary. But unfortunately, they're not stringing enough boundaries together, though. Uzi 2917, you are welcome. Thank you very much for your comment and your question. Please feel free to keep them coming. We're here for you. Ray Tipping asking if Blowers will be back. No, unfortunately, he won't be, Ray. That's unfortunately, Henry will not be joining us. He has other family commitments today here in Switzerland, and then he and Valeria are flying back to London tomorrow morning first thing. So our time with Henry is done. He was absolutely wonderful. I'm glad you enjoyed him as well. We all did. He was absolutely brilliant. Fantastic to have. Uh-oh. I spy an angry Marzi coming in, aiming something at us. Clubbed. Straight to the captain, and they'll just take a single. And that should end the over, and does end the over. 6 overs gone, and that means there's 85 for 5 on the board. Still 95 required from 24. Still feel it's a bridge too far. 14 off the over. They need to go at 20 plus per over now. So 14 just makes that run rate required slip further and further. So in case you missed it, there is a game that comes up after this match. Match 7 starting in approximately 25 minutes' time. Gaming with Ram. Thank you for that. You're indeed correct there. Today's total matches are 4. 2 matches complete, 1 match running, and 1 match up and coming. Thank you very much for that, Gaming with Ram. You are indeed correct. Appreciate your contribution there. So, whoa, that's about as wise as I get. Speaking of bouncers, funny watching the bowler here just flexing his arm a little bit, saying, "Yeah, I probably could have bounced that a bit higher." I think when he let go of the ball, it's pretty much landed on his feet and it's gone very, very, very high over the batter for a wide. We'll try that one again. Karim, who took a good catch earlier on, been rewarded by his captain with a chance to have a bowl as well. Comes down, gets it on the full. Just going to be singled down the ground towards long on. You just get the feeling with just getting these singles and these occasional dots and not managing to get close to 20 runs and over, that Swiss Dragon's going to fall by the wayside here. They're going to be left probably about 40, 50 runs shy of where they need to be at this current rate. And this defense against the middle order of Swiss Dragons by Basil Afghan is working very, very well. Rahid Khan's still out there, but he hasn't had a lot of the strike, and that's a bit of a problem. It's such a shame. I'm not sure why he's not maybe trying to farm the strike a bit better. Maybe try be a bit more proactive and try to farm the strike, try and take over. Hit all the way along the deck, all the way across the banjo rope. Alistair runs out to field it cleanly as he does. And 4 runs to the score. I don't think they're going to worry too much about the occasional 4 runs. It's just not going to be damaging enough, unfortunately. Not enough boundaries coming at the right time here. So halfway through the over. And hit. Whoa, you know what? I almost said straight down the throat of the fielder who's put there for that. But fine leg has let it go straight through his hands. He put the hands up, take the catch. Have a look at this one. Just in the background there. And I think it's just gone over his fingertips. He's up inside the circle. That's the catch. I think he's up inside the circle. If I got that wrong, how many? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, one of those fielders there is back. Not sure how he's missed that one. But couldn't have hit it any closer to the fielder if he tried. And it goes all the way for a Maximo. So where there's light, there's hope, I guess. Swings hard at this one. And, oh, just a feather touch. It was so close. Hope he hasn't done a little bit of a mischief there. Very good effort there from Handard. Good effort there, Abdullah. Have a look at this one more time. Camera follows it. Yeah, just flicks the fingertips. He's right on the boundary line. Was really always going to be very difficult indeed. Tries to put that one in short, up in the air, looking straight into the sun. This is a tough chance. Yep, pulls out of the catching opportunity. That sun was absolutely burning the back of his eyes there. You just see that was really going to be a problem. That's Syed Halal. Interesting enough, Syed Halal tried to attempt to catch in the dugout during the Basil Afghan innings, and he missed it because he pulled away because of the sun, and he's done exactly the same thing right there. So he practiced it about half an hour ago. It's tough. It's very hard when you've got that shining orb right in your eyes, burning the back of your retinas. 7 overs done, 106 for 5 on the board, 74 required off the last 3 overs. That means they've got to go at 24.7. Suggests to me that they're not going to be able to do that. But that does go down as a drop too, which is going to sting, but it does go down as a drop. Well, Rahid Khan finally gets to face a few deliveries, and he puts the foot down, and again, he leaves me scratching my head and saying, why does he not try to farm the strike? He came in at the drop of the first wicket, and up until the start of that over, he'd only faced a handful of deliveries. He'd only faced 6 deliveries. And then all the players below him, Hotak, Pradhan, Shinwari, captain, sort of just didn't turn the strike over to him, which is really bizarre. Wow, clubbed. That is a great shot. Almost like he's tried to pull that, and he's pulled it right in front of deep mid-wicket. Look at that. That's a clubbing shot. Bit of a baseball shot. So another 6 to the score. 68 off 17 now. It's an even 24 runs per over required. Good pace. Just good pace by Halal. Or Syed Halal, who dropped that catch a few moments ago, didn't want to burn his eyes looking at the sun, gets a chance with the ball, gets hits for 6 off the first one, then dots up on the second. Another couple of dot balls, and this run chase is almost done. Tries a short ball. It's a well-directed short ball as well. Really good pace from the youngster. Attempts a hook, doesn't get near it. Yep, just beaten for pace. 112 for 5. Still only halfway through this 8th over, but it's 15 balls to go. 68 runs still required. This isn't going to be a close finish. Get the feeling this finish is going to end up being about 30 runs shy where they need to be. Opens the face of the blade and swings this one over the point boundary for 6 runs. Nicely struck. So a bit of rush of blood here in the middle order, as there's a little butterfly disturbing us here. Probably really enjoying the fan. Please don't fly into the fan. Had that problem in Romania last year, actually, where Rico and I had a little spider crawling on a fan. Suddenly it became a blur. Straight down the throat of Hamdard, who holds on to a good catch. Would have gone for 6, but he moved around and took it to about shoulder height and completes a very good catch. So that makes up for what happened in the last over where he spilled a catch, but it was a tough opportunity, so I'm not going to be harsh on him that. That was a really, really tough one. But this catch, nicely taken, and that is the end of some really good middle order batting there. Unfortunately for Rahid Khan, he didn't see enough of the strike. He goes for 39 from 16. I said before, he only saw about 6 deliveries before the start of the last over. He needed to get more on strike, and unfortunately his team didn't really sort of work with him on that one. He goes to 39 from 16, striking the ball very well too with 4 maximos and 2 4s. 39, and that pretty much is going to be the Swiss Dragons' hopes now also departing with him. Nicely taken there. And that is going to be the end of the over. Just checking the scorecard there, end of the over. So 8 overs gone, 118 for 6. As Navadullah just has to, Mustafa Hossain just has to negotiate 1 ball. And he does so successfully. So 8 overs gone. It's 62 required off the last 12. 62 off 12. And you just get the feeling that, well, obviously you get the feeling. You'd be pretty comfortable to say that ain't going to happen. Mathematically, yeah, sure, but there's a bit more to it than that one. Nice shot. Nice shot. Not a good delivery. Helps around the corner. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot. But that's the kind of thing that most batters would expect to play for a ball that's flying down the leg side like that. Short, wide, crashed. Even the supercomputer has said 100% chance for Basil Afghan to win here. Don't often see that. Often the supercomputer gives at least a 1% chance to a side. And then again, I think also our boffins who crunch those numbers have a 1% margin of error allowance. Mohammadi facing up. And that's a good ball by Kaksar. He's got himself a wicket. He's also taken a catch and affected a run out, so he's had a pretty good day in the field. Interesting to see who they're going to get to bowl the last. But that's pretty much the game done and dusted there, even mathematically. 58 required off 10. 4 runs off the over so far only. Only 2 balls been bowled. But we are down towards the bottom end of the Swiss Dragons batting lineup there. Now, was a bit of something on that. They're asking the question. The umpire is yet to take out the hand and acknowledge it. But somebody heard something. Doesn't matter. It's up to the umpire if he hears something. I didn't see any deviation. Didn't see any clicking either, so shoot, that's okay. .58 from 9. Basil Afghan going to notch up their first win in this tournament. After the 2 losses they had yesterday, this is a really big game for them, and they're going to come out of this with a good win. In the air and catch held. Pedaling backwards into the shady area of the ground, and now he's got to come back into the sun and have a bit of a get around with his team. Was he 29-17 saying bowlers needs to bowl slower balls? What do you think? Well, maybe it doesn't have to necessarily be slower balls. Taking pace off is a good ploy. It is a good thing to try. But at the same time, we just saw a lot of badly directed pace balls, badly directed short balls. I don't have a problem with pace off. I enjoy when a team suddenly says, all right, let's take pace off. And obviously, if they had a left arm spin bowl, I would say, yeah, let's do that. So it's a hard one to say. It really depends on many things, but I don't think you're wrong. But I think overall, I would just be saying, look, I think the bowlers need to just have a think about what they're doing here. They get another wicket, though. 122 for 7 now with only 8 balls to come. And as I said a few minutes ago, they're probably going to be between 30 and 40 runs shy of where they want to be. Maybe that's being a bit generous. Looks like they're going to be a bit more than that. It's 58 required off 8. Swiss Dragons going to lose their second match of today. They won their first one, losing the second one. Lifted and 6. Desperate jump to try and knock it back into play. Doesn't happen. But Swiss Dragons, with a very good win they had in the earlier game just before this one against Sports Club Rocher, they're going to go down here against Basel Afghan. And Basel Afghan will have a few minutes turnaround before they have to freshen up and come back to take on Sports Club Rocher, who have had an entire couple of hours off from their previous 2 games this morning. But still, they played 2 games this morning, lost both of them. Pretty big margins, actually, for both games as well. Well, keeper's appealing for a run out here. And I think the umpires are saying, well, I think we... hasn't been given, has he? No, he hasn't, of course not. Just for a second, I was just watching what the umpire was saying there. Now, the umpire's definitely called over. I think the wicket keeper maybe was either being cheeky or he didn't hear the call. Anyway, that's it. Hello, John Gray. Good to see you joining us as well. Monty's saying, can't recall a game where the flick-defined leg produced so many runs. You're absolutely right. There's been a lot of runs in that part of the ground for both innings as well. Good shout there, Monty. So 128 for 7, 9 overs gone, 52 required off the last over. Not sure that's going to happen. Starts us off with a dot. This is Sayed Halal. He's going to bowl out. He's going to finish things off for Basel Afghan. Basel Afghan, as I said before, they need to, when they finish this game, jump off the field, freshen up, get themselves ready for the next contest, which is the final match of today. Sports Club Rocher waiting there in the shade to take on Basel Afghan. Another chance for a wicket is taken. Tries to hook this one for 6, ends up just popping up just a few metres away from the square leg umpire, and the easiest of catches. Unfortunately, we've seen it a few too many times today, some easy catches, but you still got to take them. Watch this, and taken nice and low, safe as houses. 8th wicket falls, 128 for 8 now. And Karim gets himself another catch. Well done to him. So Mustafa Hussain has to go. Nice catch. Getting down towards the tail now. But there's only a handful of deliveries left. In fact, there's only 4 deliveries left now in the game, and they're still 52 runs shy of where they need to be. Swiss Dragons, after they lost their openers very early on at the top there, Isaac Stewart was dismissed very early for only 4 runs. Rahid Khan had some resistance there with that 39, but it was a real sort of routing at the very top there. They were in trouble pretty much from the 4th over onwards. It puts her a little big delivery there with a bit of extra hot sauce on it. Well bowled. So 3 deliveries to come. Dot, wicket, dot so far. $128 for 8 on the board. Let's have a look. Hamid Wasmim punches it into the covers. It's stopped. Shy at the bowler's end. They want to buzz it. No, they don't. Just the single. Off the mark, though. That'll make him happy. So 2 more balls to come in this contest. Swiss Dragons are going to lose this one. They have, they're going to finish today 1-1, which is a bit of a mixed bag. They had the good win early in the match against Sports Club Rocher, as I just mentioned before. They're going to lose this one to Basel Afghan. It's going to be a run out at the keeper's end as well. So it's a really good throw and a really good work by the keeper there. Desperate to just get back for a second one. Obviously, maybe net run rates playing in the mind of some of the players as well. And it's going to be run out on the second last ball of the innings, which means that they're going to be 120. Well, no, they're going to be 130 for 9 now. That 1 run will count. They're trying to get back for a second there. I believe there's 1 ball to come. I've got 1 still to come. Unless, for any reason, the number 11 batter is unable to take to the field. That's a possibility. We're just going to find that out. Bolter, I was looking for Bolter to get the pads on and come out, but He's looks like he's not coming out unless they think it's an interesting one. Injured. Injured is the word. Bolter is injured, so the number 11 is unable to come out. So that is it. We finished the innings right there. Thanks very much, Marzi. So that's it for that. And so 129 for 8. Well, that'll turn into 130 for 9, and the innings comes to a close. Basil Afghan with a big win there. The news here from the other ground is that the number 11 batter is actually injured. That's Bolter, who's got an injury, unable to fulfill his duties with the bat. So he will not be coming out. The innings closes there at 130 for 9. Still needing 50 runs, so it's going to be a big 49-run victory to Basil Afghan. A big win, real confidence booster for them as well. So there you go. Thank you very much. Paolo Campini says PHSD, Phil, hot sauce delivery. I tell you what, wouldn't mind that. Did I tell you guys I found a hot sauce here? No, just kidding. Just kidding. We won't go down that path one more time. The last thing I'll say about hot sauces is this. I still stand by what I said. When we hit 500,000 subscribers, Vinny and I, we are going to, on screen, we're going to share a hot sauce with nothing else, just a teaspoon of a hot sauce. That hot sauce is going to be 500,000 Scoville units in heat. So none of this little sort of like tingling thing you get from the supermarket. This will be special delivery kind of stuff. So anyway, that's something we'll talk about when we get to the 500,000. As it is, this game has come to its crescendo, to its end. Basil Afghan get a win. They now get a win up against the 2 losses they had yesterday, so their hopes are still alive. They're going to be hoping for another win. If they can try to notch up a win against Sports Club Russia in the next match coming your way on the European Cricket Network, they'll go 2-2 with one more game to play and give themselves every chance of playing on Wednesday. In fact, if they do get that win, they should play Wednesday. Sports Club Russia, they wouldn't want to get a win here just to make sure that they're still with the chance to play on finals action on Wednesday as well. A lot to play for. So that's it from match number 6. It's a very good win to Basil Afghan. Swiss Dragons have finished. They will then disappear, but we will see them back here tomorrow. And we're going to see them back here tomorrow for just the one match in the afternoon. But for me, and also from the crew here, from Alistair and Marzi, we'll just say see you later for a few moments. Back here in about 10, 12 minutes' time for the next match. I think we'll probably start a few minutes late because this game did finish just a couple minutes late as well. We'll give everyone a chance, but we've still got the one more game coming. Monty, we're going to say goodnight to you. I can see you're heading off, but I will catch you all real soon. Don't go too far. Match 7 coming your way in about 10 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Embrack Cricket Ground here in ECS Zurich. It is match number 7 coming your way. Big game between Sports Club Rocher taking on Basel Afghan in a very important match for both these teams. It is going to be Sports Club Rocher to call for the coin toss. Let's see how we go.
Heads it is.
And heads it is.
Bat first.
There you go. Sports Club Rocher win the toss, having a bat first. And we're back. Wonderful to have your company again in this final match of the day on day number 2, match 7 coming your way. Basel Afghan taking on Sports Club Rocher, and you see there the coin toss. Thanks very much to Rado for all the coin toss news coming through at Sports Club Rocher. Win the toss. They're going to have a bat first. Let's see how they go. They haven't had a chance to have a bat first, so this is going to be interesting to see what they can do here. They have had to bat second in the 2 matches earlier this morning, and they have been found wanting, unable to get a good score on the board. There's something very largish, which only six legs walks across the table in front of me. Okay. Anyway, let's get into it. And it is the last match of the day. So I want to quickly say first, before we do that, thank you to everybody who's been watching the cricket here on our YouTube page. It's been wonderful to have your company. Thank you for sticking with us. And that little thing is still on my screen. Come on, you need to go, mate. Go find a new home. Go and have a wonderful Sunday. He's walking. I must have hit him hard. He's walking around in circles like I've just done some damage to him. Anyway, that's the wildlife talk there. And we get down to business now with Akaksar. With the duty to open the bowling, starts us off with a dot. Big important match for both these two teams. Important for Sports Club Rocher to get a really big score on the board because they have currently not been able to notch up a win. They made the 2 losses this morning. So important for them to try to get something here. And it's going to find the boundary rope. Umpire pretty happy there was a little bit of a feather edge on that one. There wasn't a lot of activity from the fielding team. And the keeper doesn't really get glove on this one. So on first impressions, didn't like it was off the bat, but there you go. All runs, all good. Akaksar coming for the 3rd ball of the over now. Bounces that one in short. Tries to play the hook. Misses. So Sports Club Rocher went down this morning for the couple of losses. First against the Zurich Mavericks. After the Zurich Mags put on 243 for no loss. Sports Club Rocher could only amass 118 for 5. They couldn't even get halfway on the runs required. They got absolutely thrashed in that match number 4. Match number 5, they were put into the field. Swiss Dragons put on 171 for 4. Well, hesitation with the runs there. And they finally get through for a scamper for a single. So in that 171 for 4, in that response, they put on 107 for 5. And again, fell plenty runs short there, 64 runs short. For Basel Afghan, they lost 2 matches yesterday, just notched up a win in the previous match that only finished a few moments ago against the Swiss Dragons. So they are now 1-2. They would love to go 2-2 at the end of this game. If they do that, I reckon they could almost book themselves into some Wednesday finals action. For Rocher, they would love to get a win here just so they don't go 0-3. If you're 0-3 and you're only playing 5 games, then it's going to be pretty tough to try to get yourself into those finals. So a lot to play for here. A real lot to play for. Let's see how we go. So before this game started, 948 runs scored today. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, takes it on the midriff. Ouch. So far, 5 more runs added to that score. So we will obviously get to 1,000 runs and maybe then some afterwards as well. Get to a few more than that. But not bad, eh? 948 runs. It's a 15.8 bowling average. Yep, that's what I was doing. I was just getting that on my calculator. Sorry about the silence there. But yeah, the run rates for the day has been 15.8. That's not too bad considering we've had a few ups and downs. but that's the average run rate of the day. As it's been carved away to the boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over. As we start the second from Hossein Zai, he gets found outside the off and smacked to the boundary line. So it was 5 off the first over. Good start there for Hazel Afghan, who lost the toss and have to field. They will bat last here today. Cut away nicely again. So back-to-back boundaries in the same spot. This one's a bit more convincing and sounded a bit better. Be interested to see if the captain decides to change the field around and drop someone back there. You have to say, before he automatically does that, I'd be sort of saying, would you want to have a word to your bowler first about putting it wide outside the off, or are you going to leave a fielder out there? He's going to leave a fielder out there at point, which means he has to bring his, he has to bring long on up to mid on. This is the problem when you start chasing the ball like this. So you should turn to your bowler and say, look, I need you to bowl to the plan. I need you to bowl where the field is. If you're going to put it outside the off, keep doing it. But as soon as you put a ball on a good length on off or middle and they pummel you down the ground, I'll be asking questions. But lucky enough, we have a batter there who's swinging agriculturally, looking for the deep mid-wicket boundary, one after the other, and missing. Mukesh did pretty well in the first day, in the previous game. He came out and flailed the bat around a little bit. I'm not sure about elevating him up to opener, though. I think if Basil Afghan get a few of these on the stumps and maybe just change up the pace a little bit here too. Hussein Zai is bowling with pretty much the same pace. If he's got a slower ball, I would say that slower ball could work wonders with like a slow ball Yorker. Let's see what he can do here. The short ball clubbed away to deep point, and deep point is unfortunately a little bit too square. It's hit just in front of point for another boundary in that area. Well, the captain's going to scratch his head and say, but I thought I'd just put him out there for that reason. And you'd have to say, well, you probably did, but it was just placed better. 17 for no loss after 2, with Sports Club Rocher winning the toss and electing to bat first. Looking to get a score on the board. So once again, thanks to everyone in the chat for joining us today on the European Cricket Network. If you like what you see, if you're enjoying the cricket, don't forget to like and subscribe. More subscribers we have is always good. We always like to know about our numbers and who's watching, where you're watching from, and who you're supporting, of course, as well, and what you think the outcome's going to be. Not necessarily what the score's going to be, but which team do you like? Another swing and a miss. Sports Club Rocher, resplendent in their lime green and black pads. As Alistair called it, the avocados. Actually, probably a little bit light for an avocado. They're not quite lime. Limes are a bit darker usually. Well, my limes are. Maybe the guacamole team. How about that? The guacs. Oh, hits this one quite nicely. It's a bit agricultural, but it's going to bounce just inside the rope. And I mean just inside the rope. We had a good look on that one. Umpire took a little nod from Hamdard, who was fielding nearby. He turned around and immediately said, yep, that was inside the rope. It was. 4 runs, though. Threw the bat at this one. Ran a bit of a risk. What a lovely bit. That's a lovely shot, that one. Sort of the player running in front of the grassy knoll. The infamous grassy knoll where Vinny is not hiding, despite Henry insisting that Vinny had not left the country. He was hiding in the grassy knoll. I think Henry was seeing things. How good was it having Henry Blowfield in the commentary all last week and yesterday? Absolutely fantastic. Bit of a treat there for the European Cricket Network and for all our fans as well. Hope you enjoyed it. Anyway, hope you're enjoying yourselves wherever you're watching, either here at the ground or at home. I know we've got a few people tuning in from India as well, so it's wonderful to have your company. 21 for no loss. Good over this one, just a 4 from it. Until that has that carried the banjo rope? It has indeed. Well, not quite a comms curse, but still 6 from it. That fifth ball of the over flies away as Amakel, who bowled really well in the previous match, got 2 for 11 from his 2 overs against the Swiss Dragons, and already he's gone for 10. But otherwise, it's been actually a pretty good bowling spell from him. Last ball of his over coming up. Haven't let them get off to a real fly here. The current run rate is still under 10. So they haven't let Sports Club Rocher get away here. This is the last ball of the power play coming up. Hit in the air, uppishly. It's going to roll down towards us. Marty, it's coming straight to me. Oh, it's hit the leg of the table. Can you believe it? I cannot believe my luck. I've been waiting all week for a ball to come to me. It's the leg of the table and bounced away. And Hamdard has fielded it before I could grab it. Well, I feel ripped off. Where is it? It should have come straight through here. It doesn't, and he got it before I did. So them's the breaks. I'll get the next one. All right. Thanks very much, Marzi. And thank you very much, Jagridi there with the camera. Good work. Good work all around. Good shot too, by the way. Good shot for 4. So 3 overs gone, and it's 31 on the board. And Amjad now with a chance to do some damage with the ball if he can. Haven't got a breakthrough yet, so that's important for Sports Club Rocher. The fact that they've still got the runs out there, that speaks volumes. Rahul Soman and Mukesh doing a great job. And that's not a bad shot either. There's a puff of dust as the ball lands inside the field of play. That just shows how dry it is here at the ground. We haven't had a lot of rain in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and it really does show. We had a little bit of rain yesterday morning, about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. But by about midday, it had already gone bone dry here at the ground. But that's just the way it is. That's summer in Europe. Hit up in the air. Well, the fielder wants to catch it, and he protects himself from the sun because that sun is in the right part of the sky. The run-out attempt. The glove was closer to hit the stumps than the ball, and that was interesting attempt there. These things happen. So have a look at this again one more time. Skied up in the air. Chance of a catch. Mid-wicket. Can't see it. Cannot see it at all. Picks it up. Throws it. Watch the glove. Watch the glove. And there it is. Marvelous stuff. Bottom line is they do get home for a couple. Important runs. Goes to the big paddle around the corner there. Oh, John Gray gives a great example of a comms curse. Thanks for that, John. That's a bit of a howler. Yeah, that's not good at all. The show jumping. I'm not sure how I could commentate show jumping. Not my thing. As I'm very fond of saying for many, many things, not my thing. Wide ball there. This little ant, I don't want him getting near my computer because I'm worried about ants crawling into places where they will never leave again. All right, I'm going to do that. Yeah. You're not going to leave there, and if you do, you're going to be a pancake. All right. Amjad. Got a bit of work to do here. 39 for no loss. Interesting that still haven't lost a wicket yet. So this is really good from Sports Club Rocher. They've been pretty persistent and pretty consistent here, but they just need to do an awful lot better. Need to get the run rate up. As a left-hand, need to take a catch or get a wicket. Oh, see, now I've lost the ant. Get so worried when I see ants on the desk in case they crawl into the laptop, which could mean absolute curtains. So 43 for no loss. Still 2 to come to finish the over. Supercomputer is liking Basil Afghan. How about that? Giving him an 84% chance of the win here. obviously the computer boffins who are crunching the numbers just feel that Sports Club Roche just haven't put the runs on the board. Well, that wide's going to help matters, though. Oh, John Graves, some information about the show jumping there, saying one of the riders' experience went over one of the wrong fences. Wow, that's you think they get that right, wouldn't you? Absolutely incredible. Where is the show jumping currently happening there, John? Can you let us know? I know there's some show jumping championships happening in Czech Republic soon. I wonder if that's it. Playing in playing. It's not a cricket match, Phil. I think that we're taking part either in maybe in Olomouc. I think that's happening, but I don't know if that's later in the year or if that's maybe the one you're watching right now. The game we're watching right here in front of us, though, is Basel Afghan and Sports Club Roche. Well, the non-striker appealed for a wide. The square leg umpire showed a wide, and then the standing umpire said, well, if two of you say it, I'll say it as well. It's definitely a wide. So Mukesh still out there on 26 from 15. Rahul Saman, he's on 14 from 8. Score is 45 for no loss. One more to come to complete the fourth over. That run rate, though, it's lifted up nicely. It's now up to 11.7, probably thanks to 4 wides in this over as well, which has really helped causes. All right, now that ant is on the monitor. That's incredible. You'd have words. All right, there we go. Get some ant rid, possibly. So, 45 for no loss, 4 overs gone. So it's interesting to note that Basel Afghan, unfortunately, unable to get a breakthrough here at the moment. Quite astonishing. Maybe, I don't know, how would you feel? I'd be a bit frustrated if I was captain. I'd be thinking, well, what are we doing here against a team that has yet to win a game and hasn't looked particularly strong in the batting department today either? Well, there you go. There you go. That's the opposite of a comms curse. That's a comms kiss right there. Mikel hits the top of the stumps, and that is going to be the end of Soman's watch. He now has to depart the score on 45. So it's now 45 for 1 with that wicket falling. Mikel does really well with the fast delivery. You miss, I hit, bang, done. Well bowled. It's always wonderful when I'm getting WhatsApp messages buzzing on my phone from my wife who's trying an ice cream for the first time, and she's telling me how it tastes and how she's enjoying it. Great stuff, Rennie. Good on you. Mrs. G, not quite in the house, but she's enjoying her ice cream on a very hot day over there back home. Very warm here as well. Warm conditions, definitely up to about 32 now. In the centre, it's probably even warmer. It's not quite 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. Don't think we've even hit the hottest yet today. John Gray, I think you're right. He definitely heard me. I've said it many times before. We're definitely mic'd up to the centre of the pitch. You just get the feeling that sometimes things happen. Like that's a lovely strike for 6. Big Maximo over the cover boundary. Sometimes things happen in the centre and you just, I know it's a silly thing to say, but you do think, are we mic'd up? Can they actually hear us? It's weird how things happen. And again, it's purely just a coincidence. Surely. Although sometimes I'm not a fan of coincidence because I don't think the universe is that lazy. Chris Smith asks what ice cream is Rennie trying. It's a twister. She likes the twisters that you can get in Czech. It's a raspberry, orange, and pear flavored twister. Nice combination of fruit flavors. I mean, that's pretty cool. 50 up as well, by the way. 51 for 1 with that previous Maximo that was belted over the cover boundary. Tarakel, no slouch with the bat is Tarakel. He's going to get a chance to try to get some runs here. I mean, he's come in with plenty of time up his sleeve to try to motor the score up. Because he can do things like that. And he has slapped that for a bounce just inside the rope. And I'm only just inside the rope for 4 runs. So it's score now up to 55 for 1. So 2 to come. Swing and a miss. Not a wide shown there. One more to come at 55 for 1. Have a look at the runs per over graph there. Apart from that very slow start, it's been pretty consistent all the way through. 10 runs off this over, plus whatever happens here in the final ball of this half of the innings. And it goes behind him for a wide. We'll have to have that one more time. So one more time, 56 for 1. Let's try that again. This has got a lot of airtime. Shouts to catch it. Point. Holds the catch very nicely as well. Got into position, set himself, and holds on to a screamer. Well done. Close attention from a couple of fielders there, including the wicketkeeper, but they all held back because he screamed mine. And Hamdard, who was in front of me, screamed catch it. I can tell you said it because it was very, very loud. Nice catch. Nice catch indeed. So there you go. Darrick doesn't get to really do a lot of damage, and he has to depart probably a bit early and would have wanted to. As Umair Ahmad, I think that was Umair Ahmad, pretty sure it was. Yes, it was indeed. Holds on to a good catch. And Darrick has to go. Well, I said before, it's a platform for him to stay out there and make a bunch of runs because he hit the ball so well yesterday when he got an opportunity to bat. Just didn't stick around. And unfortunately, he's done the same thing again. Comes in at the drop of the first wicket and gone. Capital Gorne. Gone. Amazing stuff. All right, it's very nice of you to give a shout out to Mrs. G. Good on you, mate. Thank you. She's sitting there on the couch trying the very brand new Twister flavour, which is raspberry, orange, and pear. Fantastic. Tease me also because I'd probably slay dragons for an ice cream right now. Not a milky based ice cream, but something that's sort of water based, just to sort of take away the hurt. That's been hooked around the corner. Lovely shot. Good strike. So the first ball of the 6th goes all the way for a Maximo. 62 for 2 on that first delivery. Karem gets punished for a short ball, an errant short ball. Chris, you have twisters? I thought you had twisters there. Yeah. Yeah, pineapple ice cream with the strawberry core and lemon lime outer fruit. Yeah, we get them in Czech Republic as well. The one Rennie's trying right now, it's a raspberry, orange, and pear flavored, Chris. So is that one you guys can get as well? Mars is staring at me with open mouth. Yeah, we're on ice cream talk over here on the chat. Yeah, you'd love an ice cream, wouldn't you? Yeah, me too. Me too. If anyone's within hearing distance, get us a delivery of twisters. That'd be fantastic. I've actually got a few cheap twisters in the freezer back at the apartment. All the way along the deck and over the rope as well. Just got some close attention from Basil Afghan fielder there. I can't quite see who it is, but he's not happy. And I bet his captain's not going to be happy either as that trickles out of the hands and across the rope for 4 runs. 4 runs that did not need to be scored. Should have been stopped. Score gets up down to no ball as well. Just to add insult to injury, it's also a no ball. So it's a no ball 4. So what an over this is so far from Karamba. 6, a no ball 4. So a big chance here for Mukesh to plunder. He goes to the big hit towards deep mid-wicket. Has it found the gap? It has not. A little bit of another fumble there from the field. It's warm conditions out there. Players can be forgiven for just having a bit of an issue with maybe slippery hands and sort of some minds getting a bit fried. We've all got to suffer it. So just the one off that no ball. So the free hit pretty well protected. 68 for 2. Gets that around the corner, and that has gone a long way in the air and deposited on the other side of the rope for another Maximo. Well, Arvind starts his account with a lovely strike. That's Arvind Akal. Goes crash. 6 runs. Nice strike. Projected score is a 135. They'll definitely want to get a better than 135. This team very much capable of 150 plus in a run chase. Swings hard again. This is another chance for a catch, and he was twisting constantly and constantly moving. And unfortunately, can't back it up with a catch. I think that's Umair again, who's unfortunately shelled that one. He caught one last over. This one he's put down. Just the single, though. 19 off the over so far. Still 2 to come. Goes cross bat towards deep mid wicket. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Ray Tipping saying, not sure he likes the look of the new Magnum. It's green. Does that mean it's a pistachio flavour? Is that what that is? Ah, so Chris, you haven't tried the fruit zinger, the peach, orange and raspberry. Interesting. They're good though, aren't they? They're very good. Yeah, Renata is a big fan of that. And as I said, it's a very popular ice cream treat in the Czech Republic. We've usually got one of those boxes full of them in the freezer, especially over summertime. And nice little reward. And you come back for a bit of a wander during the summer heat to get back and have one of those. I'm thinking about one of those already when I get back to the apartment after today. And that is a pretty big over. 20 runs from it. It does go magical with some big hitting and the no balls. It finishes with a dot. 76 for 2 after 6. Karim, see if he comes back for a second over or not. Raspberry, cherry, and marshmallow. Wow. Okay. I'm not sure if Rennie's in the chat at the moment. She might be lurking. She would be loving this chat right now, Chris. So I might have to drop her a message. But the score, 76 for 2 after 6. Not looking too bad. It's picked up good momentum now with that 20 runs off that previous over. So these are good signs. And it looks to me there is a... Well, 76 for 2 turns into 76 for 3. As Mukesh finally is caught. 38 from 21. And it's that man Kaksar again, who cannot be kept out of the game. Just finds a way to get himself in the match. Good to see. Very competitive. Yeah, Basil Afghan here. Just starting to get on top. That last over that went for 20 runs, though. A few concerns. But they're really trying to get themselves right back into this match. Kaksar in again. Swing and a miss. A few oohs coming from the fielders there. They're thinking we're going to get an edge in a minute. That's what they're thinking. Sriharsha is just swinging for the rafters, hoping for the best. Now, 3 wickets down, so the middle order now needs to step up. Aravind has only been out there for 3 deliveries. He's at the non-strikers end. Sriharsha has just joined him, yet to get off the mark, and he's got 2. Interesting. Long on comes into mid-on. Another swing and a miss. I think what the captain of Basil Afghan's thinking, he's thinking, if he gets an edge, I need to make sure we've got protection there. So third is a little bit wider there. I'd almost want to bring third a little bit finer, possibly. But anyway, he's there on the boundary rope. Point on the boundary rope and square leg on the boundary rope as well. They haven't gone for... They've gone for one person deep in front of the wicket. And that is sort of halfway between deep mid-wicket and deep long on. I think that what they feel with these swinging and missings. And so far, no runs. Could be a wicket maiden here. How about that? Could be their first wicket maiden for the series. Kaksar coming in. And the dot ball is a wicket maiden. Gets a round of applause from his teammates. A very good over that. Very good over indeed. And you got to say, though, after 20 runs taken off the previous over, having a wicket maiden in the very next over, that would put a big smile on the captain's face for Basil Afghan. Not so much for Sports Club Rocher. But well bowled. Very well bowled. And if you've got the bingo card, we talk about the bingo cards quite a fair bit. They don't actually exist just yet. But if you had the bingo card and you had a wicket maiden or even just a maiden over on that card, you might be a bit surprised. Amjad is back now. He went for 14 off his first over. He's going to chance his arm at bowling another one now. Maybe you feel a bit inspired by Kaksar, who finishes with 2 overs, 1 for 4, including a maiden. Short ball. but not considered dangerous or anything like that. Well, the batter's just stand there, doesn't move his feet, and he's asking, well, why is that not called a wide? And I think if you show him the replay, but you didn't tell him it was him batting, he probably would say that's a good delivery. Have a look at that. The 6th over for 20, the 7th over for nothing on that chart that just popped up. Swings, gets this one in the air. And unfortunately, 2 fielders come together and neither one of them can manage to knock that back into the field of play. It goes for 4 runs. I thought one of them might actually get a hand on that one because in the end we had, well, of the last 9 balls, 7 of those have been dots. 7 have been dots. Quite incredible. Okay, so I'm hearing that some people in the chat are not fans of pistachio ice cream. That's what I'm hearing. Well, I'll tell you what, sometimes you get a bit of luck, and there's a great example right there. A few of the Basil Afghan fielders are just sort of hands on the heads like, oh, how did that not happen? Well, he's managed to, hasn't quite French cut it, but he's got an inside edge, and that's gone all the way for 4. Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Take them any way you can get them. Ray Tipping still pushing for the Marmite Magnum. Good God. Ray, what's wrong with you? Vegemite Magnum, mate. Vegemite. In the air. And keeper's got a lot of ground to cover, but with the gloves, he snatches at that one and holds onto it. So that's going to be Arvind Akhal's time done. He gets 15 from 7 deliveries, but has to depart now. Just trying to show a little bit of rearguard action here. You sort of fear that Sports Club Roche are going to run out of some batting strength, and they're going to leave the door open for Basil Afghan to snatch a pretty good win here with a very modest total to be chased down. Have a look at the ECN events data there. I just spied there 976,000 deliveries have been bowled. The conversation is always turning to when is the 1 millionth ball going to be bowled, who's going to bowl it, which competition it's going to be at. I think the last I heard of any thought it was going to be sometime this month, towards the back end of the month. So we're all sort of looking at Portugal now, which is on the cards. And we're saying, it could be Portugal. Could be. We'll see. Obviously, I'd love to be commentating that. That'd be fun. Actually, it might be myself and Tina commentating that one. Could be G-Force combining to bring you the 1,000,000th ball ever bowled on the European Cricket Network. Anyway, back to this one. 84 for 4. 2 balls to come to complete the 8th over. Got him straight through. How about that? 2 in 2. Crash. Chakari is having not a good day today, I think it's fair to say. He was run out in very strange circumstances earlier today, a run out that he was not even involved in, despite the fact that he was the batter who was run out. And on this occasion, he just misses the really good straight delivery. Look at this. Crash, stumps akimbo. Chris Smith, I know you're watching. How about that? That's proper stumps akimbo. It's a great way to lose bails as well. So 2 in 2. And only for the second time, I get to say, hat-trick ball. Amjad on a hat-trick. He's got 2 for 22. Richie Beno, 2 for 22. Now, Sadasavan has to come in and defend this one. What do you do? Hat-trick ball. What are you going to do? Captain doesn't make a change to the field. It's all on the bowler. Can we get our first ECS Zurich hat-trick? Hit, and oh, would you believe it? It bounces about 2 meters in front of the fielder. Oh, just for a second, I thought we could be on there. Wasn't badly struck, to be perfectly honest. Just happened to hit it straight to the fielder, but it bounced just in front of him. So there you go. 8 overs gone. 85 for 5 on the board. Successful over there. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Well bowled. 9 runs only as well. So 2 overs left to try to muscle this score along. You sort of feel that Sports Club Roche are going to be languishing with a score around about 100, 105 possibly. That gets knocked out towards the point fielder just for 1. Chris Smith talking about just try Australia for bad flavour. That's their level of weird. Yeah, we'll take that. That's fine. That's not a problem. So desperate for every single run in these dying overs. Sports Club Rochette, they're going to be found a little bit short here of where they need to be. Average score in this ECS, I'm not sure what the average is, but the pass score, it's got to be a 140, a 145 to make it competitive. Anything over 150 makes it a good chase, but we've seen scores that just haven't been chased down. Tough scores as well. Yesterday we did have I think it was a 150, high 150s was chased down. I think there was a game yesterday where that happened. So it can be chased, but if you want to be competitive, you need to do better than a 150. As we're just trying to find where that ball's gone. Might have just gone behind. Oh, don't step on the table, folks. The camera wobbled. That's one thing we try to ask the fielders, don't step on the table. And now I think the camera's gone out of alignment. Need to put a sign up there, I think. This is getting a bit silly. The players have to get over a fence, and there's a stepladder, but unfortunately the stepladder is right next to our camera table, and they're constantly using our camera table for leverage. And now the camera's gone a bit out of alignment, which is a little bit frustrating. We'll probably fix that during the we should electrify the table, and we won't tell anyone. We'll see how that lasts. Anyway, we'll fix it up soon. So 90 for loss of 5 wickets. 2 to come in this over. Oh, through the keeper, through everyone, and all the way to the fence. That went very, very quick. Hussain Zai's got a very fast ball. But unfortunately, if it's not hit and the keeper misses it, it's going to get to the fence in about 2.1 seconds. So last ball of the 9th. Straight up in the air, catching opportunity. Taken by the captain. He'll be happy about that. He spilled one a little bit earlier, but he's held on to that nicely. Nazar Pardes holds on to a catch and gets a little bit of a congratulations from his number 1 opening batter as well. He says, well done, Skip. That's what we like to see. Like to see the into the action as well. So Sada Savan has to go. Oh, excuse me. That was Srihasa who's lobbed that one in the air. Sadisvan is still out there on 2 from 3 deliveries. He'll soon be joined in a moment. But the score is languishing. Still haven't found the 100 yet. 9 overs gone, 94 for 6 on the board. Still haven't found the magical 3 digits. And this looks like it's going to be a pretty straightforward run chase when the time comes. Well, keeper thinks he heard something. So does randomly mid-wicket. But nothing doing there. So just waiting for umpires, just having a chat with the scores, making sure everything's okay. I think they're just confirming the dot ball there. That was indeed a dot ball. So Khan. Asiri Khan coming on to bowl his 1 and only over. It's in good pace as well. Sports Club Russia, they're going to struggle to get to 100 here, which would be quite disappointing. The lowest score so far in this tournament was a 107 scored by Sports Club Russia, and that was in response to a 171 for 4 in the second match of the day. And that's going to find the boundary. Well, that's going to help them along quite a fair bit with that 4. Gets them up to now to 98 for 6 with still 3 balls left to spare. You'd expect them to get the ton. They have to at least get the ton. PK in the chat saying it's a golden ball match. Oh, PK, have you seen Basil Afghan batting? I reckon they'll eat this up in a very short period of time, but we'll see. We'll see. It is the last match of the day. It's been a long, warm day for all teams and also for the officials and, of course, for the crew here as well. 98 for 6. 3 balls to come. Sun has moved right the way across the sky. Probably most of the fielders are going to feel that ball, that sun when it gets into the air. Oh, they run through for a quick single. And successful as well. Bit of a premeditated single too. See the non-striker set off immediately. And the underarm farm. The wicket keeper doesn't hit the stumps. 99 for 6. 2 to come. Well, there you go. It stays on 99, but it does tick upwards to 7. 99 for 7 as Khan hits the stumps straight through him. As Thana Balasingham looks to put that one into outer space, misses it completely, doesn't miss the stumps. You miss, I hit. Good bowling. One more ball to come. Sports Club Russia with a final delivery to try to make it into triple-digit figures. And unfortunately for them, they looks like barring any sort of wide or no ball here, they're looking like they're probably going to be putting up the lowest score of the tournament so far. Good to see an enthusiastic number 9 batter running out to the centre saying, yep, I'm there. Always good to see that. That's looks like it's Vinod Lukus. And good man, he takes his strike. Something Henry and I talked about when we saw a couple of batters coming late during the games yesterday. Batters not taking their strike and just saying, come on then, bowl the ball. That's the complete package there. One ball to come. Batter takes his strike. And they're going to take a leg by, just the one leg by, to make sure the score ticks over to 100. I think that's how it's going to finish. No, umpire hasn't indicated a leg by, so which means it's going to be 1. So 100 is the final score, 100 for 7 after 10. And just on the face of things, I'll put this out there. I feel that Basil Afghan will not be upset chasing a score of 101 in the final innings of today. We will find out, sure enough. Let's have a look at the batting card. Just go through it one more time for you. And I've got to say, right at the top there, Mukesh, that 38 from 21. Pick of the batters easily. Really good batting there from him. 7 boundaries there in that score. For the bowlers, though, let's flick over to the bowlers. A bit more interesting over there. 2 for 25 to Armakel and 2 for 23 to Amjad, including 2 in a row. I thought he bowled really well. And Nasiri Khan, take your hat off, mate. Last over he bowled that over number 10, 1 for 5 in over number 10 when the pressure was on. So I feel this is a very good effort there with the ball and with the fielding for Basil Afghan. They put themselves in a really good position to get the win. If they can, it'd be their second win of 4 matches. They'll go 2-2 after 4 matches if they can try and get this win against Sports Club Russia. So don't go too far. Join me for the run chase in about 12 minutes' time here at the lovely Embrat Cricket Ground. And this match number 7 hanging in the balance against Sports Club Russia. Defend, or are they going to fall to pieces and allow Basil Afghan to get the win? Join me, Phil G, on the European Cricket Network shortly. We'll get that run chase underway for you very soon. I'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the Run Chase here. In the final match of today, it's match number 7 as the players take their place in the centre. Sports Club Rocher, resplendent in their light green, white and black gear. And the team from Basil Afghan making their way out to the centre. The two opening bats striding to the crease with a modest total that needs to be chased down on a warm afternoon. Nice little breeze coming across the shoulders here of myself, alongside Blue Crew Marzi here next to me. And we're going to see this home now. Basil Afghan, they would fancy themselves to get a pretty good win here. It's a modest total chasing of 102. That's the target. And it's going to be Hamdard and Zaman are going to be facing the music. Tarakel looks like he's going to start proceedings. That's a good move. Get your best bowlers on nice and early and try and cause some scoreboard pressure. And I think he's been the most consistent of all the bowlers. Be interested to see how the captain, Satish, tends to move his bowlers around and who he's going to bring on and when he's going to bring them on. Looking forward to seeing that. We'll see what happens. But Tarakel, he's been good. I really enjoyed his bowling. Good pace, good ferocity, and changing things up as well. Thanks to everyone in the chat for joining us for the last innings today. Hello there to John Gray, PK Palacampini, of course, Chris Smith as well in the chat. John Gray, a few nice kind words about getting the chance for maybe resetting the GB. It was reset a couple of weeks ago. How much would we love to do that? It was actually at Cossonay a week ago, I think it was, last Saturday, not Saturday. Yeah, a week ago, wasn't it? Under extraordinary conditions as well. Quite an amazing final qualify, wasn't it? It was during the qualify. What a game that was. That had us all in fits and starts. So that is one run off the first ball there. Here we go. Tarakel. Club down the ground, albeit a bit of a miss hit. And Zaman off the strike and off the mark as well. Both batters off with just a single to start proceedings here. They don't have to chase a big target here, so they could probably feel they could take the foot off the accelerator a bit. If I was the staff, the coaching staff here, I'd be saying to them, approach this as you'd approach any target. Let's get after it quickly. Let's not hang about. Last thing we want to do is show any sign of complacency. Get after that target. That's what I'd be saying. No point hanging about. And no one's going to be upset if it's an early finish here today either. So, as I said before, 101 was put on the board by Sports Club Rocher. Really struggled a bit there. Mukesh top scored with a really good 38, a well-deserved 38 from 20 on deliveries. Apart from that, though, no one else really managed to step up to the plate and help out with the heavy lifting. It's a great delivery. That's going to fly away. There is protection behind the keeper, though. And leg byes indicated. We've seen Hamdard score a bunch of runs today already, and 93 not out in the previous match against the Swiss Dragons. That was 93 not out of 30 deliveries. Zaman helped himself to 42 from 15. That's why this opening pair is so dangerous. Over the top of mid-wicket, who can only stare and look back at the other players too, as though to say, if I was a foot taller, I'd probably need to be at least another 3 feet taller, because that's pretty much how high it went over his head. Yeah. It's like that old saying that I sometimes say, just give me 5 minutes. If I'm not back, just give me another 5. 7 without loss. 95 required off 55. Does look pretty straightforward here. And, well, a few hands on hips and a few sides here. It's been what's the end of a long, hot day here. And I think a few players are probably feeling a bit of the pinch here as that goes for 4 byes. I think it's fair enough that the bowler himself, Tarakel, he's probably a little bit sort of had enough, and not had enough, that's probably the wrong thing to say, but he's probably getting a little bit sort of frustrated. And that's 11 off the first over with the 4 byes to finish things off. But 11 runs, that's exactly what they want, at least 11 runs. The current run rate required is at 10. And 10 runs and over from the very start to the very end is exactly what is needed and wanted. Still got a few ants here on the table. That's probably why my fingers have been bit so much. Sorry, no more ant talk. Let's move on. Karanki takes over the attack. Swings hard at this one. Gets a feather edge. It's going to do the job, though, as it flies away along the deck for 4 runs, all the way to that fine leg boundary. So I tell you what, a couple of big overs here, and you'd almost say the game's pretty much done and dusted. That's the trouble that Sports Club Russia have got. They haven't got a massive score on the board. So a couple of loose overs, a couple of loose deliveries, and this score will be reeled in quick time. So 15 on the board already. Another 87 required from 53. As Lefkan with a lot of confidence chasing a modest total. Umpire just on the walkie there to score us. Hopefully everything's okay. Obviously the umpire's here doing a great job, making sure that they're happy with everything that's going on. Garanki just been taken for 4. Let's see if we can come back here. Well, batter's appealing for a wide, and he gets it. Wicketkeeper uses his pad. And something that Henry Blofeld said a few times over the last couple of days, that he and even during the women's series, he likes to see the wicketkeeper throw the ball in the air to a player and the ball to be kept in the air as it makes its way all around to the bowler. And I agree with that. I think it's a good thing to do. It's a good habit to get into. It looks tidy. How about that for tidy? That is the helicopter shot of the day as that ends up on the grassy knoll, square on the offside. It clears the boundary rope by then quite a fair bit, goes all the way back for a big Maximo helicopter style. Look at that whip that's given there. Good shot. 22 on the board for no loss. And we're only eight legal deliveries bowled so far. There's the group in the very nice shaded part of the ground. So it looks like a very comfortable part of the ground there. Getting a bit of a collection of people over there at the moment. It's a pity they can't see that we're looking at them. I'll try and get them to give us a wave if we can. Another helicopter shot, lofted, and oh, have a look at that catch. What a ripper one-handed that was. How about that? Well done indeed. That's one of my new friend down there giving us a wave. Have a look at that. Well done, you. Good catch. Really good catch. One more time on the replay. Look at that. Lofted. Get him on the field. Easy as you like. Casual as you like. And there you go. Have that one back. Good. Well done. Love it. Well done. Good work with the camera as well. 28 for no loss. We're only halfway through this second over, and 74 only required from 51. There's a Afghan all over this competition right now, and they have really stepped up to the plate now and worked this one towards our car. Again, Marzi, it's gone out towards our car. It's just taken a bit of a left turn and gone away from it, so don't worry about it. Insurance companies, we've got it on tape as well. Insurance companies can't get us for anything. 34 for no loss. As the acceleration is coming thick and fast with 3 Maximos in a row. This over worth 23 runs. We've still got 2 balls to come. Ray Tipping just helped himself to a John Smith's out of the fridge. Oh, I used to drink that when I lived in the UK. I haven't lived in the United Kingdom since 2019. I think it was when I moved out. Yeah, I had Old Speckled Hen and John Smith's. That was my go-to. Whoa! Speaking of go-tos, how about that? That is gone. Capital Gorne. Gone. No one's even coming out from the dugout to field that either. So unfortunately for the oh, there he goes. One of the youngsters has just helped him out there. I was going to say one of the Sports Club Rocher fielders has to go and find that one. Deposited. Well, Hamdard, he is a player who is in really good touch. I know we get a little bit starstruck by Stanik's eye, and we should too, because he's belted a couple of centuries already. But spare a thought for this man here. He is quality, absolute quality. He strikes the ball really, really well. Given the chance, I would expect him to be a Centurion by the end of this this series. Well, the foot fielding was pretty poor, and it's going to ricochet off the foot and find the boundary rope. And it's getting towards the end of a long day for that team. Sports Club Roche, they've been here since early this morning, to be fair. They've played the first 2 games today. They had the third game off, and they're back to play the last game. It's a big, long old day for them. And it's tough when you've got to play 3 games. They're the first team that has to play 3 games here today. I'll just look ahead very quickly to tomorrow. And I can tell you now that Alton will be playing 3 games here tomorrow. And no one else is playing 3 games. Then on Tuesday, I think it's the Zurich Alpine Warriors are going to play 3 games. So it's pretty tough conditions. And that's another Maximo as well. This one goes high, hard, and handsome as well. That's gone a long way back. So it was 33 off the second over, and now 6 runs off the start of this. The 50's up as well. Basil Afghan, 50 for no loss after 2.1 overs. You get a funny feeling this match could be over by the halfway point. Tarakal struggling here. He's gone for 12. He had a bit of a foot fielding situation a few moments ago as well. But 33 off the last over. And now 6. And now down leg side. And is that going to go all the way for 5 of them? Kicked into touch. That's a bit of comedy down on the far side of the ground. Kicked into touch. I'm not sure what happened after that. Waiting for the umpire to give the call there on the wides, of course, which of course they were. There you go. Entertaining stuff. Players falling over. Balls being kicked around. 3 wides. Ooh, that's a pretty good stop. That went like a rocket. That's a pretty good stop. More reflex than anything else. Just puts the hand down and tries to knock it, tries to take the catch. Not sure he was thinking about taking the catch. Probably just more thinking, well, if I could try to knock it down, but it was instinctive more than anything else. Fair effort too. 54 on the board. 2 overs and 2 balls left. Sorry, have been bowled already. This one's gone high in the air, and that is going to bounce in the fielder play. Fielder seems to take forever to get around to it. It's going to be a throw back to the bowler's end. Can't stop a couple, though. No, they only took the 1. That was in the air for an eternity. I thought they'd definitely get back for 2 then. 55 for no loss. Hamdard on 34. Zaman on 12. Zaman facing now. He's only facing his 6th ball. He's hit 1-4 and 1-6. And he has got not a bad hook shot. Not a bad hook shot at all. He's played that several times. He's not afraid to get the swivel on and really muscle that around the corner. And he's done that perfectly for yet another Maximo. So the score flies up to 61. The way we're going here, this is going to be over this contest pretty quickly as these 2 batters settled in after a quiet-ish first over. The second over goes for 33. Now this over has already gone for 17. Kind of feel like we're, well, there's not much more to do. 41 required off 44. That run rate required is down to less than a run a ball. And in T10, you know that's curtains almost. Not sure what can they do. Sports Club Roche, what can they do? They're staring a 10-wicket defeat down here. 41 required. 17 off the over so far. Still got 2 to come. Tries the slower ball. Sort of worked. Oh, that's a bit lazy. That should never have gone for 4. Should definitely have been cut off there, and it's gone across for 4 runs. It is a long, hot day here, but then again, cricket is a summer sport. You would expect a field to do a bit better than that, even at this level. Close attention, and watch this. Perfect camera work there. Really, really good camera work. Really like that a lot. Thank you very much for that. 65 for no loss. 1 more to come to complete the power play. And what a power play it's been. Zaman up to 22. Hamdard up to 34. Extras on 9. 21 off the over. It's already gone magical. Well, looks like we're going to have another one because I reckon it's gone leg side wide, wide +1, so that's 2 wides. So 35 needed off 43 now. This game is very quickly heading towards its inevitable conclusion. Something I've said before, I'll say it again. And PK in the chat saying easy for BAF indeed. And you know what? The thing is, though, for Basil Afghan, they will feel so good about their what's happened today, considering what happened yesterday. Lovely strike down the ground. And good bit of fielding there. Held his nerve at the... interesting that. He held his nerve at mid-on. And Zaman turns the run down. Hamdard has to get back in his crease quick, smart, because it went straight to the player like a rocket. So I think Zaman was quite within his rights to say, no, there's no point. We've got all the time in the world to collect 35 runs. Let's not go and do a silly little run out here. Let's keep our heads and let's get the runs required. So good shout in the end. Hamdard gets back at 67 for no loss after 3. Current run rate is at 22.3. That over goes magical with a 23. The previous over went for 33. That was a supersonic over. But you do feel this game, well, you don't just feel this game, you know this game is heading straight towards the conclusion that we think it's going to be. 3 overs have been bowled. They need to be going at 5 runs and over from here on in. As what have we got happening here now? It looks like there's a bit of attention for the wicketkeeper, is it? Oh, yep. I can see the magic spray being applied by Alistair there. Gives us a wave as well. Good stuff. That's fantastic. There we go. He is a consummate professional, that young man who's just run on the field with the spray. An absolute professional through and through. Absolute pleasure to work with as well. 67 for no loss after 3. Wicketkeeper gets a little bit of attention for a bit of a ball that smacked into those fingertips and really did hurt. So Mukesh is going to get a chance to bowl over number 4. Zaman facing up. And that has been mishit. Don't see too many mishits in the afternoon here from this team. That's a bit of a surprise. Ball just bobbles away there on the offside. Bowler wins that encounter. Well done. Shouts to catch it. 1 bounce. Bounced really high, actually, too. Definitely hit something and went straight over the head of the fielder, who was almost, and I say almost all over that one, but it does go for 4 indeed. That's a lovely strike. It was just too short, and the player had all the time in the world to put that one away. No problem at all. 71 for no loss. We're only still inside the 4th. This looks like a bit of a procession here. Looks like they're going to definitely capitalise here and get a really good win. It was always going to be a score that was probably not going to be good enough. Let's try to think. What can Sports Club Roche do here? Maybe just try something different. Keeper goes up for an appeal. No one joins in though. But just trying to think, what can they do here just to upset things up a little bit? Maybe try to pinch a couple of wickets. Maybe just do something to try to upset Basil Afghan. Couple of fielders in short. Slip fielder. Not sure what they've got up their sleeve. Well, hitting like that is one of the reasons that Basil Afghan are going to win this game quite nicely, because unfortunately for Roche, they were unable to hit the ball that well, and they're unable to do it with any sort of any monotony either. There was just few and far between in that innings. In fact, if I just click backwards, I can tell you exactly. There was, what have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, keeper's still asking the question. Yeah, 4 Maximos in the Roche innings, and we've had 7 in this innings already. So that was one of the problems that Sports Club Russia have. They don't appear to have a real big hitter. Although Ibrahimi did well this morning with a 50. And, the catch is not taken. Again, it went for the old alligator mouth to try to take the catch. Went to ground a bit early as well. Unfortunately, doesn't take the catch. So unfortunately for Sports Club Russia, they are missing a few of the players they had this morning. They are missing Ibrahimi, who I thought was pick of the batters in the first game this morning. I thought he played really, really well. Kamal was also unavailable for this. So unfortunately, it's looking like they're going to have not enough runs on the board. 4 overs gone, 81 on the board. So the run rate still over 20 and 21 runs now just required of 36 balls. They've got all the time in the world to try to pick up the runs here. Have Basil Afghan, and it looks like they will pick this up. Well, it's looked like they'll pick this up since about the second over. So unless something incredibly amazing happens here and Soman can try to pull out a couple of wickets, I fear that there could be trouble aplenty. Well, no, this over will pretty much tell us what's going to happen here, but I get the feeling it could even almost be over in this over. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. And well over the fence, a long way back. So 6 runs closer, 15 now needed from 35 balls. And it's definitely going to be an early finish. I wonder if they can finish before the top of the hour. That's the only sort of thing that we've got our eyes on, just to see if that does happen. Save Derek with a zinger there. Wearing the right colour to be a crocodile. Nice one. Mind you, though, more of a frog colour, don't you think? Not that frogs can have mouths like that. Or should we start changing that from alligator to a frog? Oh, no. I'm going down a garden path I don't need to go down. That's getting a bit too carried away now. But good observation there. Oh, swatted. And over the top of the fielder who jumps but doesn't put the hands up because he knows there was no chance of getting that one. And that's another 6. So 6 wide, 6. That means, if I've got my arithmetic correct, it's only 8 required now from 34. Just 8 runs needed for the win here. And this team, Basil Afghan, are looking the goods here to collect the points against this side who just haven't put a big enough score on the board. But Basil Afghan, take your hats off. What a great performance, actually. Still inside the 5th over, and they've got 94 on the board, and they are cruising to a good win here. Goes inside out this way, out towards the boundary rider, collects it nicely, and just makes them go back into their ground. So really good work there. Always good to see the boundary rider continuing their efforts, and it ends up being a dot ball, can you believe? Well, this is hit along the deck. They're just ambling through. Yep, no, they don't want the single. They want to do this in boundaries. They don't want to do this any other way. It's because Zaman wants Hamdard to pick himself up a half century. That's what he's doing. He's saying, no, not until you get the half century, mate. You missed out on the 100 earlier. Let's see if you can get the half century here. So he's on 46 from 15 deliveries. I'll tell you what, you're making it difficult for him as well. I think that's going to be called wide, though, so we'll get that ball again. But Zaman and Hamdard, they've opened the batting for their team in all 4 matches they've played so far, and obviously they know each other quite well too. And it's very good sportsmanship from Zaman to turn down the singles and say, no, come on, you stay there. You've got 4 runs to get to your half century. We've only got 7 runs to play with. And he's had a couple of swings. He must be getting tired. Getting very tired indeed. So we've, since the 2 6s, we've dot, dot, wide, dot. Maybe he's got a sense of drama, a sense of theatre. Well, it's 1 strike away from scores being levelled. Well, I kind of almost felt the bowler just did that out of pity. Gave him a bit of a soft delivery. Gets himself a half century. Well batted to you, Hamdard. Well batted. And he gets a bit of a hug and embrace from Zaman as well. He says, well done. I gave that to you. Just remember that. Lock that away in your memory. And that is a very good half century to him. The 100 is up as well. 101, scores a level. It's 101 for no wicket, and it's 5 wickets gone. So anyone who was thinking this game would be finished inside of 5 overs, unfortunately, they still need to get one more run. The cab is ready. I would have thought the cab would have left by now. It would have been embarrassing, though, if those last few dots and the wides at the end of that over, if Hamdard had made a mess of that and got himself out on 46. In the end, he doesn't. He gets the big 6. He goes to 52. 52 from 17 deliveries. And Zaman, 36 from 13 deliveries. We are just 1 run away from the end of this match. I think the umpires may be just checking with the scorers on the mic just to say, how close are we? Well, the electronic scoreboard is telling the story as well. We are 1 run away. So if we can have just 1 more delivery, please. Well, not 1 more delivery, sorry. 1 more run to be scored. It's going to be all over. So, yep, to the people in the chat who are saying definitely win this in 5 overs, you've just missed win. Ash at Save Derek says, BF are going to win. Mark my word. Well said. And there's the proof in the pudding. Well said, Ash. Nobody could possibly dispute with those words. And I've got a smile on my face when I say, and that's going to finish the game. It's also going to finish the day. Day 2 in this ECS finishes with a big win to the Basel Afghan side. They win with, wow, 4.5 overs to spare. And they've done exceptionally well. Really, really well here. Anyway, there we go. So I'm going to sum up here and we're going to say our goodbyes here. So thank you very much to everyone who's joined us today. But congratulations to Basil Afghan, Zaman, 42 not out, Hamdard, 52 not out, have done really well. Not much to talk about in the bowling department, unfortunately. You could say Mukesh bowled well for 1 for 14 from his single over. Sorry, none for 14 from his single over. But unfortunately, it was all one-way traffic. It was always going to be a pretty good win here to Basil Afghan. He just felt the runs were not on the board. When you get 243 runs scored in this morning's first game, then only 101 runs scored in the late game, you sort of think, well, that's the distance between some of these sides. But that is going to finish day number 2 here at the MBRAC Cricket Ground, and that is it for us. 7 matches have been played totally. 4 matches today, 7 matches been played down total. The standings are going to be worth having a look at. Let's look at the standings tomorrow, also because we've got Alton playing tomorrow for the first time. And we need to have a look at Alton because we haven't seen them yet. They've got 3 games tomorrow. The first game tomorrow morning is Zurich Mavericks back in action against Alton. They just played that 1 game this morning, the first game, where they put on the 243 for no loss. They're going back for the second game against the Swiss Dragons. Swiss Dragons take on Alton in the 3rd match. And the final match tomorrow will be Alton against Basil Afghan. Basil Afghan back in action to play their final match tomorrow afternoon. But they've won 2 matches today. They lost the 2 yesterday, so that's going to put them 2-2 in pretty good shape to play on Wednesday. And I think that's what they're pretty happy and impressed about. They're showing us some of their muscles as well as they go off the field. Good to see. They know the camera's on them, so well done. That's it from us. That's it from me. The Phil G here, signing off on behalf of the Blue Crew, Marzi, Alistair, our friends here at the ground. On behalf of, on ECM, I want to thank Cricket Switzerland for looking after us again today. Thank you to Ashvin, who's done a terrific job as well. And to everyone here at the ground and wherever you're watching from around the world, thank you for sticking with us. And it's been wonderful to have your company and having all the chat talking about ice creams and all sorts of business. And we're going to go off and get an ice cream now because I think we deserve it. What do you say, Marzi? I think we definitely deserve an ice cream. Big nod from my good friend next to me here. So on that bombshell, good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, stay happy. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll see you back here for day 3 of ECS Zurich tomorrow. Cheerio till then.